Hello dear chess friends. We are back for the 11th round of the World Candidates Tournament, live from Khanty-Mansiysk. My name is Victoria Cmilyte and this is Peter Heine Nielsen. After yesterday's round, practically nothing has changed in the tournament. Vishy Anand is still in the lead with 6.5 out of 10. He's followed by the Armenian player Levon Aronian with 5.5. 3 more players are on 5 out of 10. This is Mamedyarov, Sergei Karjakin and Peter Svidler. Today, the leader will be black against Vladimir Kramnik, who yesterday lost a second game in a row by blundering. And another interesting game today should be Svidler-Aronian. Those two players are still within a striking distance of the leader, so this game we will definitely keep an eye on. We also have Topalov Karjakin and Andreikin Mamedyarov.
And yeah, I think you're right in sort of pointing to what will the sort of main games be today. It's the two former world champions playing each other. It's going to be Vladimir Kramnik with white against Vishy Anand. And Kramnik was definitely one of the pre-tournament favorites, but on -1, 2 points to catch up with Anand. He really has to be very optimistic to still think he can win the tournament. Not only does he, 100% need to beat Anand today, but there's still quite far to go there.
Mm-hmm.
I think more realistic sort of those in pursuit could be, I think the game Svidler-Aronian. It's also quite a must-win game for both. I think they're gonna try very hard. So while for instance Kramnik-Anand, we could see a quiet game. I think Svidler-Aronian is going to be really gambling from both sides, and if that would be, a draw, I would be quite surprised, at least if it's not going to be a very fighting draw.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, we can say the same. Andreikin Mamedyarov, I still think hasn't given up hope completely. Of course, not winning against Vishy yesterday, despite the black pieces, it was a blow to his dreams, and he needs to catch Anand with, I think, 2 points in 4 rounds, which is almost impossible. But I think he's going to try. And also Topalov Karjakin. Well, Karjakin won 2 games in a row and even started, I think, to dream of first place. But yesterday was, I think, a bit too quiet a draw against Andreikin. But when you play Topalov, you always has chances, because Topalov is going to push very hard. We saw it again yesterday. Topalov black against rating favorite Aronian. Topalov was playing hard for a win, and then at some point he played a very bad move and he even had to defend in the end. But Topalov is afraid of nobody. And I think that could work to Karjakin's chances.
Mm-hmm.
So I think actually all 4 games is involved in the tops, the fight for first place. And that's really what's at stake at this tournament. 1 ticket for a World Championship match against Carlsen. But I think we will of course start having a look at the game Kramnik-Anand. And as mentioned, they played a World Championship match back in 2008 in Bonn. And where Anand won it, I think 6.5, 4.5.
Mm-hmm. You were present at that match.
Yes, I was one of Anand's trainers at that point. And that was a very, very interesting match, but also a match that went basically like a dream for the Indian player. I think after 6 games he was leading 4.5, 1.5, and despite that, there was maybe 1 or 2 slight moments of weakness in the end. I think it was maybe his peak performance, so far at least. So let's see.
Yeah, all the players, we still have probably 1 minute or something.
Yeah.
They're starting already.
There they go, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. I guess we expect 1 d4, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And in this tournament so far, Anand has always replied with 1 d5 and the Slav. So let's see if he has a surprise in store. Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f6. Wow. This is... I'm a bit curious. Well,
It's
it's
an interesting stage to change your main weapon.
Probably e6 now would be logical.
Yeah.
But Kramnik, I think, played knight f3 in this position against Aronian, so that's really what we would expect. But it is quite courageous that Anand is changing his sort of main weapon in a key game,
which
like
is Slav always.
Yeah, it's been in this tournament at least the Slav, and I think also in previous tournaments. But of course, when a lot is at stake, it's good to surprise. And knight f6 and e6 has definitely been Anand's, if not main weapon, then one of the main weapons for a really long time. So of course he's not exactly a beginner.
He's very familiar with that.
Knight f3 played.
Mm-hmm. It's also something that Kramnik always plays, or almost always with black.
He's been playing this with black, and for instance, the move order we have seen till now was exactly how Topalov played with the white pieces against Kramnik. So I think here Kramnik played the move b5. Vishy has played a lot of times b6, but I think still d5 is quite his main weapon here. But,
you think this is the most likely, the d5?
Yes. How do you think Anand is seeing it? I mean, he's playing Kramnik, of course, a great rival, but basically Kramnik is out of the top standings, and Kramnik has lost 2 games in a row. You think he's sort of smelling blood, or he will just be very happy with a quiet game?
I think, as we saw yesterday, Anand is trying to play according to the position, but of course he has this thought in the back of his mind that each draw brings him closer to the desired result. As the other players, they have difficulties catching up. And for instance, the interesting thing about this tournament is that Anand is undefeated, but all the rest have lost at least twice, and that's highly irregular for a tournament of this strength.
Very much
this simply
so.
doesn't happen. But
No.
here, every player except for Vishy has lost 2 times.
I don't recall any instance of that. I mean, sometimes you will say, well, this is the only guy who hasn't lost a game, but this is the only guy who hasn't lost 2 games. This is actually, as far as I can see, simply extreme. And well, of course, sometimes you get criticized for being too solid, but I think when you are solid and also mix it with 3 wins, that's the difference.
There's nothing to criticize.
No,
then,
on the contrary, I think so. It's interesting here. Kramnik played the move 4e3 against Aronian, but here he's going 4g3.
Okay, this is a Catalan.
Yes, this was the weapon Kramnik sort of prepared for his World Championship match in 2006 against Topalov, and was very, well, I think quite successful in their match with this weapon. And quite interestingly, back in 2010, Anand chose exactly the same weapon for the match with also Topalov. So they both think this is a good weapon against Topalov, but how it works against each other is, it's a bit more complicated. Actually, I think once I was Anand second in Weigen, and there Kramnik used the Catalan actually to beat Anand. So he has beaten Anand in this opening before. But Anand has also played it himself with white against Kramnik. So it's clear they have a lot of, sort of experience playing each other.
And also they have really a lot of knowledge in this opening
Very
for
much.
both sides.
And I think if we remember back to the match Anand against Topalov, well, it was well known that Kramnik even started helping Anand during this match. And of course, they discussed the Catalan. But that was back in 2010. 4 years has passed, and a lot of knowledge has been accumulated. So this is actually, it's not the only Catalan today. I think also the game Andreikin Mamedyarov is a Catalan.
That's right.
But we will return to that in a bit. Let's just see how Anand is handling the theory.
The players are a bit surprising here. Instead of making their moves extremely fast, as they often would do, they seem to be giving it a thought.
But I think there is some kind of psychology in play here. I mean, well, as we mentioned, that they have both played Catalan with white in World Championship matches, and also at some point they even collaborated a bit. And in this opening, there is, I mean, some kind of poker game going on. What should I do against?
And what would be unpleasant for my opponent, or what would be very easy?
So, well, Vishy has played Bishop e7, which is very much supposed to be the very solid main line. And now castling. And now, well, the normal move would be castling, but for instance, Levan Aronian played the move Queen c2 against Magnus Carlsen in the rapid tournament recently in Zurich. But
and he won that game.
He won that game. But for instance, short castling as played right now, this is the way that Kramnik played against Magnus Carlsen in last year's candidate and got a rather pleasant position. Now Anand took on c4, and in that game Kramnik played the move knight e5, and after knight c6 I think they continued like this. Takes, queen e8, takes. And now the main move has very much been queen to a4. But Kramnik played the interesting move queen to c2. And I think one of the ideas was that after e5, he had the move rook to d1, and I think he got a pleasant position against Carlsen, but Carlsen defended brilliantly and made a rather easy draw, specifically, especially considering how the opening phase went. But this was Kramnik's big idea for last year's candidates tournament, so it'll be interesting to see what does he have in store for this time.
Mm-hmm. Also, you could say that Catalan is one of those openings where there is so much theory and it's so well researched by the strongest players, because at some point, well, I think thanks to Kramnik probably, it came into fashion and everyone seemed to be spending time on it.
Yeah, and he was debated in a couple of world champion matches. I mean, this is, the Catalan has been a serious opening, but Black has found some rather good counter strategies, and it has been, I think, fading a bit in popularity recently. Somehow, White hasn't been able to get, as promising position as he used to. And, especially the player in the picture, Vladimir Kramnik, has been good coming up with interesting new ideas. I think, especially this knight e5 he played against Carlsen breathed a bit of new life into it. But I think that Black has since then found good countermeasures. But that's quite normal, that you prepare some idea that puts a difficult task to your opponent, but then quite often later it gets solved. And that's how things tend to work, I would say.
Should we leave the players to think here a bit, as they seem to be taking their time?
Yeah, let's do that indeed. So, which game do you want to have a look at? Svidler, Aronian?
Svidler, Aronian, just to take it in the order.
And that is a bit complicated, because according to the game we have on our live board, Black started in this position. And that's probably not what has happened.
No.
That is,
I would
say,
an
unusual problem. So, yes, I think, we should look at the top position. Actually, now we got it right here. Yeah. Svidler played one knight f3. And, actually, I think this is exactly the way Kramnik played against Aronian last year's candidates tournament. Knight f3, d5, g3, bishop g4. This seems to be Aronian's pet move order. I mean, quite often Black would have already put the knight on f6, but it seems like Aronian is trying to do without that. So bishop g2, e6. I would think that also putting the knight on d7 looks logical, but Aronian after c4 played c6, and now he played c takes d5, and that could end the game very quickly. I mean, for instance, c takes d5. There is a good check here, and there's a bishop hanging already there. The threat to the king. So that would just be over. But that's actually the point of Black's play, that after c takes d5, he plays bishop f3, c takes d5. And I think this is quite an interesting position. White has a pair of bishops for free. What Black has is that the c pawns has been exchanged, and I have this very logical square for my knight on c6. Well, you can make the argument that White can also just put his knight on c3. But I think here with, let's say, these two pawns are solidly blocking the bishop on f3. And this is quite Black's concept. He will put the knight on c6, the other knight on f6, and the bishop on e7. And he will say it's very, very difficult for White to open up for this bishop on f3. And Black is simply very solid. Generally, I think the pair of bishops, if all other things being equal, is an advantage. But here, it's going to be difficult to make use of the bishop on f3. But Kramnik actually managed that.
Kramnik managed to outplay Aronian last year.
He was winning. So it's obvious Aronian has some kind of refinement ready here. But I would say a rather slow start to the game, though.
Yeah, I was also thinking the same thing, that from Aronian's point of view, and generally we all think that he should be playing very aggressively and trying to win each game. This is a very, let's say, this is the line of variation that is aimed at being solid more than anything else. And that surprises me a bit to a certain extent.
Yeah, but I would say also, why be overly aggressive against Svidler? I mean, Svidler has played enterprising chess in all the games. And if you remember back to when they played the first time. Actually, Aronian simply, well, he offered a draw by repetition. He had no choice, despite having the white pieces. And Svidler kept gambling. And well, I think also you made that observation that whoever seems to gamble in this tournament is actually not really being paid off, rather the exact opposite, right?
That's right, yes.
So I would say so. But if we think that these two games have started slowly, then I would think Topalov, Karjakin, there is some kind of fireworks.
Topalov, Karjakin is a long, not a forced, but a long and very well-known line in the English.
They're playing knight f3, knight f6, c4. Actually, Topalov, if I remember correctly, he played one c4 against Anand, he played one d4 against Kramnik, he played one e4 against Mamedyarov, and he's played one knight f3 against Karjakin.
That's true. He's done it all.
He's done it all, yes.
Except for one b3, maybe.
Yeah, well, that would be a nice move.
Yeah, but
play.
Actually, Karjakin himself, he played c4 against Topalov.
That is true. So
in their game. Yeah. So there is some kind of English...
it seems that he's aiming for something very specific, because, well, knight f3, knight f6, c4, b6. Well, if you remember in this tournament, Karjakin has played the Queen's Gambit accepted. But maybe knight f3, if we remember his game with Anand, was knight f3, d5, c4. And if you take on c4 now, then there is some advantages to not having moved the d-pawn. And especially, I think e3 is a move here. And, well, I think quite often, maybe black would play a6 and b5 very quickly to try to play this very drawish line that exists. But this is not possible after this move order. So I think this could be Topalov's point. But knight f3, knight f6, c4, b6. Well, Karjakin is also a great expert of the Queen's Indian. But Topalov is keeping his d-pawn back, g3. And now he's playing c5. And this is actually known to be quite a finesse, because would you play the move bishop b7? White can start considering d4. And very often in the Queen's Indian, especially Karjakin, is playing the line where he put the bishop to a6. So after d3, you're playing c5. But now it becomes, I would say...
it's in English, it's a hedgehog.
Exactly, yeah, and hedgehog, yeah. And bishop g2, bishop b7, castling. Now black has not even played the move e6, so he can play g6, the so-called, I think, double fianchetto. And I think if we remember back to the World Championship match between Kramnik and Kasparov, I think Kasparov was playing this with black and even got quite a pleasant position against Kramnik with the black pieces. Well, this was the stage where he was down 2 points and he was pushing very hard to win with black. Yeah,
generally this double fianchetto, it is known for being more active for black as compared to a hedgehog.
In a way, yes.
I think it has, well, a hedgehog is played by the players who really like that setup. So it is a bit of an expert opening, you could say, or an expert system. But double fianchetto is has probably even a better, well, you could say, more players are playing it. It's a bit easier to play.
Yeah, it's maybe more common sense.
Exactly.
But even we will see, despite mentioning common sense, there is some very sharp theory here. So Topalov has played d4, takes with the queen, bishop g7, knight c3, d6, rook d1, knight bd7, bishop e3. Well, here you can also see black is actually waiting with castling, because would he castle right away, I think white would quickly put his queen on h4, and he would have ideas like bishop h6 or even g4, as we will see in the game. But black is trying to postpone that, so he's playing rook c8, which is a very useful move. White is playing rook ac1, which I would say is also quite useful. And after a6, well, then he's played b3. b3, at first I would say, doesn't look very aggressive, but actually it is covering this pawn, and as we can see in a bit, Topalov needs this pawn to be covered. So castling, queen h4 and rook c7. I think in this position, for instance, Kramnik has played the move bishop to h3. But of course Topalov is playing a sharper approach. He's playing g4. And now rook back to c8. Okay, this is...
without thinking long.
This is without thinking. Apparently this is, well, I think maybe quite known, and also, yeah, obviously in that preparation. I mean, you don't play rook c7, g4, rook c8, very quickly if you don't know
No,
it.
but
ahead.
g4 is maybe a rare move, but it has been played, and it has been played on a highest level. For
even-
instance, there is a game Kramnik Karpov from 1999, where Karpov answered with h6.
H6. Well, this is a funny move in a sense, because you can just take it, but after take like this, takes, you're gonna take on g4, and this
Yeah,
probably
I
is
think g4 is a bigger pawn than h6.
Yes, if you don't give mate on h7 soon, then maybe even black could play king g7 and rook h8 and take over the initiative. So Kramnik didn't take on h6, if I remember correctly.
No, I think no one did.
But rook c8, is that common?
Rook c8 has also been played, but less times than h6.
But it's even been played by Karjakin himself, actually.
Yeah, it has been played in the game Yakovenko-Karjakin in 2012.
Okay.
So far they are following that game.
But Topalov's response g5 seems to be
This seems to be a novelty. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so g5, knight h5, and then move knight e4.
So this is what we see here is very specific preparation for by Topalov. Karjakin seems to really trust his lines, since he's
very much so, but still. Okay, here he has started thinking a lot, and Topalov has obviously gotten to what he wanted.
At least what he aimed for.
This is typical Topalov. He likes to play sharp stuff and be very aggressive, and he's not afraid at all of theoretical battles. And I think he's good at coming up with interesting new ideas.
Yeah, for sure.
So this is
It's true. It's right now it's in a way in Topalov's territory. Although Karjakin is also very, very well prepared, obviously. So this will be an interesting fight. At least the players have brought their best weapons today, it seems.
Very much so. So this is, I think still Karjakin might be caught in some kind of preparation, but Karjakin is 1.5 points behind Anand. He actually needs to win a couple of games. So somebody putting him under pressure could actually be a bit of a help, because I think yesterday it ended up very solid against Andreikin, and being pushed is always a good chance to
also
sort of
win.
Yeah. So I think Karjakin shouldn't complain too much about it, but of course maybe he have objective reasons disliking his position.
If objective problems are serious, that's another thing.
Let's have a look at our last game of the round. This is Andreikin against Mamedyarov.
Mamedyarov is playing. Yeah, he has the second black in a row.
Yes, that's
Yesterday
true.
he was black against Vichy, and that was a rather quiet draw.
I think he did quite well yesterday. He played the knight off against Vichy, and he even had some quite interesting preparation. And we thought at some point even he was slightly better, and that Vichy had used a lot of time. But I think Vichy found a good plan, and simply, when you're black against as strong a player as Anand, there is not much you can do if he finds the best move. But I think just getting an effortless draw against Anand is quite a nice result.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's see here. He's played one knight f3, and Mamedyarov replied with d5. What has Mamedyarov played so far against d4 in this opening? I've actually forgotten. Okay, knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Of course, he has played the Ragozin a couple of times.
That's right.
But here Andreikin played the Catalan. g3, d takes c4, bishop d2, c5, castling knight c6. Well, this is also one of black's main system against the Catalan. And there is, I think, very ambitious moves like, for instance, knight e5, bishop d7, knight to a3. This is a very sharp setup from white, and I think also queen a4 has been played, and this is maybe the most aggressive white options. But Andreikin has played the move d takes c5, and I think that got very popular after I think Gelfand won a very important game in the World Cup, actually here in Khanty-Mansiysk against Karjakin some years back. You remember when Gelfand won the World Cup to qualify for the candidates tournament? I think he played Karjakin in the semi-final or maybe even the final. I've forgotten the exact context, but he played exactly this ending: dc5, queen d1, rook d1, bishop takes c5, knight bd2. Well, momentarily white is a pawn down, but he's going to win the pawn on c4. Let's say you play knight a5. I am going to play knight e5, and I'm going to get the pawn back. So actually here, black's best option is to toss the pawn with c3, and after bc3, at least he will say, I have managed to split these two pawns. And, well, I think castling's knight b3, bishop e7 has happened. If I remember correctly, Gelfand's new plan at that point was putting the knight to e1 and d3. Maybe even in this position he played the move knight e1. But it's generally thought that white can have a bit of initiative here, and I think, for instance, a move like knight f to d4 has been played in some games, and let's say bishop d7, knight c6, bishop c6, takes, maybe c4 stopping the black knight going to d5. There could be a knight jumping to a5, and this could be seen as slightly better for white, and I think probably Andreikin want to play along these lines, and I think one of his points would be, I'm playing Mamedyarov, who is extremely aggressive and likes complicated positions. And, well, he sort of needs to win today if he wants to keep fighting for first place. So maybe this is a good strategic choice, but maybe Andreikin is seeing it differently, that actually I'm only half a point behind Mamedyarov. I'm the one who really needs to win this game. It depends a bit on the perspective, I would say.
Yeah, that's hard to say. Well, let's say I can see that there was a game, Kramnik Anand in 2013 in Zurich, where they also played this particular position that they have on the board. This happened, and c4, this is exactly the move that Kramnik made in that game. Here Vichy played bishop d7 and bishop b2. Actually, what I think is that this position is very, very complicated.
Yeah.
It is true that white is the one who has some initiative, and he's paying for it by having a slightly worse pawn structure. And in that sense, of course, I think, well, this could be a very long and a very complicated game, despite the fact that they have just swapped the queens.
I think you're generally right. Of course, there might be scenarios where, let's say, black plays b6 and white plays c5 and exchanges of pawns.
That's true.
And things get exchanged. But yes, I think despite queens being exchanged, this is still a rather complex middle game than a boring ending, I would say. So I think there is going to be some play. Also, it's interesting you mentioned this has been played between Kramnik and Anand, because that is quite indicating that, well, Kramnik played a Catalan today. He would actually have liked to repeat this line, it seems. Yeah,
he wouldn't have minded that, I think.
So that's okay.
Because in that game he had some pressure, and, well, it was quite a long game.
Yeah. Actually, as far as I could see, Kramnik has played an interesting new idea in the game against Anand. So should we maybe go back to the leader's game and see if Kramnik is challenging his lead? Knight e5 was played on move 7, so exactly the same move that Kramnik played against Carlsen in last year's candidates tournament. Knight c6, bishop c6, bc6, knight takes c6, queen e8, and take on e7 with check, queen e7, and now knight a3. Well, this is impressive. I think last time he came up with the move queen c2 and put pressure on Carlsen, and now I think he's played the move knight a3.
He probably didn't lie during a press conference when he said that such ideas as Aronian's queen b3 he has.
Yeah, he has lots of ideas.
Lots of, and
I mean, it is a logical move in this position.
Yeah, it has been played twice as far as I can see. So it's not completely brand new, but
I think a very logical move would be, I would say, rook to d8, and you start putting sort of pressure in the d line, and you have
then
to go.
Queen c2 has been played after rook d8.
Queen c2, and the idea is that if he takes here, we're going to take back with the knight. And actually, it becomes structurally very similar to Kramnik against Carlsen, because what Kramnik was saying there was, well, black will put his bishop on b7, and this looks like a very strong diagonal, but if white can play f3 and e4, then this black bishop on b7 is actually going to be dominated, and white can continue with b3, bishop b2, and because of, I would say, because of these pawns, this means that the knight on c4 actually has a very good square there. So if white gets time, he will play b3, f3, e4, and bishop e3 or bishop b2. and he has a sort of structurally dominant position. Of course, Anand is going to prevent it, but what I want to say is that there is some definite potential in Black's position here. Maybe he wants to play the move c5 immediately.
Yeah, that could be a way to just prevent White from getting this kind of
maybe
plan.
Then Kramnik wants to take it, and let's say Queen c5. Maybe he could have a move like Bishop e3. But okay, then the Queen could go to h5. It's a complicated position.
Yeah, but you could almost say that knight a3 is a novelty. Not quite, but it has been played only a few times and not on the highest level.
No.
So knight a3 is a move that will make Vichy think a little bit. Let's say if we come back to this game, Kramnik-Carlsen from last year, after Queen c2, Carlsen reacted with e5. So he also wanted to somehow free himself from this kind of scenario you just mentioned.
He played the move rook d1 in response, right?
And, that's right.
Yeah, no, I think, Kramnik put some definite pressure on Carlsen, but Carlsen also defended it excellently. But of course, that was a crucial game for sort of determining who would be the challenger for Anand in what we know ended up with Carlsen beating Anand last November. So this is an interesting position, and also we can see that Kramnik he spent just below 9 minutes. Of course, he's very much into his preparation here.
Definitely. And he has shown one more of his numerous ideas, it seems.
Yes, he's actually played the move knight a3. I think Anand is going to have, quite a long think here, trying to figure out how do I respond to this interesting novelty. I mean, I feel pretty certain that with good solid moves, Black should not be in any kind of major trouble here. But it's still a nice little idea by Kramnik, and I think he's good at finding such. Should we take a look at some other game? Is there any actually almost? I mean, for instance, Karjakin is still thinking, so maybe we should have a look at Aronian Svidler.
Let's do that, yes. Yeah, today it seems as the first day of very quiet and very slow openings. I don't recall another day like that we didn't have any e4s or some kind of very energetic openings. Today players seems like they have slowed down a bit in the opening.
We have two Catalans, a Reti and an English. That is, I think it's a slow start, but it's also, sometimes you saw, for instance, yesterday we had two rather quick draws, and that was two Sicilians.
Yeah.
I mean, Sicilians can be very aggressive, but also slow down or get a definite conclusion, while, I mean, these games, I don't see any of the games actually being over rather soon. So I think just you'll have to be a bit patient. So we see here, this was the position castling knight f6. And Aronian, Svidler played knight c3, knight c6, d4, bishop e7, e3 castling, bishop d2. I think the struggle is quite as we have mentioned, that White is having a pair of bishops, and that's the best thing you can say about his position. I mean, he has a pair of bishops, but none of them are very active. The bishop on d2 is shooting into his own pawn on e3, and the bishop on f3 is shooting into, this very solid pawn mass. So right now, it's clear that the pair of bishop is nothing particular. But still a pair of bishop do have some long-term potential, right? And I think that is, Kramnik was sort of patiently trying to exploit it. But it seems to me Aronian has come up with a very interesting setup. So let's go forward. Queen t7, rook c1, and now rook fc8. And this seems to be his key point. After bishop d2, he's played the move knight e8.
He's trying to transfer his knight probably to d6. And
I like it. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's it's not as exciting as I would like it to be, but I can see that it's a good quality play by Black, definitely. And what Svidler will come up with is very interesting. As should he try to find ways to be better, he has to come up with something very, very interesting in this position.
And this is very hard to see.
Yeah,
I think. If you want to open up for this bishop, you really need to push e4 at some point. But as soon as you push e4, there's a very weak pawn on d4. So I don't think he can play e4 right away.
No.
But if Black is to move I think he will play knight d6, and the knight is even eyeing this square, which means that white very often will have to play b3. But, well, let me make a couple of moves, knight e2, and let's say queen e2. You think black would even play the move f5? Well, you're a Dutch player, or you think that's just
quite different, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's necessary.
Okay, I just thought f5 and bishop f6, and you eye the d4 pawn, and how is white going to do anything positive? It's hard to see.
It's hard to see, yes. We have a new tweet on our screen. Amit Dandekar is asking, in competitions like this one, is there a possibility that the players can get some benefit from the moves on other boards? Well, this has been known to happen, at least, but not in maybe not in the candidates tournament, but more in the team.
In team events,
it happens sometimes that simply in the same match, even there are two games.
Well, I think the really famous one is sort of what they said. An old, Argentinian tragedy. There was a match between the Soviet Union and Argentina, and they played some very sharp variation in the night of. But, I think recently there has also been some cases. But actually, I think some is arguing, is it legal to go and look at other people's board, and even if they play the same line? And I think once I asked an arbiter, he said, yeah, I think there's no problem with that. But actually, I'm not completely sure if you go there specifically to get the inspiration. But I guess it's hard to prevent, actually. But no, this is an interesting thing.
But this has been known to happen. That exactly the same positions were in the same match for a very long time.
Yeah,
and sometimes even with different results. Let's say.
But I remember last year's candidates tournament where I was Carlsen's second. There was an interesting, actually the worst thing, I think there was the game Ivanchuk against Carlsen. And Ivanchuk was thinking quite a long time on move 4 in the Grünfeld. And afterwards they asked him, why did you do that? He said, well, at the same time there was a game between, I think, Svidler and, I forgot, Gelfand. And he said, well, I wanted to see what they wanted to play, because then I would play something different. So,
that's true. That is a reverse.
That is, sometimes you don't want to repeat. But, there might be situations here where players would be very curious, for instance, to see, if they know that some game is going to be a Berlin and they don't know what to do against the Berlin, why not have a look and see which idea there is?
The only problem that in this tournament probably players already have more or less mapped out what they want to do.
For sure. But sometimes, I think they pay a lot of attention to the games that are happening when they analyze and prepare for further rounds. But to actually sort of catch ideas up on the fly, it is rather difficult, and of course it's very difficult to plan after.
Yes,
I would say.
Yes, that is basically impossible. Okay, the two other boards, Topalov, Karjakin, and Andreikin, Mamedyarov, they are still players are still thinking where we left them, but some moves have been made on Kramnik, Anand.
Okay.
Maybe we should, Vichy has made up his mind about how to react to this new, or at least a very rare knight a3.
So after knight a3, he's played the move c5. Yeah, I think he wanted to strike immediately before white got in to play this move, queen to c2, right? What we thought about, for instance, rook d8 here, but we thought queen c2 is going to be a good reply.
Inviting black to take on d4, which could be also have a dangerous.
So knight a3, c5, and Kramnik has taken this pawn and played the move bishop to e3. And, again, to sort of repeat a point made earlier. At first sight, queen c6 to me looks like a very dangerous move for white, because next you will go bishop b7 and you're threatening mate here. But this battery is easily neutralized just by playing the move to pawn f3. This is simply going to be more or less an unbreakable barrier, and the bishop will return to f2 and the rook is coming to c1. And I think black could be in a bit of strategical danger, I would say. So I think it's interesting how Vichy will respond in this position. Yeah,
he has other moves apart from queen
looks
c6,
logical.
obviously.
At least it starts threatening this trick. Well, not trick, but threatening mate here and the bishop here. But maybe you can just play f3 anyway here.
Yeah, that's an option. Well, of course, f3 I think is a good move. It's more about whether queen h5 is a serious move for black.
No, Anand do indeed have something to think about in this position.
He could also, he might be considering queen d5 or even queen b4. Queen b4 is putting some immediate pressure.
Yeah.
So this is also interesting, and in case it is obvious that after bishop b7 this bishop is just going to be blocked with f3, then he could also consider putting the bishop on a6, although it doesn't look nice, but it protects the pawn on c4, which is a weakness.
Maybe after queen b4 you can play a move like bishop d4, and you are even considering taking here next.
Yeah, bishop d4 is
I think it looks like a nice try by Kramnik, and he's generating a bit of play. Well, you set the move queen d5. But I think there you're just going to play f3. And again, next is rook c1. And it is a moderately pleasant structure for white, I would say.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think... Well, it's easier to be white in this position,
Very much so, especially if you are unprepared here. Well, Anand has used 27 minutes, so it's...
Well, to say that he's completely unprepared here will be probably that simply cannot be true.
As unlikely, but if he... Well, I think he's trying to recall, well, what is his... Did he look at this at some point, for instance, and such. So that is a bit interesting, I would say. But
yeah, this game could be...
You think this is...
in a little bit of not trouble, but at least he's under pressure.
No, I think still his position is probably very, very healthy. It's a matter of making the right moves. And well, he's been very good at making the right moves.
Yeah,
in
that's
this
true.
tournament.
So far, this has been going very well.
I mean, we mentioned it sort of in our comments before the round, that actually all players in this tournament has lost not just once but twice, except Anand, who still is undefeated. And well, that seems to be key to his success so far. That well, a mixture of still being able to play quite positive chess, but also being very solid and not getting into, well, I'll say so far, not even the slightest trouble actually.
Yeah, that's right.
So
I think we could see on the camera that Topalov is thinking hard. So most likely there is a move there.
Okay. Let's go there. Yes. Something has happened in that game for sure. Okay, we left you here in this position after the move knight e4, and well, just returning to my favorite subject, Karjakin's deuce. I think you are right. It's just a deuce he brings for every round. It's not only when he has won.
No.
So Karjakin played the move knight e4, and now, well, believe it or not, the rook has gone back to c7. Well, just to remind. Queen h4, he played rook c7, g4, rooks back to c8, g5, knight h5, knight e4, rook back to c7.
I mean,
there is actually some logic to it, but well, still, it is.
It looks a bit strange.
Yeah, I like it. I would say. I mean, I think. Well, you see here, knight g3 is quite obviously Topalov's plan, and he's played it. And after takes, queen a8, he gets sort of the setup he wants.
But what now, right?
Yeah. Well,
still,
it's up to Topalov. How is he going to develop initiative?
It surprises me that black can afford to go back and forth with this rook so many times in the openings and not get into any kind of trouble. No, that's a bit surprising.
But, I mean, it was rather specific. You put the rook on c7 to play the move queen e8. This is, I mean, if things develop slowly, this makes a lot of sense. Then comes the very aggressive move, but also the very weakening move g4. Actually, this is majorly changing the situation.
Yeah, that's true.
And there is some reasoning that you actually simply... Well, I think now the thread is maybe g5 followed by knight d5, I could imagine. So he's going back to c8, and after g5, knight h5, knight e4, again things has changed quite dramatically.
Yeah.
And, well, what else? Would you start playing queen c7, b8? Well, this will take the exact same amount of time.
No, this will take even more, I think.
Yeah, well,
if you're heading for a8.
Well, here you spent 2 moves, and you even allowed to double, and you get the queen on this nice diagonal. And I would say, after... Well, when we get to play rook c8, we already have starting threatening a pawn push like b5.
That's right.
There is some definite, I would say,
No,
potential in black's position.
what I'm saying is that there is some humor in playing
Yes,
like this.
I agree.
But it's also probably simply a very healthy and strong way to play.
If we are debating humor, what do you think about playing like this? Is this just a joke? Probably it is.
Well, the problem is that knight f5 can, knight f8, sorry, will just kill all of your play.
This is now I have put all my potential in the H line, and if it just takes a knight move to end everything.
Yes, that's not a good sign, at least.
No, so that's probably not going to happen.
No, white should play in the center. Somehow, it's extremely unlikely to imagine a scenario. Well, it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where he mates along the H line.
Quite often, such a move would be thematic, but I think here you can take on f3, and now knight e5 is going to be quite problematic.
Right. Yes.
So bishop h3 would neither be a good move. Maybe you should simply start exchanging a bit.
Also, after queen e8, of course, rook fc8 is a very logical follow-up. But even b5 could be possible.
Yeah, maybe you can take b5.
b5 takes on c1 and take on b5, and a2 is hanging.
But I thought
of course,
rook
you have
c7,
to
it
be
gets
careful.
Complicated. But I understand. So no, this is an interesting position, and I would say that I like the way Karjakin has done things, and I think the first wave of very aggressive Topalov attack, at least as I see it, I think he sort of waved off the attack, and I think he could be rather happy with his position. And I think this is exactly the kind of position he wants for today's game. I mean, he has a simple plan, rook c8 and b5 with some potential, and now Topalov will try and storm his very solid position, and storming solid positions in chess
can backfire.
Exactly, should not necessarily easily succeed. Maybe actually one should play, I think Kramnik has played something like this in these kind of positions. And his idea is that after this you take back with a knight, and then you head it towards d5. And you keep solidity as well as trying to put some pressure. Maybe this could be a good plan, but
but of course, something like rook fc8 and b5 has to be taken into account.
Yeah, you will say here.
Well, I might not even take on g2.
So knight e1, you will play rook fc8. Yes.
For instance.
Yeah, this looks very logical.
It doesn't make sense to be helpful.
Maybe now with no knight hanging, I could start considering moves like this, and
that's
I want to take this one, and then the pawn here should be hanging. So. Well, I think knight e1 looks to me like a logical and typical move, but
knight e1 is a very typical idea in those positions, definitely.
So now Mamedyarov has stood up actually, so most likely he has made a move. So I think should we?
No, but he has made a move already a long
time ago. Okay.
The problem is that he can't wait for Andreikin to make his move, and Andreikin is taking his turn.
Let me try and say, I think Svidler has made a move.
Okay, that's correct.
I think
in the very, very solid position.
Yes.
Which he has.
Svidler has, we saw Aronian putting the knight back to e8. And then Svidler played his queen up to e2, knight d6, and he's played the move rook fd1.
No, I thought that he would play b3, but apparently he's...
Well, the point is now, if you go to c4, I can just play bishop e1. And, the queen is protecting the pawn on b2. And I think, b3 he would rather not play immediately.
Do you think White's plan could be to play bishop e1, followed by f3 and bishop f2? And prepare e4 very slowly.
You're saying you will play something like this here, bishop f2, and push e4.
Yeah, something like that.
That could make sense.
Well, at least it looks like a...
Maybe, is it that? Well, Aronian has just played the move bishop d8, like it's, definitely was part of the plan.
Yeah, they have some very deep maneuvers here today.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not sure what the point is.
I can say me neither. I thought that if White starts playing knight a4, you wanted to play b6, but that looks a bit clumsy with the bishop on e8. I'm a bit puzzled here, but you think his idea is that he wants to put the knight back to e7 at some times? But that looks a bit strange
Well,
to me.
also, black probably shouldn't make any pawn moves here, as he has his structure is solid and aimed at limiting the bishops. So.
Or could it simply be that Aronian is just actually, well, let's say bishop e1.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to put his bishop on a5 and say it stands quite nice there.
Yeah.
And
it's a bit more active
if you push
than on e7.
a3 and b4, well, you're going to weaken the c4 square. So I'm just going to have a bishop, sort of almost floating around on a4. And, I might take on c3 at some point, but probably not. But basically, it's going to be very difficult for you to make any kind of maneuvers here.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even myself at some point would play the move, let's say rook b8 and b4. I think it could be a very original Aronian twist, just putting the bishop on a5. But it
and I think
strange.
also after bishop a5, you could play rook c7 followed by rook ac8, and sometimes you'll play knight c4 because the pressure on c3 becomes quite substantial.
I have never seen, putting the bishop there, but it has some kind of logical feel to it, doesn't it?
Well, I think in some lines in the opening you do that, but it's more like a Sveshnikov maneuver. I think you take the bishop from f6, you put it to d8, and then to b6.
In a stone wall you will take the bishop out, but here actually the bishop is on the right color, not the wrong one.
Mm-hmm. But, I think simply bishop on a5 exerts some sort of pressure on the queen's side of white.
Normally, when putting, if you look at all these pieces, right, they are, I think, all quite directed towards the queen's side. I mean, you would be afraid of something happening in the center, like a e4 break, but I think there is enough pressure on this pawn. For a start, you can just take it. But, let's say if I was about to play bishop e3 next, I think things could get quite good for white, but probably Aronian knows what he's doing.
No,
and there is no
you have to
risk
start with bishop e1, and that's already already going in the wrong direction.
But then bishop a5 is even preventing e4 because then you can take on c3. So no, this is a nice. I think it's a bit funny, but quite a nice concept.
It's a nice concept. Yes, I agree with that.
To start talking about anybody being better or worse in this position,
not in this position. I think
is already way too early. But I think it's a nice move, I would say. So
we could turn our attention to Andreikin and Mamedyarov for a bit, as they have finally made a couple of moves in this very, in a very complicated.
I think we were here, right?
That's right.
Time.
Mm-hmm.
And now bishop b2, rook fd8 has happened. Maybe we are still following the game. Kramnik against Anand.
That can't be ruled out. Yes, I should check that one.
That sounds almost likely to me, I would say.
Yes, I think bishop b2, rook fd8 was still this Kramnik Anand in Zurich in 2013.
Okay.
That's how the players played.
And that game continued.
Knight fd4.
Rook c8, c5.
c5, correct.
And how did Anand defend here?
Well, he took on d4 and played bishop c6.
Okay, something like takes, and you can't take with the knight because of the pawn on c5 hanging. Mm-hmm. So he took with the bishop, and after bishop c6, I would think that black has solved most of his opening problems, right? And
something like that, I think.
White always looks slightly better here, but to break down the black position seems awfully
very
tough.
Very difficult, yes.
So I guess Mamedyarov is quite happy here, and wow, he's used less than 4 minutes actually.
He's used less than 4, while Andreikin has used almost 50 minutes of his time.
Yeah. So again, it's clear that this is straight from Mamedyarov's preparation, and I would really think that this is the first time that Mamedyarov has played this line with c5 castling knight c6, and Mamedyarov seems actually quite well prepared for this tournament, I would say. Especially with black, he's played some new openings and such. And if he hadn't had this very rocky start, things could maybe have gone much better for him in this tournament.
Exactly. Half out of 3 in the 3 first rounds. That was tough.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Kramnik Anand, where Vichy has chosen where to put his queen.
Yeah, but remember bishop e3 happened, and now Vichy has indeed gone to h5, and he's threatening straight away to play knight g4. So unless we've missed something very simple, we think that now f3 is going to be Kramnik's move, and well, Anand will have to find a way to sort of justify having this weak pawn on c4.
Well, Queen h5 is committal to an extent, I would say.
Yeah,
As,
now comes f3.
It really leaves c4 unprotected, and it goes in the direction of attacking white. But what is his idea next? He might play c3, maybe. Maybe this is his idea. c3 followed by Queen a5.
So you're saying
like
c3 takes, and now Queen a5.
And just claiming
attacking
that
these two.
Yeah, but you have Queen b3 though.
Queen b3. It is an extra pawn for white. It's maybe not a beautiful extra pawn, but it is an extra pawn, right?
No, but I've seen something similar.
You've seen worse.
Yeah, I've seen worse. Let's see now, bishop a6, and how are you going to proceed as white?
Yeah, this could go.
This looks this looks active at least.
Yeah.
And now rook c8 or rook b8 could be.
No, right, rook b8, and let's say an ending like this. So takes, bishop e2, rook f2. This could not be slightly better for white. Probably not. But
this could be maybe
there's a knight coming to d5. It's not too bad. But I think Kramnik is still more or less in book, we can see, right? Kramnik has spent like 13 minutes, while Vichy has spent 40 minutes. So.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's clear who's who's maybe slightly better prepared here.
I would say so for sure, but even so, you think Vichy is considering something more aggressive? I mean,
well, I'm not sure there's anything more aggressive.
Like bishop b7 or maybe e5, but I mean a bishop ending up on h3.
It's not exactly mate.
No, exactly. I don't really see it. Maybe you can argue that after e5 you want to push e4 next, and you want to do some exchanges and sort of make the white position, the king's position a bit more airy in a way, but somehow.
No, but you are sacrificing a pawn. Yeah. I don't know. I would be.
I think. Well, Kramnik has managed to get Vichy a bit out of. Well, so far everything has felt extremely safe for Vichy in this tournament, but now he actually has to make some good moves and make some committal decisions. That's gonna be quite interesting to see how he handles this.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, he might also be thinking about knight d5, maybe followed by c3, something like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Right now he has a very serious problem with c4 that he has that he has to solve immediately. It's quite interesting which.
It could be slightly better for Kramnik in either case, I would say. But let's see. Well, again, I mean, nothing too worrying for Vichy, I would say, but still, of course, it's unpleasant when the opponent is obviously in preparation and you are spending your time, and also, the tournament situation in mind. I think a draw would be very, very nice for Anand. So somehow maybe there's a bit of discomfort for him right now, but still, I think nothing too worrying.
Yeah, I think it's clear that the tension is bigger than it was,
of course, yes.
in the first game, for instance, of those players.
No, let's see.
According to our schedule, we now have a short break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. See you then.
Vladimir Kramnik was born in Tuapse into a family of painters. His father taught him to play chess. Vladimir quickly made the grade and then became a candidate master, his city's champion among adults. When Kramnik was 11, he came under the influence of Botvinnik, who praised the young talent and invited him to his chess school. Kramnik progressed rapidly, won under 16 and under 18 world junior crowns, and in 1991 became an international grandmaster. His first major success came at the Olympiad in Manila in 1992, when the young grandmaster scored 8.5 points out of 9. Since then, Kramnik has been a permanent member of Russia's national team. He played his part in the team's victories at the 1992, 1994 and 1996 Olympiads. And by 1993, Vladimir was already a candidate for the chess crown. In 1995, Garry Kasparov invited Kramnik to help him in his World Championship match against Vichy Anand. This was a great experience for Kramnik, and he profited from it when he beat Kasparov in 2000 in London and became the 14th world chess champion. Vladimir Kramnik held the title from 2000 until 2007. He played World Championship matches with Peter Leko in Brissago in 2004, the score 7-7. In 2006, in Elista, he beat Veselin Topalov with a scoreline of 8.5 to 7.5. In 2007, Kramnik shared second place at the Mexico tournament, where Anand became champion. In 2008, they played a match, which Vladimir lost 4.5 to 6.5. In 2013, Kramnik shared honours at the candidates tournament with Carlsen, but the tiebreak left him in the second place. During his outstanding career, Vladimir Kramnik has won more than 50 tournaments, and he holds a special and distinguished record. He has won the Dortmund Super Tournament 11 times. In 2013 in Tromsø, Kramnik climbed his last unexplored peak. He won the World Cup and proved his strength in a knockout competition. Like most of the outstanding grandmasters, Kramnik has a universal game style. Experts point to his stunning opening game, unique gift for positional play, and exceptional professionalism. Like many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneers' Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomarev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2013 in Stavanger, where he headed the likes of Carlsen, Aronian and Anand. Karjakin is not only strong in classical chess, he is also in his element in rapid chess. He was rapid world champion in 2012 and won the World Cup in this discipline in 2010. Karjakin's hallmark is all-round strength. He is equally good in calm positional games as in wild tactical flights.
Welcome back to the 11th round of the World Candidates. So far we have quite a slow start today, don't you think, Peter?
Yes, you can say that, I think, correctly.
Yeah, as compared to the previous rounds, where around this point already players would be playing extremely aggressively, I would say.
Yeah.
Today we have maybe they are getting a little bit tired. Or maybe we are.
No, I think they are still sticking to their tactics, and a lot of players are trying to win their games today, but
in a slightly different manner, you could say.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, we have this probably main game today, where Vichy has just played c3. And this is definitely the most concrete way for Black to try to solve his problems.
Yeah, he played the move c3. Simply, he's agreed to that the c4 pawn cannot be rescued immediately. So he's just given it away. c3, and Kramnik has taken it.
Now the point should be to play queen a5.
Yeah, this looks...
There is not much else. It is useful for black to provoke the queen to come to b3 so that later he can attack it with a rook, I guess.
But, well, we were discussing the move queen to b3, but there could also be other moves like, let's say, queen to c1, or maybe even the queen could go to somewhere like d6 as well, I think.
But that feels rather unstable.
But let's say something like queen c1, let's say bishop a6, c4, rook f to c8. Probably black can just start piling up on this weak pawn on c4. Well, it can go to c5, but maybe then knight d5 or knight d7 will create enough counterplay. Also, well, if you go c5, there's a pawn on e2 hanging. So maybe actually here white could be running out of steam in some sense.
Yeah, black is not too far
Let's
away
see.
from...
The queen has gone to
queen
a5 at least. This is...
The engine at the moment is showing 0.24, but that hardly means anything.
No.
White is a pawn up, and well, obviously he's very slightly better, but...
well, I think... Well, black has definite compensation for the pawn. I think actually what Kramnik is looking for, is there a way I can give back the pawn, but still keep some kind of positional pressure? Because I think, well, just clinging onto the pawn, this is not going to work very well for Kramnik. But I think we debated something like queen b3, bishop a6, and then resigning ourselves to the pawn being lost, but playing, let's say, queen b4, hoping that after takes, bishop takes e2, rook f2. Well, the queenside majority could mean that white is slightly better. I don't think it's a lot or maybe nothing at all, but I don't think Kramnik really thinks that he can just keep his extra material. I think he's looking for some way to, well, stabilize and keeping, well, a bit of an edge in some ending.
That sounds right, but of course this ending you have just mentioned, it doesn't seem like like a lot for white at all.
Not really, and I would even say that after queen a5, queen b3, bishop a6, queen b4, there could even be moves like, for instance, queen e5, attacking the bishop here on e3, and also indirectly attacking the pawn on e2 pawn. So, no, I mean, right now, I will say I quite like Anand's decision of defending like this and the way he's done it. And I think that Anand is on the way to actually, well, making a comfortable draw in this situation. Well, Kramnik is going to think hard and try to find some advantage, but I don't really see it. I don't know about you.
No, not really. I like this c3 solution, you could say, that at least it gets rid of the very weak pawn and black gets counterplay immediately. That I really like. There is a new tweet from Mark Watts. Do you think Anand has had an advantage in candidates because he didn't have to play tough tournaments to qualify? Well, he had to play a very
tough match, yeah.
Yes.
So
probably not.
Well, I think that he is, preparation-wise, I think he is living off his preparation from the World Championship match, while the other players had to have some, well, quite long and hard training camps. But it is actually a not very fair argument, because when they had their training camps, they had seen Anand's preparation for the World Championship match. Of course, not the details, but they knew he was going to play the Slav and that he seemed to play some e4 and such. So, I mean, Anand's preparation was, after all, aimed specifically on Carlsen. And then, of course, there is some, well, you could say spin-off effects that can be used later in that sense. But to say that sort of Anand had a huge advantage for having to play a World Championship match instead of, for
World Cup.
Yeah, but for instance, I think World Cup is easier. And also, well, Kramnik and Aronian, they actually didn't have to win anything to qualify. They actually just had to participate. So, I mean, to say that, Anand had any advantage there, I think that would not be fair.
No, I think the interesting thing was the way the players chose to prepare for this candidates tournament, which was obviously, well, the main event for them this year.
True.
And let's say Kramnik chose not to play anything for the last 3 months, and so did Svidler, and so did Andreikin, while Vichy and Aronian and Karjakin, to a lesser extent, they played. And, well, Aronian played really a lot. Vichy played quite some games, even this year. That was maybe a difference.
And
But
what you are saying maybe is that you think that, well, Kramnik came well prepared in the opening, but he lacked practical training.
skills, yes. Well, we were talking about this form in the beginning of the tournament, and we were wondering how it will work out for the players. But now already, well, it is the stage in the tournament when it's possible to draw some conclusions, and it really seems that well, those who chose not to play anything, they had some practical problems.
Yeah. I think you have some point there, and somehow, well, maybe simply playing tournaments is a great way to practice, actually.
Well, maybe, or even, simply tournament games, they cannot be simulated at home. It's a different kind of tension and a different kind of chess. Mm-hmm. But let's go to Svidler Aronian. Svidler has reacted in some way to Aronian's original bishop d8.
Yeah, after bishop d8, he did choose to play just his own bishop back to e1, and well, the bishop a5 move that we spoke so warmly of was actually not his intention. He's played the move knight to e7, and now Svidler has played b3. After all, choosing to control the c4 square.
But it is quite a pity he didn't play bishop a5.
Yeah, I would say
this looked like really such. Now he won't play it because if he plays bishop a5 here, then after knight takes d5, he loses a pawn.
Exactly. Right? Now there is this intermediate check. So after b3,
knight e7.
You think his idea is just to double in the c line now?
It looks most of all to me that his idea is just some kind of waiting game. Mm-hmm. As for white to try to press on here, this will involve making his position more vulnerable. And then, of course, depending on that, Aronian will put his pieces accordingly.
So what you are saying is maybe that white's more or less only plan is playing e4. But let's say e4? Okay, I should make some kind of move with black.
Well, let's say
a6 just for,
yes.
Well, just to make a random move.
Mm-hmm.
e4 takes. Now actually you have an ideal setup to combat it. The knight can jump to d5, and we could even go bishop b6 aiming at this pawn. Black is very solid and quite fine here.
Mm-hmm.
So black's position is, well, you would say mostly prophylactics against the pawn push e4.
Yeah.
And we're just going to wait a bit here.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Aronian really thinks that Svidler will do his best to win this game, and then he will get enough chances later.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for instance, if Aronian wants to be a little bit aggressive here, he could think about something like a5. But to me it looks almost scary.
But I
from
thought
the black
both
side.
a5 or a6, let's say a5, wouldn't white start playing knight a4, and somehow your position becomes a bit weak on the queen side?
Yeah, I don't like this move either. I think that a5 is just giving white extra.
Well, I would say maybe
points.
He would play something like rook c7 and just take the next rook there and join.
Mm-hmm.
I still think a move like knight a4 at times would be possible, but then at least you can start swapping off rooks.
Mm-hmm.
And I sincerely doubt white have any big hopes for sort of a serious advantage or even a minimal advantage in this position.
Well, I still like this idea of playing f3 followed by bishop f2 at times, and then you will have to swap rooks on c line after knight a4.
But I thought rook c7 is actually sort of discouraging that a lot, because now, unless you want to push e4 here, you can't really go bishop f2. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can push e4.
No, but let's say if after rook c7 I react with knight a4.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But if I go rook c8,
mm-hmm.
I mean knight c5, queen e8, you could be shooting in sort of thin air.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you could play, I would say,
queen b2.
And
mm-hmm.
if b6, you might consider jumping to a6, but...
Or knight d3 simply. But it is very little.
It's not a lot, but
yes.
Yeah.
Well, the computer evaluation is 0.15, and that probably reflects what we think of the position as well.
But still, when we sort of play out a few lines, it does end up moderately pleasant for white now and then. So maybe actually Aronian still has to find a couple of good moves to equalize.
We have an interesting question, Peter. Abul Al-Mari is writing, I hear you two saying this phrase solid position probably a lot. What parameters define this position? Well, if you look at this Svidler Aronian, that is a classical, very solid position. It's normally the pawn structure, which is...
hard to break down in any sense, right? I mean, well, basically, I would say black's solidity consists of this pawn mass, and somehow this, white cannot break through, really. He has to play e4, but as we described, after something like e4, you can take it and block the d5 square. So, I mean, solidity, it's a solid position is something that's healthy and cannot easily be broken down, or also even can't, sort of the aggressive player cannot change the structure of the position.
Yeah, and that generally has something to do primarily with the pawn structure of the position. It means that there are no obvious pawn weaknesses.
Well, let's make the black move f5. Then, okay, you can argue it's still solid, but there would be a knife coming to e5, and you somehow has broken your structure.
Yeah, and also if you add something like g5 next move, then black's position becomes
much worse.
Less solid.
So something it's without weaknesses and without the aggressive player being able to sort of change the structure or to break down your structure in a direct way.
Yeah, something like that.
But still, it is just words. I mean, there will always be some very concrete reasoning behind it, I would say.
Well, as commentators, we have to use words.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing else to do.
Okay.
Let's have a look at Topalov Karjakin, where Topalov has made, a very nice move, I think.
Yeah. You think so? Yes.
Yeah, I think this queen h1.
Knight e1, queen c5, queen h1 has happened. Well, what you like is that, if I can do arrows, he's taken his queen from d1 to d4 to h1.
Yeah, he has completed a perfect square.
That's true, yes.
Just,
But, this is... it's aiming at exchanges. He did play the move knight e1 we spoke about, and we said that should he choose to take on g2, that actually seems inaccurate, because,
Yeah, Anit Giri has just tweeted that Topalov Karjakin 28 Queen H1 is the first line of the computer, showing that these days computers got it all, even a sense of humor. Yeah, we can't agree more.
No, it's hard. It is... I don't know why it feels funny, but probably, it does, right? I mean, it's...
because you put your strongest piece, really your strongest piece on H1, and it's still a good move, so that's probably just a paradox.
When you look at it here, you were not surprised if you try to reverse it and put it back somewhere, right? But I think we had this, every year in Baden-Baden, who is, that's the strongest chess team in Germany, at least the one that wins all the championships. And there we have a so-called team simul, where, everybody from the team is playing a simul against everybody who would like to play against us. And it's not like one player plays against a specific opponent. No, we all go around and we make a move, and then the next player from the team comes and makes a move. And there you will at times see some aggressive player would put a piece forward, and then next will come a defensive player and put it back again. And maybe the same could happen with the queen on h1, that someone would try to get it back to the center, and another one thinks h1 is the right square. But a bit more seriously, knight e1. As we said, bishop g2, knight g2 would help the knight go in this direction to the d5 square. So he didn't take. He played knight c5, and I think queen h1. Apart from being sort of a bit funny, I also like it, because I think exchanging queens here is moderately pleasant for white.
And mainly for the same reason as after bishop g2, queen g2.
I think you would even you might take with a knight to get it in this route. But, let's just do it like this, and I'm going to be helpful and take here, and knight takes. And simply this idea of putting the knight to d5 is going to give white a pleasant position, because if you want to keep the knight away with e6, you're weakening this pawn. And even a break like b5, knight f4, let's say takes, rook takes, hasn't made black's position.
Well, it hasn't solved all the problems.
No, next we could even start going rook c1, and, we're putting pressure on this knight. So, I would say that despite I very much agree with Geary, this is it's great fun. We should praise Topalov for that. I think he's both playing funny and strong moves, and I think also that is Geary's point, that it's actually, well, chess is a nice game, that you can still have some very creative moments, and they actually also contain a lot of quality.
Yeah, that's right. Queen h1 is a good move, no doubt. And now, okay, Karjakin has played rook c8. He doesn't want to help white with his plans.
Okay. But what do you think would happen now? You think should he take on b7?
Well, that feels almost a pity to waste some time with that, as ideally I would like black today to do it.
What about this move? I mean, I want you to take on d2 so I can win a bit of time. And well, this is also a route to the d5
of course,
square,
but
right?
you're not afraid of knight takes d3.
That depends on specific tactics. So, okay, I will take back with the rook. And you're saying now you'll exchange everything and play b5.
That would be definitely what I want to do.
So takes, and b5.
I think you have a problem here.
At
already.
first sight, I think I have to agree with you.
Maybe after knight d3, the really interesting move is e takes on d3. Although it is a strange move.
E takes d3, really? And your idea is that now...
Well, I want to strengthen, yes.
It's a threat here, and he's actually having some
he
strategy.
will still play b5, so I'm not sure that this is so fantastic for white
now
either.
b5, it's not clear what you're doing, but it's very also not clear what I'm doing, I would say. But maybe here you have a tactical problem, and if you take with the queen, maybe I can take on b5. I'm going to get a rook to c8 with some pressure, I would say.
But my point would be, as black, just to exchange on g2 twice and then to play b5 instead.
You're saying like
something like that.
Take back, exchange queens and play b5.
And is that position really better for white? That's hard to say, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but something like that he could be thinking about.
Maybe you can you take on b5 and try to play a4 with a
or just start with a4, something like that.
I mean, it seems like Karjakin is getting close, but white is still a bit better here.
Yeah.
But knight d3, I doubt this is what Topalov is aiming for.
No, somehow it also... Well, it feels weird going a completely different way, and also along the way allowing the exchange of the knights.
Well, when you says it feels weird going that way, why not go this way then to b4? I mean, that's also possible.
Maybe b5.
Yeah, this will always have to be evaluated.
b5 is of course the main,
it's an
main argument
interesting position. Okay, we got a computer evaluation there.
That's
saying that black is perfectly healthy and fine here. So let's see here. But I think
let's keep an eye
that's
on
going to
this.
be a long positional struggle, most likely.
Let's have a look at Andreikin Mamedyarov, as we have a little bit forsaken this game, but things have been happening here.
I think we left you in this position after bishop d2, rook f d8. And knight f d4 happened, rook c8. Still exactly like we mentioned the game Kramnik Anand from last year. But there Kramnik played the move c5. So now Andreikin has played knight b5, which, well, indeed it looks very logical, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's sort of, at least it's aiming a bit at jumping to d6, but apparently that's not what he really wanted, because b6 was played, and it seems like, well, what's wrong with knight d6 here? I guess you will just take it.
I think you will take it, and you will probably try to block, make sure that c5, you're not in time to play c5, something like knight e7, knight e7, I'm not sure, but yeah, maybe even like this. Although maybe I'm in trouble after bishop takes f6 and rook d1.
That you could actually
that
almost
I might
be losing a piece, yes.
Maybe then after knight d6, his point was not to take, just to play rook c7.
You think he would just play like this and say that actually white is running a bit out of steam? It's a bit difficult seeing the next move for black here, though. Maybe it's knight b4. Maybe it is simply a5 like in the game. But well, let's see what has happened. He played rook ac1.
It's hard to
I would
criticize.
think that the idea is at times to push forward with c5.
Yeah, Yeah.
And now Mamedyarov has replied with a5, which is, I think, well, that makes the position very interesting, because both players after a5, a4 are stuck with some weaknesses, right? I mean, the white pawn on a4 is a very definite weakness, and this knight at times will jump to b4, and the bishop starts eyeing this pawn on a4. But at the same time, the pawn on b6 is also very weak.
And the knight is extremely comfortable on b5.
As well. So this is, this is a very interesting move with, quite some ambition, but also with quite some
But
risk.
actually, I like white more, as I don't really see a way for black to... he played bishop e8.
e8 and rook takes d8.
And what about after rook takes... Okay, now he's thinking whether to play bishop takes or rook takes, I guess.
I thought he was going to take
bishop,
with the knight.
No, not bishop takes. Knight takes or rook takes. That's
Yeah.
what I meant, yes.
But, we also see in the clocks that, Mamedyarov has almost an hour more, but probably now he's out of his preparation. But
Yeah.
how is this position? Well,
Let's have a look at
can you
this.
play a move like bishop d4, simply taking this pawn? How are you defending against that?
Well, what about knight d7?
You simply have a very solid setup like this, and maybe now I'm not getting any further, right?
Well, if I just manage to put my knight on c5, things are great.
What about, can I be tactical here?
That's a nice move. If it works.
If it works. Well, if you take with the pawn, I would think I can take this pawn, and I'm going to be considerably better. So I would really think you have to take with the bishop, right?
Yeah, but there is a problem with this one. Knight d6,
Knight d6. Oops. You can't take it, as the rook on c8 would be falling. So, maybe here you even have more decisively. You can play and then play knight d6, right?
Yeah, you can either...
But maybe in this position you can take on b5. This is getting a bit complicated for
I
me.
think knight d6 immediately.
You can take on d8 and you win a piece, I think, right? So, so what happens after c5? Actually, here white could have a considerable advantage, I would say.
c5 is nice. I think so. Suddenly, that could mean that a5 was worse for black than it was for white.
Yeah, or maybe bishop e8 is inexact.
But let's say, what about rook takes d8? We just discussed knight takes d8.
Yeah.
Is rook d8 in some way better? As now there will be it will be impossible for white to use the d6 square so much.
And if I now push c5, you will take it, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so. And a5 is protected, which is extremely important in this position.
And something like this, couldn't that still be pleasant for white? Somehow it seems to me that your a5 pawn could be a bit weaker than my pawn on a4. It's probably very drawish.
Well,
maybe it's nothing at all.
It looks like not that much.
You can take and give a check on d1.
Yeah, exactly. Or rook d2, for instance.
Even rook d2, attacking these two.
And after bishop takes f6, you can...
But also rook d1 check. Is legal. Maybe actually this is exactly how he has to defend it. He has to take back with the rook.
Knight takes d8 seems to be problematic
because
after
c5.
But rook takes d8 is...
Well, knight d8, I liked it in the sense that it looks like it's protecting this square, and we have knight d7 reinforcing that square. But if tactically c5 is strong, then taking with the rook to create some counterplay sounds good. Yep. It seems like we have a few moves in Karjakin Topalov. Should we briefly look at that before we go back to
Let's do that.
Anand? Okay, queen h1, rook fc8, and indeed Topalov did not go for any of the sort of
knight d3 stuff.
Yeah, exciting knight moves. He took on b7, and queen takes b7 has happened. And probably all the effort of the white queen was actually just to exchange them, I would think, right?
Yeah, it feels a bit of a waste, I have to admit.
But take on b7, and...
okay, he will take... Yeah, he just took with a queen.
And rook takes.
How about this position? Can he still play knight d3 here?
But why are you better here? Well, I would also think, why are you worse? But
no, I don't think white is worse at all.
just wants to sort of say, okay. I mean, I'm -2 in this tournament, and well, when I make a draw, nothing seriously has changed. I thought normally he will always try and come back.
I think he's still slightly better.
But you're saying knight d3, and you think he might push a bit in this position. But it is true. The knight is actually coming to d5. Even if you play a5, I can just jump to f4.
Oh, this could be very nice, but I'm more worried about knight takes d3, of course. And I think, well, you probably have to take with an e-pawn, which is a bit...
yeah.
It's a bit strange, I think, somehow.
You're saying if you take with a rook, you're gonna go b5.
b5, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, this should be fine.
Yeah, this should be fine. Probably black is almost okay.
Or maybe Topalov will just play king g2 and claim that, well, he has some kind of...
Yeah.
Just very slight...
nothing is... Well, of course, nothing is wrong with Topalov's position, but a serious edge, I will say, I doubt. It looks like it's heading towards sort of equality. And
more than anything else, yes. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at Kramnik Anand.
Yes. Okay, we saw queen a5, and actually Kramnik did decide to hang on to his extra pawn.
With queen c1.
He played queen c1, bishop a6, attacking the pawn on e2, c4 happened, and then rook a c8. And basically Anand is just a clean pawn down, but he's sort of claiming that the bishop is attacking the c-pawn, so is the rook. And there is very little white can do from black just trying to
And it doesn't surprise you that he put his a rook on c8, not the f rook. I thought it's nice to have the...
Yeah, I think it doesn't...
The a7
I think he's gonna...
under control.
Like
Maybe it
this.
Doesn't matter.
No, I think after a6... You're saying bishop a7.
No, I'm not saying that you will...
Probably take
of course. Here
you
have this one, but...
Well, I think I'm going to play... Well, let's say you can't play c5 because the pawn on e2 is hanging. So let's say something like rook f2. Well, I could even start considering moves like knight d5, but also something like rook c7, defending this pawn and getting ready for rook fc8. I think black will get his material back, and well, I think this game is very much heading towards a solid draw for Anand.
You think so?
That's my clear impression. Yes, I think that.
You think simply what Kramnik has here is much too little to put any real pressure?
I mean, I would really think so. I don't see how is he gonna sort of develop his initiative from here. No, that's. I think. Well, there could even also be moves like, let's say, queen a4 next and attacking this pawn. I think simply keeping the extra material for Kramnik is gonna be very tough. And
Okay.
no, I think this is. Well, I think it is sufficient compensation for the pawn, and the game is heading towards a draw. That's that's what I think.
Okay, sure. I probably agree with you. Let's see how the players will do it, but it looks like Vishy has stabilized his position, and well, at least it's very clear for him what to do next.
Yeah.
His plan is clear, while Kramnik has to come up with something very special, and it's not clear that even if it exists.
No, I think Kramnik will just have to maybe put a rook on d1 and the queen to b2. And then at some point Vishy will regain the pawn at c4, and Kramnik will have to be slightly better in some of the proceedings happening from there. But
okay.
I think that black should be able to defend and sort of shut down for a draw, I would say. So.
Should we have a look at Svidler Aronian now?
Yes, let's do that, because something has happened there.
Well, at least one piece has crossed the equator.
Yeah.
And that's probably as exciting as it gets there.
Even this was a line we discussed, right? b3. Well, he didn't put the rook on c7. He put it on c6. And, well, with hindsight, that looks more logical, because at least it also keeps the bishop active in this diagonal. And indeed, Svidler went knight a4, rook ac8, knight c5, and queen back to e8. And so Svidler got a bit of initiative, and he's following it up with queen to b2. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly the line that we were talking about just some time ago.
Is Svidler slightly better? Is this just a very drawish position? Well, both maybe. But
Yeah. It's probably a bit nicer to be white here.
yeah.
He's the one who has at least
Well,
some kind of an
what we
ideas.
discussed was after b6. You said even jumping just to d3.
That's what I thought.
And, well, you still have a pair of bishops, and let's say we start exchanging everything here. It could be moderately more pleasant for white, and what we don't like is having played the move b6, because that is creating a bit of weaknesses here. Let's say a bishop on f1. I mean, it doesn't look like a lot indeed, and I'm sure black can defend by optimal play. But it could be something that's nice to play.
And what do you think about this endgame? Let's say if I play queen c6 here now, in this position.
I think nothing has changed. It's probably, let's say bishop f1, and you take, and we take. It could be slightly.
White is the one playing for a win in an endgame like that.
It's very likely a draw, but it makes sense playing on. And you could also say after queen c6, I could put my queen away somewhere, and then maybe I will play knight b4 next and annoy you a bit. But
something like that.
Most likely not gonna convert it into something, but it's, if anything, it's slightly better for white.
Yeah, that seems to be likely.
But I think Aronian is pretty confident, and this is a completely healthy position. But
which it is, obviously.
for sure, yes. But one also have to, I mean, Aronian, just to sum up the tournament situation, Aronian is a full point behind Anand, and he actually needs to overtake him. So in 4 rounds, he needs to make 1.5 points more than Anand to become Carlsen's challenger. But he's not treating every game like a must-win situation, I would say.
No, but I like the way Aronian is doing it in terms of, well, he continues to just play according to the position, and of course, well, he might have to take some even slightly unreasonable risks in the last couple of games.
Yeah.
And should the situation demand it, probably he will do it. But right now he understands that another loss would be very, very bad.
Yes, and maybe also he wants to at least keep the distance to Vichy, so that he doesn't sort of gets bigger in the sense that at least if he can get it down to, let's say, well, I mean, just a matter of making, well, let's say he cuts the difference to 0.5 point. So, well, then at least it keeps some pressure on Vichy. And, well, Vichy will also meet some ambitious opponents at times, right? So, I mean, well, probably the tournament situation is very favorable for Vichy, and there's no obvious good strategy for Aronian. But I think what he's doing makes perfect sense. I mean, you could also play something extremely risky, but well, he tried very hard against Mamedyarov, and it actually reversed the situation. So I think right now, I mean, could he have gotten a draw in that game, his situation would look much better, I think. So, but I think there he did also what he should. Mamedyarov just played a brilliant game, basically.
That's right.
But yeah, not much is happening here. But I still don't see how Aronian will completely equalize here.
No, this could take really a long while.
Is a bishop b6 a move? If you want to play something that's threatening on c5, but doesn't create any weaknesses.
But is taking on c5 such a threat?
Doesn't it win a pawn?
Maybe it is.
Yeah. Well, you can just play a move like bishop b4, of course,
exactly.
and maybe I haven't improved my position at all. Actually, probably I've made it more clumsy. So that no, maybe there is a bit of pressure in this position actually, and Aronian might have to suffer a bit here, and well, also Svidler has every reason to be ambitious.
Well, at least his mood must have improved after yesterday, where he looked. Well, it looked like he was already getting into serious trouble against Kramnik with black. But, well, before Kramnik blundered. But
also, Svidler's tournament situation is the following. He's on 50%, so he's 1.5 points behind Anand. But he's actually playing Anand in the last round. And as long as he's only 1 point behind Anand, it will, in principle, be enough for him to win that game. Of course, he is black against Anand, and that's a very, very difficult task. But I think, well, with the huge lead which he had, anyone who can just get into within one, good result, I think that must be Svidler's game plan, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. I think, of course, if he manages to catch up 0.5 point at some point and go, well, go into this last round with the possibility of catching up and winning the tournament. That would already be fantastic for him.
Well, of course, winning with black is extremely difficult, but at least you'll have to try, right? And
but isn't it what he did last year?
He did it, sure. That's so. Yeah, he won
round.
Carlsen with black. So, okay, well, then we are jumping a bit ahead of ourselves, but I think that must be Svidler's strategy.
I really think that also the tournament situation is very much on the players' minds. Maybe not every second of the game, but well, at least they are keeping it in mind, and some of their decisions will be very heavily influenced by the tournament situation.
For sure. Yes.
So, which game would you like to?
Well, I think the only game we have a moderate update in is Andreikin against Mamedyarov.
Right. Yes.
So it would be logical to go there.
Okay, Mamedyarov took on d8
with the rook as we advocated, and then we thought
just as he had to.
It's very hard to make any progress, and I think Andreikin thought the same. So he made the useful move h3, which means sort of at the for instance, we were discussing a line before with c5, takes. But in these lines, at times the check on d1 with the rook was quite annoying. So h3, I think it's moderately improving the position. There could be a moment where you even want to push d4, but I think basically it is just about creating a bit of space for the king, and basically, well, you are awaiting a black move, and there is not that many obvious black moves actually.
No, it's true that now c5 could already be becoming a moderate threat, or at least something that white should definitely seriously think about. Well, let's say, what about rook c8, and going back to the idea of blocking this pawn, as this is the only worry in the black's
position. You want to play knight d7, and knight d7 straight away is not possible because of, well, the knight would be hanging here.
Yes, that's right.
Rook c8, it's a bit illogical that you go away from the open D line, but maybe here actually the defining things in the position is these pawns, and white pushing c5 is maybe very much what the battle is about, and somehow
I think so.
Try to preempt that.
That's more or less the only reasonable idea for white.
Yeah,
and that's what Mamedyarov has to be thinking about.
I like it, and I think black should be fine here, but nothing more than that.
No, I don't think he is better in any way, and I think, this is really quiet now. I think that's clear. The players are slowing down to a certain extent.
So
okay, we can see that Topalov is also still thinking in this position, in this English endgame.
So also, if you have some questions, so please feel free to tweet us the questions, and we'll try and answer them as well as possible here. Yeah, this is, I think, maybe the first day when we see some really slow period. I mean, normally it has always been quite some action. It's actually a bit strange, because at this point in tournament I thought it's more or less, becoming the last moment for the players to try and catch on. Maybe that's too early to say, though.
No, but it's 11th round. They are also, I think simply the tiredness has accumulated already, even though, of course, the players have this one free day each 3 rounds. But that's not a lot. I think that's barely enough to get enough sleep and get ready for the next games.
Yeah, and maybe also some of them has been involved in quite some emotional roller coasters.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, all of them. As losing 2 games in such a short distance, it's already.
Well, you can argue that Anand has not been involved in any emotions, but that's not true, because he's suddenly, he's in the clear lead, and he's close at a, I would say, remarkable comeback and such.
No, but you cannot argue that this is not emotional.
No, not
leading
at all.
In a tournament like that.
On the contrary. So,
this is also, this puts you under pressure.
It's also a rather long tournament, right? Normally we will play 9 rounds, maybe 11 and even, I can say 13, for instance. But here it's 14 rounds. I mean,
But I think I've heard a lot of players saying that when you go to Vaikensee and play those 13 rounds, and there are 2 or 3 free days, you feel after that the whole year. You feel that anything else is just really, really easy.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
So I think.
But this is a candidates tournament. But try and remember back to Curacao, right? I think that was it 28 rounds even. I mean, it feels unimaginable by modern standards.
But then I think the chess lovers, they complained a bit less about short draws in those times.
Well, they would not see it live. They would get it in their newspaper the next day.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
But I think even, I'm in that age. The first World Championship matches I followed, Kasparov, I would go and buy the newspaper the next day to get simply the game scores. And I think once at a chess training camp, one coach had some good connections in Russia, so they would telefax us one of the important final match games, and that's how it worked at that time. But luckily, we have now we can follow things live, and although exactly now maybe not too much is happening, it is fantastic for chess.
Oh, it is also fantastic to actually watch the players think and watch how the tension is for them.
Mm-hmm.
So this atmosphere is, of course, incomparable to anything else.
Yeah, but just for instance, imagine that the marathon match Kasparov-Karpov would have been covered live on internet, right? I mean, quite often we would see a Queen's Gambit declined, and there would be one new move, and then the opponent will find the right solution. They would agree a draw, right?
Mm-hmm,
So
that's correct.
So I think that's also was more than 40 games.
Okay, we have a new move in Topalov, Karjakin, and Topalov has gone for this knight d3. So that's an interesting development.
It's not clear if there's any kind of threat, right? But we think transferring the knight to d5
knight b4
is nice.
is quite a threat.
Okay.
As there you will have to...
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So you're saying he should take on d3 here. And then you think actually Topalov is going to take back with the pawn.
Well, let's just have a look at rook d3 once again. But I think that b5 is an issue here.
But actually, I think there's a lot of logic in taking with the pawn, that despite that you're closing sort of the d line, now there is a weakness on b6. And should you play b5, apart from that I can take it and maybe create confusion in the c line. If I don't take it, also normally, it's a threat to take on c4 in this position, but when I'm able to take back with the pawn, considerably less so, and maybe you will play king g2 next, and it's too much to think like that, but you could even argue that h7 is a weakness if you double in the h line.
I think that if you play rook h1 and rook h4, this suddenly will become much more real.
I mean, you're saying putting the king on g2, putting the rook on h4, and somehow keeping an eye on things and starting insinuating that the h7 pawn could be a weakness. No, I mean, Topalov is putting a bit of pressure here, I would say. And
but do you think black has any reasonable move except for taking on d3? Or is knight b4, a serious threat?
I mean, let's say I play something like a5 and you play knight f4. It's not going to be easy breaking down the black position, even when you're going to land on d5. But normally in such positions, you would be reasonably happy with black, saying there's nothing white can do. But here actually...
There is something.
Exactly. King g2 and rook h1 is quite terrible. But else, I mean, this position, when we spoke about being solid before, I would say here, black has a very solid structure, if it wasn't because of the h7 pawn. But that is actually a considerable weakness. And because of that, it means that maybe black cannot uphold his solid structure, which means, that is not solid at all, actually. But could we put the white pawn back to h4? I think playing king f8, a5 would actually be, very solid, sort of, to stay in that that sort of, definitions.
No, knight d3, to sum up this game, you could say that white is slightly better here, and Karjakin is not exactly in trouble, but at least he has to...
But maybe there is an interesting idea after a5, after knight f4, could I play h5 here? And the idea is knight d5, king f8. Now I've regained sort of the solidity, because there's no weakness on a7, but there's a pretty nice pawn on h5. And the point is, should you take? I think I can just take back here, and then I've also gotten rid of that. So actually, I would say a5 I like quite a lot here, and I think that should be a sound positional move.
And if I just start with king g2?
Sure. You're saying that you will postpone playing knight f4 to d5.
Well, if I'm not afraid of knight takes d3,
Yeah.
then why not? I'm not in a hurry to do anything
That
here.
is a good point. Yeah, I'm simply not sure here. I think... I would think it's not too bad for black, but it is true. There is still definite pressure in this position, and I think Karjakin will have to suffer a bit here. It seems like.
Yeah, I agree with you. Here we have... Yeah, Kramnik is still thinking in his game against Anand.
Yeah. A new move has been made in Andreikin Mamedyarov. Maybe we should look a bit at that. So h3 happened, and well, Mamedyarov seems to think that well, there's no need to go back and play rook c8 and try to stop c5. So he's played the active move knight b4 instead. And you think this allows c5? Maybe this could. I mean, c5 looks at least very logical, I would say.
Well, c5 looks extremely natural.
I mean, there is even another move, bishop d4.
That's what I also thought about. But he wants to play knight d7.
Now you can play knight d7 because there's no knight hanging on b6. So actually knight b4 is also a lot to be able to play knight d7 next, which, well, I think c5 must be a very logical reply. Okay, if we have to be concrete, so let's say bishop takes. If you take the pawn on a5 would be hanging. So takes, and if I take here, how is rook d2? Probably it's not very good because of bishop f6, g f6,
and rook
c8.
That's right.
And this one is in trouble. So right now I think c5 looks like a...
What about bishop takes b5?
Okay, that is getting complicated. I'm gonna take back.
And a4, I would guess.
Wow. And you're not afraid of, let's say, I'm not gonna queen, takes, b7?
Well, that's probably quite unlikely. I could play knight d7 maybe.
Okay.
Just trying to block it.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping something like this, but it's true that you even have moves like knight b8 or even knight b6. No, not knight b6.
Knight b8, bishop e5 axis, maybe. It is close, I agree.
Yeah. Well, else you're getting undermined, so... No.
It's very interesting, this position.
This position is complicated, and we just peeked at the computer evaluation, which says it's completely equal.
Which doesn't say much.
And explaining that is not simple.
No.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, this is going to be something for...
This they have to calculate, of course.
Very much so. But also, I mean, if we go back to knight b4, it's not like Andreikin can just sit and wait.
No,
I mean, should knight d7 happen and such, did he just make a move? No.
No, he's thinking still.
Okay.
But what about if he decides to go for a different idea? Let's say he plays bishop d4, and after knight d7, he just plays knight c7 and tries to take one bishop. And just to say that, well, okay, I have two bishops, so maybe very briefly, of course.
Okay.
As knight
Let's
will
say
come to c5.
I put a knight on c5.
Immediately.
Yeah.
And after bishop takes c5?
Okay, I take back.
Okay, this is not much, of course.
But I think your idea is, let's say, something like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about rook d1.
I mean, generally, this looks like a very strong knight on b4.
But it could be also a knight which is completely out of play.
And you have rook d1, and you get to d7 in time. Maybe actually here it ended up moderately pleasant for you.
I think it didn't end up well for black.
No. But, okay. No, this is...
Well, these are at least some of the options that
I can
Andreikin could be
understand the
thinking
players
about.
being a bit careful here, but well, we got a new move now in Aronian's game, but we can't really say it's something that changes a lot.
No, it's not a game changer in any way.
Because I was praising him for putting the rook on c6 in order to give a bit of sort of a view for this bishop, but actually he's played rook c6 to c7 now, so he's basically just gonna stand still here. And
that I think is the best strategy for black.
Yeah.
I like that from the black's perspective. It is tough, it requires a lot of patience, but if you
Very
manage
much
to
so.
do that, then
well, you
that's
could
great.
play a move like bishop b4. I'm not mistaken, there's a threat of knight takes e6 in the position. But maybe knight c6 will just expel the bishop on b4. And no. Yeah, we can't say a lot is happening in this position, actually.
No, do you think that Aronian is just going for this idea of, shuffling pieces back and forth and inviting white to do something creative?
I think basically he's making the claim that there's very, very little white can do here. I mean, maybe Svidler should grab a bit more space with a4, which can never really ruin anything. But I think after having played a4, any white pawn move is actually creating weakness in one way or the other, and it's gonna be very hard for Svidler to develop his sort of very small advantage here. I mean, I think it's clear that white, he is slightly better with the pair of bishops and so, but maybe black is just simply so solid that there is nothing to do here actually.
Believe it or not, but Vichy in Kramnik Vichy, Kramnik has taken on a7.
Okay.
I have just mentioned that this rook a8, it leaves a7 unprotected, but it was hard to believe that something is going to happen about it right now.
But maybe he thought that with quiet play, Vichy will just regain the pawn easily. But let's...
Okay, bishop c4.
So bishop c4, knight takes c4, queen a7 check. Is queen e3 his idea?
Yeah, he's a pawn up right now, so
as you
why
can
not?
see, this is legal, right? And,
queen e3 must be his plan.
Is it just gonna go queen a6 then? I think so. And let's say the knight jumps here. I think the solution for black is this move, attacking on a2 and attacking on e2. And
that's right, yes. Yeah. That's pretty drawish.
If queen d3, then I guess you will just take it, and after e d3. Is this an extra pawn for white? Did I do something wrong? Maybe. So
no, after queen d3 you did something wrong. I think here queen a7 check.
You have queen a7 check, yes.
It's and a then small move.
You take on a2 next, sure. Yeah. So most likely things are just going to be exchanged, and we're going to see a draw between, the two ex-world champions. And, maybe quite a logical result. Kramnik is on -1 and had two very tough losses in a row, and I think, he was very ambitious, but things didn't work out for him. And I think for Anand, it's just a good result with black against Kramnik, and he comes closer to his
let's have a look. Now I think the players will make some moves very quickly, as the line seems to be pretty forced.
So
queen takes a7, and after queen takes a7, queen e3 is a must.
Yes.
Otherwise, we can show this, but otherwise white is in huge trouble.
So queen e3 has been played, and we think queen a6 will be his move for sure.
Queen a6 is a very...
It's
probably the only move making a draw too.
There could be other moves as well. I think even... you have some positional compensation, and you will get a rook to c2. But queen a6 seems so silly.
Immediately.
No, he's about to take the rook, as far as I could see. Is he considering rook c5?
That looks a bit more loose, I would say.
Yeah.
Queen a6 feels like the more...
Maybe he's gonna go... the idea is to play rook to a8 next. No, queen a6 has been played. Okay.
What about knight b6 here?
What is the difference after rook c2? Isn't it just...
It is very similar, I have to agree.
Yeah. I think it's just heading to...
Yeah, it is heading to a draw.
It's attacking these pawns. So actually I think we will see a draw very shortly in the game between...
they only have made 20 moves, but it really...
you're right. They actually have
heading,
to... they have to make 10 more moves, that's true.
Exactly.
Else we will have problem. There is...
30, I think
30 moves has to be...
30 moves have to be made in a game.
Sure.
Before it can be drawn.
Was this also the case in the World Championship match? I've actually forgotten.
I don't think so, as they had some very short games.
Yeah, but they were both repetitions, actually.
Oh, that's right.
So it could be, but I thought generally in sort of these official events, they tend to say that, actually, well, there is a tournament result at stake, so we will, be a bit, allow more freedom for the players. But maybe actually, even there, they had a 30-move rule. I've forgotten. I think also when there was the match between Anand and Topalov, I think they wanted to play with the rules that there was no draws, and I think they ended up not doing it. But Topalov simply proclaimed that I'm not going to offer or accept any draws. And well, any player can just by themselves enforce these rules in your own game. So
that's true.
So actually, that's yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Svidler has just played a4 in his game, so he is trying to create something.
Yeah, but still, that's a move he can make without taking any risks.
That's
so,
right.
That move is a bit for free, but what's next is actually going to be the big problem. So,
yeah. Well, Kramnik is.
Yeah, he's
taking some time.
Yeah. So
but there's hardly anything. There's nothing preventing the rook from coming to c2.
I think this game is just gonna. Well, black is gonna win back the pawn on a2, and we have a completely drawn position.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Yeah.
But okay, it is understandable to a certain extent from Kramnik's Kramnik's tournament situation. He came here with probably huge ambitions, and for a while it seemed that he was one of the main
remember
competitors here.
He was winning against Aronian, and he would get to +2 and had an excellent tournament.
Very early in the
tournament. Then things started slipping for him, and after that I think they got very much out of control, and of course the loss to Topalov was a game changer in that sense.
Yeah, actually this is true. I think after the loss against Topalov, things became more...
it seems
much more difficult for him.
Almost like the win also affected Topalov, so somehow both players came out quite badly from that.
Maybe in this, in this kind of very tense tournament already, this extra tension is really not needed.
I would think so, that somehow this... Well, I think there was some... Well, even the commentators were talking about the rematch from Ilista and such, where there was some bad blood, that actually this tension could affect both players.
Both players very negatively, it seems.
That I could easily think that they're not really winning at all by this.
No, it doesn't seem so.
Okay, a bit is happening in Aronian's game. To say it's a lot is too strong, but Svidler played the move a4, and now Aronian has played knight to c6, and is it almost like white can start considering playing e4 now?
Well, maybe Aronian is trying to invite white to do that.
Maybe, somehow that...
It's more likely.
It's like you have to agree to get a bit of complications. Well, let's just see e4. But probably you will just take it. But if you take it like this, can I even start considering playing d5? I somehow doubt it.
That feels... that really looks very aggressive. No. You're opening up the bishop.
And if you take on e4... maybe takes and bishop f6.
I think what you have managed to do here is to really make your position much worse.
Well, I was trying to be aggressive, but I think also it goes to show that it's very hard for the players to create anything in this. Yeah, this position.
It still is very much so.
Maybe Svidler will start doubling in the c file, so he will go rook c2, rook c1, and it's like a waiting game. You keep improving your position, and you make sure not to make any kind of commitments. And you hope something is happening in the meantime, but most likely it won't.
Yeah, we have a short break again now, according to our schedule, and we will be back very soon. See you then.
In round 10 of FIDE Candidates Tournament, former world champion Viswanathan Anand maintained a full-point lead after a draw with Shahryar Mamedyarov. Anand's nearest rival, Levon Aronian, also made a draw with white against Veselin Topalov. In the all-Russian matches, Peter Svidler defeated Vladimir Kramnik, while Sergei Karjakin and Dmitry Andreikin drew. The knight of Sicilian with 6 move h3 is all rage now in the FIDE World Candidates tournament. Viswanathan Anand again used the system, this time in the game against Shahryar Mamedyarov. The game was similar to Anand's game against Topalov, but this time black was more precise and achieved good play. Anand made a good psychological decision to go for a relatively simple position in which Mamedyarov, a gifted tactician, could not create threats without taking risk. The draw was agreed on move 30. Another Sicilian happened in the game of Sergei Karjakin and Dmitry Andreikin. However, the position after the opening resembled French defense. Black didn't meet many obstacles in solving the typical problems, exchange of the light-squared bishops and counterplay on the b-file. Having achieved no advantage, White conceded a draw by repeating the moves. Peter Svidler had another go at the Dutch defense, and Vladimir Kramnik responded with the customary expansion in the center. With a slightly better pawn structure, White claimed a small advantage, but Black always remained solid and was close to trading off the entire queenside. At one point, Kramnik blundered horribly, losing an exchange in the pawn. After that, the position was not defendable, and Kramnik soon gave up. Aronian chose a quiet setup against Veselin Topalov. After Black installed the knight on the strong d4 outpost, White understood that he should be careful not to end up worse. Topalov thought that he had small advantage throughout the middle game, but he decided not to rush. Despite the doubled f-pawns and opponent's passer on d-file, White was able to hold the endgame. Draw signed on move 45. After 10 rounds, Viswanathan Anand is clear first with 6.5 points, 1 point ahead of the second-placed Aronian.
India is the birthland of chess, but until Viswanathan Anand came along, the country couldn't brag about having any extraordinary players. According to Indian tradition, his name can be translated to Anand, the son of Viswanathan. Confusion with the name started when he first came to Europe. Many thought that Viswanathan was his first name and that Anand was his surname. Later, Viswanathan was shortened to Vishy. He learned to play chess when he was 6, and by the time he was 14, Vishy was already champion of India. At 15, he was an international master, and at 17 a world junior champion. From a young age, Anand played with great strength and speed. Incredible intuition is the strongest part of his universal talent. At the beginning of the 90s, Vishy was among the best players in the world, and in 1995, he earned the right to play a world championship match with Garry Kasparov. Anand lost the match, but in 2000 was victorious at the FIDE World Championship held by a knockout system. It was his first championship title. In 2007, Vishy's dream finally came true. Anand won a 2-lap round-robin tournament in Mexico and became the new world champion. He defended his title in 2008 with a confident win over Vladimir Kramnik. Vishy Anand is the only chess player in the world who has won world championships in 3 different formats. Veselin Topalov's attempt to wrest the title from the Indian Grandmaster in 2010 was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, the champion retained his crown in a hard struggle against Boris Gelfand. Anand held the title for 6 years until November 2013, when, in his native Chennai, he finally succumbed to the leader of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen. A player with universal skills and a stunning defender, Vishy Anand remains a serious threat to any opponent in any competition, in any format.
We are back after our break, and it seems that Kramnik Anand is heading towards a draw. Vichy has just played rook c2, and well, simply there is no way for white to save both e2 and a2 pawns, after which it's just a dead draw.
Well, I think if anything, actually it's a matter of Kramnik finding a way when this becomes a comfortable draw. He could even end up being slightly worse. His position is a bit loose at the moment. I think
well, knight d3 looks
maybe
quite
knight
solid.
d3 is a good start indeed, and well, most likely here Anand cannot even take the pawn on a2 because of the.
Not right now, yes.
No, knight b4 is actually not a good move because of queen e2. So knight d3, rook a2 could be a way to sort of finish the game very quickly,
and probably this is what he will go for. For
yes.
his tournament standings, for Vichy's tournament standings. Well, it is a great result with black, and it is bringing him, well, actually very, very close.
Well, I think any half point at the moment is a good result for Vichy, especially as long as his competitors are not starting to win games. If they start to win games, he might have to re-evaluate things. But any round passed with the distance being the same is just great news for Anand.
Definitely.
So
and in the last remaining 3 games, he will be only black against Sergei Karjakin. Is that so?
Yes, exactly. He's tomorrow he's white against Andreikin. Then there's a free day. Then black with Karjakin, and in the final round white against Peter Svidler. So I mean, I think a draw with black against Kramnik is just a very nice result, and I mean, no reason at all to be upset at that.
No,
I would say.
Not for him.
Of course, Kramnik has seemed out of form recently and made some grave blunders, but I think also that was Kramnik really trying to push hard in order to get back. When Kramnik sort of goes back to playing common sense and very solid chess, I mean, he's very, very hard to beat, and of course. Vichy should be happy with this result for a number of reasons, I think.
That's right.
It's still too early to call, but I think, well, I mean, we can simply not imagine this game not ending a draw right now. Right?
No, not right now. No, it seems very, very close. Should we have a look at Topalov Karjakin, where
we can do that? Yes.
It seems that Topalov is managing to put some pressure, I think.
Yeah, we left you in this position after knight to d3, and we were debating moves like a5, but Karjakin took on d3, and Topalov indeed took back with the pawn. And as we mentioned, a strategic factor was this weakness on h7, and somehow Karjakin reacted quite immediately. He played the move f6. Actually, it's a bit similar to yesterday's game.
Yesterday's game, that's what I thought about, yes.
Exactly. He tries they want to get rid of this annoying pawn on g5. So gf, bishop takes f6, and now a4, h5, b4, king f7, king g2 has happened. And you think white is pleasantly better?
I think white is slightly better, yes. What I like, for instance, is that white can play b5 at some point, and b6 is just a very serious weakness.
Would you even prepare it maybe with rook b1, or would you just play b5 now? Actually, I think you can play b5 now, because... Sorry, it's
black's move.
Black to move, yes. But let me make a random move, b5. If you take the pawn, I thought a takes b5 would not be so great, but b5 is actually quite good, right? And
as rook c6 is also
exactly, and the b6 pawn is bad. So b5 most likely will have to be replied to with a5, and
but this is
maybe even
not
here,
pleasant for
you have
for
ideas
black.
like d4 and c5 pushing forward.
Exactly.
I think it is a pleasant position for Topalov.
I really think that that Topalov has every reason to be.
Do you see
quite happy about
a white
this
king
position.
going in this direction, or is that too much?
Well, maybe that's unnecessary right now. I think preparing b5, this is key, and I think it's extremely important. If black cannot free himself with b5 himself, which I don't think is the case. He can't somehow b5 right now probably doesn't work.
Well, I think you will always be able to take, and after an exchange of rooks and takes here, you have the very strong move a5. And you just have a very strong passed pawn. Right?
That doesn't work.
So, no, it is a pleasant position for Topalov, very much I would agree. And I think, well, this is a crucial game for Karjakin, because should he actually lose this game, then suddenly...
Yeah, he will be out.
I mean, he's out of it.
Yes. No, it's true. Karjakin looked like hero of the middle of the tournament. He managed to win 2 games in a row. And I'm not sure that anyone has won 2 games in a row in this tournament. Nothing comes to mind, at
Not
least.
really,
Maybe
no,
someone will correct us. But
yeah, but I think you are right, actually. So
and that's, of course, a very nice momentum for him. But yesterday he slowed down in what could be, one could argue that a bit too early in the game.
Yeah, well, we had sort of a discussion, and I think I mentioned that I think Karjakin had a very pleasant position in the end. But it is true that both players in the press conference...
They didn't seem to think so.
No.
They thought that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the draw at that point.
No.
But it really looked like, since things are suddenly really going in Karjakin's direction, that he could have tried to put some more pressure there.
I mean, I would sort of switch the argument around. I think there was nothing wrong with playing on either. Somehow, Karjakin, he needs things to happen in order to catch up with Vichy, if that's his plan. But maybe he's just happy he's back on 50% and hopes, if I end up on +1, that would be excellent.
But that's a bit modest.
Yeah, for sure. And that, he was actually... I think if anyone named Karjakin as a sort of a player with good chances in this tournament, it was probably Karjakin himself, actually, right?
Yeah, but I think he was always mentioned among the ones who
sure.
could be, some
outsiders at least in this tournament. Sort of. So let's see here. Actually, let's go to Svidler Aronian, because I think for the first time we have seen somebody creating a bit of weakness in that game. Things are, not exactly sort of... heavy action, but still, we left you in this position, if you remember.
And the last move was Aronian's knight c6.
Exactly, and I said that basically now white can't do much without creating weaknesses. But he did actually play b4, so apparently this knight jump to c4 doesn't scare him at all. Maybe after knight c4 he would just play something like, let's say, queen a2, and he's going to push b5 next. And Aronian did reply with a knight jump, but not a forward one, but a backwards one. He's played knight b8. But this has quite some idea. He wants to play b6 and to stop the knight going there because the knight is protecting it. And now he's threatening to push Svidler back. And, the square on c4 is suddenly becoming a factor.
Yeah, that's exactly the scenario that we have been talking about. The only danger for white is... misplaying this position if you play too aggressively. Could
this be another case of aggression working towards the aggressive player? Or you think he has a good move in this position?
It's too early, I think. Well, it seems like e4 is interesting here.
Okay.
Of course. The point is that after b6, he will not go back. He might think of sacrificing the knight.
Just taking on d5. This I like. And you're saying, obviously... This would be very nice.
That would be
so
terrible.
He's going to take on d5. And here, you're simply just going to take this pawn.
Yeah, I think that must be his idea.
At least takes. Well, now you have a pair of bishops that's definitely playing.
Yeah,
and you have pawns.
Yeah, and remember the first game between those two players.
Yes, that's true.
Aronian had exactly that. He had maybe he only had one pawn for a piece.
Maybe none. No, I think he had one. But
one.
You're right. Yes.
But Svidler had a very weak king.
But let's say e4 here. Okay, b6. Maybe that's too cooperative. Maybe I can just take on e4.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better way to do it. And then you should think about d5.
But if d5 is a good move here, and that could well be because somehow there starts becoming some action here. Well, then by logic, I should consider knight takes e4 in this position, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And you're gonna take it, and can I start taking off rooks like this, and then take on e4?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about a4 pawn.
Or is there a move like queen c8 in this position? That can't be ruled out. That something like this could be annoying. So let's say if these exchanges are not good, then I will have to take back on e4 here. And could white really be better in positions like this? Maybe he will be slightly better after bishop takes e4.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the knight on b8.
No,
somehow it's a bit almost too far away from everything.
But we did say something like bishop f6 would always be a good counterplay here. And it's not like Aronian looks overly worried.
No, I wouldn't say so.
But here, let's say a move like queen b1. it's threatening the pawn on h7, and after, let's say, g6, like this, maybe I can play d5, and I will exchange things off, and I could end up slightly better, and the position is opening up, and my pair of bishops.
The two bishops.
It's not a lot, but it is keeping pressure.
No, I really like if I really like this e4 move, especially from the point of view of commentator, because it will liven up enormously.
But I think if you don't do it, you have just weakened your position. Right?
That's right. He must. Well, this must be his point, and of course, the main point of playing like this is that you're ready to give up your knight on c5 for 2 pawns.
Yeah, this is no.
And that's a nice. That's a nice little point.
An interesting point. I agree.
And I think that Svidler is taking his time to think, is showing in the direction that that he would like that.
Okay. Actually, Vichy has not taken the pawn on a2. He's even trying to be a bit active. If we go back to that game, right? Remember the move rook c2, and we said after knight d3, he could even take the pawn on a2. And just, we think, make a draw. But he's played the move knight d5, hitting the queen here. And you think he's trying to be even slightly better?
I think he might just take on e2 next move, to be honest.
Well, I really think you have to keep the pawn on e2 defended. Right? So queen
he just
f2.
played queen f2.
Can you consider moves like knight c3 now? Then there is knight b4.
Yeah, knight b4 is always a possibility.
You said, you think it's just going to be rook a2 now? And the players will... Are you saying something like rook a2, queen a2, e4, and then, because of this threat, they're gonna, exchange into a very drawn position. Probably...
I really think so.
Me thinking there was a bit of action in this game was...
No, of course, Vichy has... Well, he can play queen a3 here, and there's absolutely nothing wrong, but... I mean, does it really make sense from his point of view?
Well, you're comfortably making a draw here, but winning it, that sounds like too much.
Yes, I think it has to. Yeah, it has.
I think the white games he should normally be rather safe in. So, I think, you get a black game out of the way, that's completely fine, right? And then you see how things develops in the tournament, and you await that. That makes perfect sense, I would say. So probably this is just gonna, not a lot is gonna happen here. Actually.
Yeah, in the meantime, Svidler didn't use this chance. He played b5, which is...
Let's go back to that then.
Which is a bit of a pity, as e4 was really interesting.
But apparently b5, I will say, I also see quite some point in. He's playing b5, and next... He want to put his bishop to the b4 square. And let's say, should b6 happen, I think he, maybe not directly, because a4 would be hanging, but else he might even consider putting it on a6 and getting a sort of pretty advanced pawn. But, there is some logic to what he's doing.
B6 is, b5 is also a logical move. It's just that e4, well, it was a good point to play e4.
It was an interesting point, but now bishop e7 has happened. But now knight c4 is starting... Yeah,
it starts to become... Well, another thing that maybe you're simply not afraid to sacrifice this pawn on c5 for the bishop.
But how about e4 now? Is it still b6?
Well, maybe after b6 you can still take on d5. Let's have a look.
Really? So b6? You're saying e d5? And if I take on c5? This time it's more difficult to understand.
It's more difficult, but let's say I take on c5.
Okay, well, rook takes?
Rook takes, d takes e6.
Okay, let's say
and bishop... Something like bishop b4, maybe.
Maybe this is jackpot. You have one pawn for a piece, but maybe simply there is no way to...
Yeah, but I'm getting some material back immediately.
Well, if you get material back, it's could be very, very great for you. So, e4 looks like a decent move, but again, maybe the correct response is just to take on e4.
Just to simplify like this.
And let's say knight e4, d4.
Bishop e4.
But I mean, now
But
it's
now
a huge plus having b5 because this pawn is not hanging, and you have pressure against b7. I mean, white should be pleasantly better here. I think.
And also a good point is that we were mentioning this e4 idea very early on in the game, but then the knight would be coming to d5 immediately.
Yeah.
It will take quite some moves the b8 knight to come to d5.
I mean, if Svidler plays e4 here, I think he has a very pleasant position. It is complicated tactical lines, but it looks quite promising for me.
I agree. No, e4 is interesting. Of course, he has to see the tactical point that after b6, e takes d5 is good. But it's quite likely he will do that.
Okay. Nothing has happened in Anand Kramnik, but in Andreikin, Mamedyarov, they have actually managed to unbalance the position quite a bit.
Let's have a look at that.
Let's go there and have a look. Okay, you remember the situation here. h3, knight b4 was played. And, well, Andreikin didn't want to sit and wait for knight to d7 coming, stopping the c5 push. So he pushed c5, and Mamedyarov also, he's quite brave. So he took the b pawn here and allowed knight takes a5. And now?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. When the game will be finished, it will be interesting to ask the players what did they think about this bishop takes b5 instead of b takes c5. True. As basically white was forced, as far as I can see.
Takes a4. You have to go for this complication.
Yeah, exactly.
And b7. And, actually the computer thinks this position is equal, despite, black has an extra piece, white has a very dangerous pawn. Apparently Mamedyarov was not happy with this, so he took on c5 and knight takes a5 happened. And now the move knight to d5.
Knight fd5, yes. Yeah. Okay. But here I like white slightly.
Yeah.
Of course the knight d5, it closes the bishop.
And there is some kind of, again, that, these things are somehow containing the white position a bit. I mean, normally I would say something like knight c4, and you really have hopes for the a pawn. But there is a bishop standing here, annoying, and maybe you can just play a move like rook a8, and you will even say, is a4 not a weakness actually? So I'm not so sure. Maybe knight b7.
Knight b7 immediately
attacking this pawn, but I mean, maybe you can play rook a8, attacking the other weakness, and soon.
And what about knight takes c5 here?
I mean, either I'm losing immediately, or it's
or it's fine.
or it's fine.
No, but I think this is dangerous.
You think I'm losing immediately? Okay, so knight b7 is maybe a good move.
Losing is a bit too strong.
But how do you defend after knight b7 then?
Rook e8, knight takes c5.
Yes.
And you have a nice move, knight a2, I think.
Knight to a2. Ah.
Well, this is a computer line.
This is a computer line, but a pretty nice one in the sense that
the rook needs to protect.
Exactly.
The
then the rook needs to protect this, and probably after. Can you stand on c4? Maybe then you have moves like rook c8, and there's a pin in the c line.
Exactly.
And I think even after a funny move like rook a1. Maybe now you, then you can take on c5, and you've taken a2. There is something hanging on b5, yes. So, maybe Mamedyarov will have to find this idea of knight b7, then rook a8, and he will sort of be rewarded with a draw. That seems quite likely.
It seems to be that it still hasn't left the sort of this area of a drawish position.
And, maybe also both players will be reasonably happy with that, because also, if they actually think that Vichy is too far ahead, maybe, second place is very much in play in that sense.
Yeah,
right?
At some point also, it is also about prizes to a certain extent.
For sure, and knight b7 has been played.
And I think, played it.
1 point could make a huge difference. I mean, you could be almost from second or third place to basically last, depending on a single point, right? And so maybe also they are thinking of secondary goals and just winning the tournament here.
That sounds right. And in the meantime, Svidler didn't play e4.
Okay.
He actually played Queen B1.
Uh-huh.
That is, that's a bit more solid.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Svidler is playing it very positional. He thinks that he is allowing the knight to jump here because then he thinks he can push e4. And else he's trying to gain space on the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's considering even pushing his own pawn to b6 next to create a bit of some squares there.
But it still should be mentioned that this
Well, we like the move e4.
e4 was interesting, and
Yes,
yeah.
but it did sort of contain some pretty complicated, I think, tactical ideas.
Definitely. And in the meantime, I think that Vish's game is, it is rapidly heading towards,
I think so, and we should
towards
maybe
a draw.
I think we should get our cameras ready there because we saw Queen F2, Rook takes A2, and now they exchanged and then played the move E4. And I wish he could have taken on F2, but apparently he thinks Queen A3 it's a nicer way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And now, well, I would almost say he has a weak pawn on E6, but probably...
There are very few pawns, however.
Yeah, maybe we will see Rook E1, there's Rook takes F3. How are they gonna get this position completely drawn? Maybe he will play King to G2
I think
now.
they could just play King G2 and...
No,
and it will
Queen
be
to E1. Yes, that's a nice move. Because after Rook takes
because
F3...
Rook takes F3, Queen takes E6, and I think you...
Maybe you still have
suddenly...
maybe you have King F8 still.
Well, we can show that on the board. But
We are just
I
trying
don't
to... No, Vichy played Queen D5.
Mm-hmm.
We were debating this, check, but maybe...
Queen C8 check. It's not very
Yeah, I think
pleasant.
this is...
This is
I
terrible.
think it's actually blundering the Rook, so...
Exactly.
I think Vichy played it moderately better. Yeah, Queen to D5. I think they are basically trying to make two moves more each so that this game can finish.
That's right.
Queen to E3. I guess E5. No, H6.
Makes sense.
Well, also, should Kramnik win the pawn on E6 and exchanging queen, it's still going to be a very drawish ending. But
he just played Rook E1.
Rook
I don't
E1.
think he's... Yeah.
I think now we will see Rook F3.
now we
Queen
can see
takes
that the
E6.
players are smiling already. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And now even a draw offer is allowed, I think.
Yeah.
So, I think,
Seems like it.
But, Kramnik tried an interesting new move, and I think Vichy neutralized it excellently. And, of course, tournament-wise, I think a good result for Anand. Nothing, I think a good solid result in the right direction.
It's an excellent result for Anand, and it is sort of, for Kramnik, this was a terrible tournament from a certain point.
Sure, I think in the beginning he showed quite what a strong player he can be, but somehow, blundering against Aronian and sort of kept him, and things went wrong, and then they lost to Topalov, and suddenly it was very much out of control, right? And of course it got much worse even from then. But
exactly.
At some point he looked played like the favorite he was supposed to be in the tournament, but suddenly things really got out of hand for him. So
that's right.
And actually in Andreikin against Mamedyarov, we are also seeing quite a number of exchanges. So I would not be surprised that we're going to have not one but two press conferences in a row here. Well, we saw the move knight b7, and then rook b8 has happened. And after knight c5, bishop b5, a b5, rook takes b5, I think has been played.
Yep, just now.
And despite white having a pair of bishops here, black is way too solid. So my hunch is that we're going to have a couple of press conferences, and then, we will be back with two games and follow them till the end. But I think that...
I think the other two games, both Svidler Aronian and Topalov Karjakin, they could still go on for a while, as Topalov is slightly better, and Svidler is trying to put some pressure on his opponent too.
And I think especially in the game Svidler against Aronian, both players simply has to play on for the tournament situation, right? So
for them, Vichy's draw is not a terrible result.
No.
As, either of them by winning would come closer to the leader.
Very much so, right? So I think we're going to be back with that, but now.
Yeah, quite soon the press conference should be starting. Basically any minute.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, see you then. Enjoy the press conference.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first press conference of 11th round FIDE candidates event in Khanty-Mansiysk. And here with us Vladimir Kramnik and Vishwanathan Anand. The game finished in a draw.
Дорогие дамы и господа, добро пожаловать на первую пресс-конференцию 11-го тура турнира претендентов в Ханты-Мансийске. Сегодня с нами Вишванатан Ананд и Владимир Крамник. Их партия только что завершилась в ничью. Пожалуйста, расскажите о партии.
Well, when he went for this line, I was more or less. Well, I remembered his game with Carlsen last year in Quincy too.
Когда мой соперник пошел на этот вариант, я вспомнил партию с Карлсоном прошлогоднюю.
But this move was new to me.
Но конь А3 этот ход был новым для меня.
So I had to spend some time trying to understand it. I mean, immediately E5, Rook D8 and C5 all come into consideration.
Мне пришлось потратить какое-то время, чтобы подумать над этим ходом, потому что здесь несколько ходов приходит на ум: ладья b8, e5.
But after some thought, I decided that this was the best of the lot.
Но после определенных раздумий я решил, что c5 лучший вариант из всех.
Well, actually, yeah, I can say that I didn't prepare much after yesterday's game, obviously, and I just decided to play something more solid and something which I know well, which is a Catalan.
Я бы хотел сказать, что после вчерашней партии я не так много готовился, просто решил сыграть что-то более прочное и то, что я знаю хорошо. Поэтому решил пойти в каталон.
But since Vish is playing many different lines against Catalan, so it was difficult to, well, anyway, to prepare, even if I would have a lot of courage to do this.
Но поскольку Виша играет очень много вариантов против Каталона, и было бы очень сложно подготовиться, я не уверен, что у меня достаточно смелости было, чтобы так играть.
So finally I decided, okay, on the board I decided to switch to this kind of small idea which I used to analyze some time ago.
Поэтому за доской я решил просто перейти вот к этой маленькой идее, которую анализировал какое-то время назад.
But first of all, I didn't remember it fully well, my analysis.
Во-первых, я не помнил полностью свои анализы.
And secondly, I mean, just somehow when I played it and I started to think over the board, I was actually not impressed about my position at all.
Но, во-вторых, когда я это сыграл и стал думать за доской, то не был впечатлен своей позицией.
Because I suppose, since I analyzed it a few years ago, I suppose I analyzed it at the time when engines were quite happy being pawned up. But nowadays engines are quite different, and in fact, yes, I just saw a lot of compensation for black, which probably at that time engines didn't see.
Ну, поскольку я анализировал этот вариант несколько лет назад, то, видимо, в то время компьютеры были очень счастливы, когда видели позицию с лишней пешкой. Сейчас их оценка уже несколько изменилась, и здесь я уже увидел много компенсации за черных.
For example, I was quite annoyed about here e5 or even the best c3, bc, e5. I didn't like at all white's position after this.
Например, здесь меня довольно-таки раздражал ход e5, особенно после c3 взятия и потом e5. Мне не очень нравилась позиция белых после этого.
Of course, objectively, white is not worse. I mean, I'm pretty sure about it, but actually, I would take black if I would. I don't know why I liked my position so much when I was analyzing it, because I mean, maybe I'm just in such a mood today, but. After all these games, but somehow I was not liking very much my position.
Не знаю, почему мне нравилась эта позиция, когда я ее анализировал. Конечно, может быть, сегодня у меня такое настроение, но мне не очень она нравилась. И, конечно, у белых не хуже, но если бы я мог выбирать, я бы взял сторону черных.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I really considered e5. I mean, I was still obsessed about the queen side.
Я бы не сказал, что я рассматривал серьезно e5, потому что все еще хотел играть на ферзевом фланге.
But,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, from black
what
side,
you
it's not
played
that.
was perfectly fine, I think, yeah, also. But
No,
I
it's
mean,
just it took me a while to find c3 because you're more typically trying to protect the pawn.
yeah,
На
But
какое-то
once I
время
saw the idea, and in fact I remembered it from somewhere here where I was occasionally considering c3 here or something, but always there is some problem queen d6 for
yeah,
instance.
probably queen d6.
But
мне пришлось потратить какое-то время, чтобы найти идею с c3, потому что обычно хочется сначала защищать все-таки пешку. Рассматривала я ее чуть раньше, вот то, что показывал выше позиции.
so once you get here, well, the significant move is probably knight c4.
Ну а когда вы пришли в эту позицию, то
I
здесь
mean, I couldn't see
важный
anything
ход конь
forced against
c4.
queen c3,
Yeah, I mean,
but I would rather not do this. But I think queen c7 is
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
reasonable.
both.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, even queen a6. But yeah, I thought first of all queen c3 I thought was a draw, but queen c7 is also
Yeah.
perfectly fine. That was my.
Виш сказал, что не видел ничего конкретного против взятия на c3, но не хотел бы так играть, просто сыграл бы ферзь c7. И Владимир отметил, что после ферзь c3 он думал, что вероятно это просто ничья, но также и ферзь a6 был бы нормальным ходом в этой позиции за
Ну, и
черных.
ферзь c7
Anyway,
тоже.
that's what I
First
thought.
тоже,
That if he plays knight c4, then I have minimum queen c7, and I can always look for something. But after queen c1,
After queen
bishop
c-
a6, I think I have well more than enough.
После ферзь
compensation.
1, слон a6, я думаю, что у меня более чем достаточная компенсация.
Yeah, somehow my pieces are quite discoordinated. I mean, I'm pawn up seems to be quite a healthy pawn. For the moment, I don't see how black can take it back, but at least not immediately. But it's actually just simply a lot of play for black. I mean, I don't know what this computer saying here, but I thought that okay, here already understood that I should probably try to be careful and to equalize, because otherwise I can get worse quite quickly. That was my feeling.
And I think
Моя
there's one tactic
позиция-
here, which is this one.
Моя позиция раскоординирована, и несмотря на то, что, казалось бы, у меня здоровая лишняя пешка, я не вижу, как черные могут сразу ее отыграть. Тем не менее, у черных очень много игры, и мне нужно действовать очень аккуратно.
Well, you know, I
I
actually.
mean, I was not. I didn't check this 100%, but
a5 if I play queen b2.
then take into c4.
Yes.
Take on
yes,
b2.
yes.
So-
No, but actually I would be very happy if you just take on c4. But I was starting to consider all kind of moves like rook c7, rook c6, followed by rook c8. I was just somehow not happy about my position. Maybe I'm overestimating the danger, possibly. But or even e5, e4. I just didn't see what is my next. I mean, I can put my rook on b3, but still I'm kind of stuck
No, it's-
here,
yeah.
and simply black seems to have good play. I mean, I don't think he is better, but I don't like my. I mean, I somehow. I mean, practically, it's not funny to play with white. That's why I also maybe have a move like rook d1, maybe, but. Even so, first of all, there is knight d5 trick, but even I was a bit worried about move like e5, whatever, just rook c6, just a useful move, you know.
После
h6.
ладья b1
And then I'm just so discoordinated. I was, I mean, I don't know, I didn't like my position. So finally I decided, okay, at least bishop a7 it's kind of safe. Even here I was basically considering maybe that black can give up another pawn just to play e5 or something.
Давайте я, Владимир,
Yeah,
такой
two
маленький
pawns
итог
have to
подведу.
give
Да. После ладья b1 Виша показал вариант со взятием сразу на c4, но Владимир отметил, что он был бы рад, на самом деле, если бы черные взяли, потому что он рассматривал в первую очередь просто усиление позиции с ладья c6, ладья c8. И, может быть, конечно, он недооценивает собственную позицию, но ему казалось, что все это очень неприятно. После ладья d1 есть у черных варианты с ходом e5, и по-прежнему их позиция...
Конь d5 тоже
Также
серьезный
конь
ход.
d5, да. То есть по-прежнему их позиция будет довольно активной, в то время как у белых фигуры плохо скоординированы. И поэтому после определенных раздумий Владимир остановился на ходе слон a7.
Ну и здесь я по-прежнему думал, что может быть черный могут даже на компенсацию сыграть, типа ладья c6 сделать ход. Но это немножко, это уже, конечно, двумя пешками уже я не так был бы. Well, I mean, black can still play for compensation, even being 2 pawns down. But okay, with 2 pawns up, I was already not that worried. I mean, I shouldn't.
Yeah. Also, you're now threatening queen e3 and reversing this turn, so I thought.
Yeah, no, I
it's
was
not
pretty
really-
sure that
yeah.
bishop c4 is a move. I mean, but just yeah, I was so pessimistic today for some reason that
Да, я был
I mean,
уверен,
even 2 pounds up, I was a little worried. I don't know, it's probably
что
not in the right mood today.
слон c4 надо играть, но в какой-то момент я был довольно пессимистичен сегодня, просто не в том настроении. Мне казалось, что, может быть, даже с двумя лишними пешками черные могут по-прежнему играть просто на инициативу и не брать на c4.
But even after taking also, the thing is that Queen a6 and actually, yeah, I mean, I just kind of, for some time I thought that I have this thing, I have Queen d3 here.
Но после взятия ферзь a6 какое-то время я думал, что в этой позиции у меня есть ход ферзь d3.
And but then I realized that Queen a7 check, and somehow I thought, let's say King g2.
Потом я понял, что шах ферзь a7,
and
допустим,
after
король
rook
g2.
a2, maybe knight c6 with some then queen d6 somewhere, and maybe some chances.
Ну, после взятия на a2, конь c6, может быть, где-то ферзь d6 с какими-то шансами.
But then I saw knight d5 move, which is a
Потом я увидел ход конь d5,
very, very annoying. And
который очень
so
неприятен.
then I decided, okay, then I just better simply make a draw playing king h1 here. Because now after rook a2, knight c6, black can take simply already on a1.
Потом я решил, что, поэтому я решил, что, может быть, я лучше просто сделаю ничью ходом король h1. Здесь в варианте черные могут взять на a1.
But then all of a sudden I realized after queen c7 it's really getting scary. Because rook d8 starts to threaten.
Неожиданно я понял, что после ферзь c7 становится уже страшно.
I mean, there are lots of threats. I was really worried about my position. So
очень много угроз, и я начал волноваться за свою позицию.
I have to admit a little bit ugly knight d3 move, but it seems that it's holding well. I mean, I don't see any tactics because what is important that after knight d5, I have queen f2, and knight c3 doesn't work because of knight b4. This is a very
Пришлось сделать несколько некрасивый ход конь d3, но он держит позицию. Важно, что после конь c3 есть ход конь b4. Но чтобы закончить этот вариант, после конь e2 важно пойти король h1, отметил Више.
Well, I have to admit, I was triple checking, a quattro checking after all my last games, you know, just to be sure I'm not blundering anything. But seems, I don't know, seems that I didn't finally.
Но я должен отметить, что после моих предыдущих партий я все трижды и четырежды перепроверял, чтобы ничего не зевнуть, но кажется, что мне это удалось.
So it seems that here it's just a draw, I mean, and everything exchanging, and it seems to be a draw.
Да, ну а здесь все разменивается, и просто кажется, что это ничья.
Could black just try to keep on playing after rook c8 instead of taking on a2?
Могли ли черные продолжить игру, сыграв ладья c8 вместо взятия на 2?
But
A3
if I just play rook c1
as well, but even A3 with idea
А3 предлагает Више, ладья c1 предлагает Владимир.
But even rook c1, I
Даже
thought,
ладья c1.
I mean, it's okay, no. Well, it's...
No, this queen d3.
А, после этого ферзь d3.
e3. That is my style. Yeah.
Да, это мой стиль, говорит Владимир.
Yeah, that
I must admit I only saw this now, but anyway I thought A3.
Я должен признаться, я увидел это только сейчас, говорит Више.
I mean, that is much more complicated than my yesterday thing. So.
Но это намного сложнее, чем то, что вчера произошло, говорит Владимир.
But there is maybe a chance I would not miss it, but it's also possible I would. Yeah, but.
Есть, конечно, шанс, что, может быть, я бы это не пропустил, но также возможно, что и пропустил бы.
But I guess, yeah, A3 is perfectly fine. Yeah.
Ну,
In fact,
да,
I don't
3
see it's not easy for me to double on the sun. Unless I put both rooks and the knight, I'm not really breaking through.
Maybe on A4.
Yeah, you can
yeah,
A4,
just
A5.
to push the pawn, yeah.
I mean, I can play knight c3, rook f1, and then what's the follow-up? So it was
Дело в том, что если только я не смогу сдвоиться по второй линии двумя ладьями, я, в общем, не могу найти, как я пробиваюсь. Поэтому белые могут просто идти А4,
А5. Too
А5.
much if black would really be playing for a win here. I mean seriously.
Play on.
Если бы черные бы здесь играли уже на победу, это было бы уже слишком в этой позиции, говорит Владимир.
Okay. So do we have questions to players?
Да, у меня есть вопрос к обоим игрокам. Известно, что в конце такого сложного турнира сильно накапливается усталость, напряжение возрастает и, конечно же, нарушается сон. И поэтому такой вопрос бытовой. Как вы наладили свой сон? Вам удается ли выспаться уже под конец турнира? И как вы боретесь с усталостью?
Well, a question to both players. Of course, towards the end of the tournament, the tiredness starts to prevail, and probably your sleep is also affected. So, how do you fight with tiredness, and can you sleep normally?
Well, actually, it's a question exactly in the right moment for him, because I wouldn't say that in general my sleep was great during this tournament, but yesterday I broke all my records. I think I fall asleep after 6, so
Ну, знаете, этот вопрос задан.
little bit luck in sleep today. I think I will try this night to go to manage to sleep early a bit.
Этот вопрос задан в очень верный момент, потому что у меня в целом на этом турнире, я бы не сказала, что сон был хорошим, но сегодня я побил все рекорды, потому что заснул уже после 6 утра, наверное. Надеюсь, что эту ночь удастся все-таки выспаться.
Yeah, for me, I mean, you'll have good nights and bad nights, but the variance is not so much. I mean, on a good night, I'll sleep the full 9 hours. Sometimes I might wake up after 7.5, but it's still, I think, adequate rest. When it hits me is right after the tournament. So immediately after the tournament, I won't be able to sleep. I won't fall asleep till 2 or 3, and I'll wake up at 6, and it'll take 2 or 3 days to get over that. But normally during tournaments, my sleep is kind of reasonable.
Конечно, бывают хорошие ночи и плохие ночи, но обычно все-таки я сплю 9 часов, либо проснусь после 7,5 часового сна. Обычно проблемы со сном у меня начинаются после окончания турнира. Тогда, да, я буду засыпать только часа в 2 ночи и рано вставать. И так будет продолжаться несколько дней, дня 3. А во время турнира обычно у меня все в порядке со сном.
Well, I see now very well why there is we have 2 points difference between each other in the tournament.
Но теперь я очень хорошо понимаю, почему между нами 2 очка разницы в этом турнире.
Because, well, as to me, I have bad nights or awful nights.
Потому что касается меня, у меня бывают либо плохие ночи, либо просто ужасные. Вот такая небольшая разница.
I think that during the whole tournament I haven't been a single day when I slept more than 8 hours. So I mean, 9 would be for me just a dream. Every day 9, I think I would have 100%, you know, already.
Не думаю, что здесь был хотя бы один день, когда я проспал более 8 часов, поэтому 9 часов для меня был бы настоящей мечтой. А если бы каждый день 9, то это вообще что-то особенное.
Doesn't depend somehow on result which you have in the tournament.
Зависит ли это от результата, который есть?
I mean, your games will influence your sleep. This is clear.
Yeah, that's true. It depends also, but with me it's with the sleep it was always fragile during my whole career. It was always kind of shaky and unstable. Sometimes I'm sleeping very well, and sometimes I'm just cannot really sleep well for some reasons which are difficult to understand, and that's unfortunately what is also happening here. But anyway, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's my problem. No, it's not an excuse. So.
Виши отметил, что, конечно, партии влияют на сон, но Владимир сказал, что плохой сон всегда был его проблемой, не только в этом турнире, а вообще, в принципе. И, конечно, это не причина плохой игры, а просто проблема, с которой он всю жизнь, собственно, борется.
Владимир, если вот абстрагироваться от того, что вчера произошло, позавчера, то с турнирной точки зрения сегодняшняя партия неким рубежом была, потому что если бы вы выигрывали, то очко отставания от лидера за 3 тура до конца, ну, не без шансов. Вот вы об этом думали или после вчерашней партии об этом вообще нельзя думать? Вот какой у вас был план на игру вот с турнирной точки зрения?
Well, from a tournament point of view, which plan did you have for today's game? Because, of course, if we don't take the previous games and if you could win today, then okay, from a tournament point of view, there would be not such a big difference between you and the leader. So.
Нет, ну я, честно говоря, считаю, что вчера была решающая партия рубежа. Сегодня я уже считал, что шансов практически нет, даже если я бы выиграл сегодня. Ну, мало реально догнать всех. Но, в принципе, вчерашняя партия была такой, как бы, решающей. И, в общем-то, учитывая то, что у меня был довольно серьезный перевес, неплохие шансы выиграть ее без зевка, то есть тогда, конечно, я был бы полностью в борьбе. И, по сути дела, даже не одна партия, а один ход полностью все перевернул. То есть из абсолютно такой игровой и серьезной ситуации, где я полностью в шансах, в общем-то, все сразу закончилось. То есть поэтому и поспать не очень так хорошо спалось, и в принципе, я сегодня как-то был более расслаблен, просто играл в шахматы. Конечно, хотел выиграть, разумеется, это что хочется, но, в общем-то, я, честно говоря, уже считал, что шансов очень мало.
Well, frankly, I think that yesterday was an ultimate game for me, and even if I could win today, I don't think that, honestly, I would have chances for this tournament. Yesterday, not just one game, one move just turned everything upside down, and I had the position with winning chances, and of course if I would convert it, I would stay in the tournament with chances for the highest places, and now frankly I think that yesterday was the ultimate game.
Ну, у меня тоже вопрос, ну, может быть, даже не вопрос, в связи как бы с турнирным положением. В последнее время как бы все включились вот в какую-то такую своеобразную игру, что нужно сделать выше, чтобы не выиграть этот турнир. И вот свой вариант предложил, в частности, Эмиль Сутовский, который сказал, что если Петр Свидлер вот за эти 3 тура сможет выиграть на одну партию больше, чем Виш, а потом обыграет его черными в последнем туре, то это чудо произойдет. Что думает Виши по этому поводу?
Well, the question is to Vichy. Well, the last days everybody is playing kind of a game. What should Vichy do not to win this tournament? And Emil Sutovsky came up with such a suggestion that if Peter Svidler manages to win more than you in the next rounds and then manages to beat you with black in the last round, then this miracle can maybe happen. So what do you think about this?
Well, this sounds like the script for a very bad nightmare, but I told you I've actually been sleeping well. And I prefer to fantasize rather than have nightmares, if you know what I mean. Anyway, I hope I can disappoint Mr. Sutovsky.
Вы знаете, это кажется сценарием к сну просто ужасов, но поскольку я здесь сплю хорошо, я вообще предпочитаю фантазировать, а не ночные кошмары, поэтому надеюсь, что мне удастся разочаровать гроссмейстера Сутовского.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Спасибо.
We are back after the press conference. Well, apparently Vichy prefers to not to have nightmares, so that was some nice answers there, at least. And well, we still have quite interesting positions in some of the games.
And, well, the scenario that they actually asked Vichy about was the Svidler making half a point more than him in the next sort of this part of the tournament, and then actually all Svidler needs to do is to win the remaining game. So for that sort of the nightmare or the dream, depending on
which the point of view, yes.
Exactly, sort of. Well, for that Svidler would probably very much like to win today's game, and he does have the pair of bishops, but as we see it, nothing is really happening here.
No.
We left you around b5, bishop e7, I think, and yeah, we thought at some point Svidler could try the interesting move e4, but he played it more sort of positionally. He just, well, queen b1, knight d7, knight d3, and now they took off all the rooks in the c-line. Takes, and knight b6, queen d1, queen c8, bishop f1 has happened. Well, it's a pair of bishops for white, but on the other hand, the knight can sort of jumps to b4. Well, either knight, but I would say the b6 knight. And black do have a very solid position. And, well, I would be very surprised if this game doesn't end in a draw. But you think there's a lot of play left here?
Not especially. I think that Svidler has missed his chance with e4 some moves ago. And of course the c4 wasn't that one-sided either. It included taking quite some risks. So that's probably why he decided against it. Svidler hasn't been very successful in this tournament when he was taking huge risks. So it's understandable what he did, but I think right now the very likely scenario is that it's going to be a draw.
But you think that they could, in one or two moves they're actually allowed to offer draws. You think they will just offer a draw? But I could still see Svidler, let's say, play a move like bishop b4 next, and then maybe even put the bishop on c5.
No, I think they will play for quite a while still. That would be my prediction.
Also, both of them would like things to get a bit out of balance, but they would rather prefer that the opponent took the initiative. So I think
for sure.
we're gonna see some kind of slow warfare there. But I think a draw is a very likely result. But even so, it could.
Yeah, they're not really under pressure time-wise at all, and it seems to be a rather easy position to play for both.
Very much so.
At the moment.
So, also, I predicted that the game Andreikin Mamedyarov would be over when we came back, but actually not quite. But still, it looks very drawish.
Yeah, it's not completely obvious. It's obvious that Andreikin is playing for a win.
Yeah, but we had this position after rook b8 in the lower diagram. And there, knight c5, bishop b5, takes happened. And we thought basically here they would more or less agree to a draw, right? But Andreikin is playing a bit on, and you do indeed have to pair a bishop. So f6, knight c3, rook c5, knight d5, knight takes d5, takes, knight takes d5. And, of course you could give him an isolated pawn by taking here, but this resulting ending is just going to be a dead draw. The black king will go to e6, and nothing is going to happen. So he's tried poking a bit around with a pair of bishop g4, and now d5. He wants to secure this square for his knight. So bishop e4, knight f4, king f1. Well, that's maybe a final slight trick. Should he take on h3? Then after the nice move e3, this knight is going to be trapped. But of course, Mamedyarov doesn't fall for that. He's just going to go back and forth. So knight d5, e3, king g7, bishop c2, h6, bishop b3, king g6, king e2, and h5. Well, h5 is not trying to be aggressive. I think it's just trying to exchange a further set of pawns.
Well, and there is very little material, simply.
It's not going to be enough for Andreikin, but
no.
He's going to play on a bit, I would think.
There is no harm in playing on, it's not going to change the outcome of the game, it seems.
Not really, no.
No, the game which is most interesting at the moment, I would say, is this endgame between Topalov and Karjakin.
Yes.
Topalov has just played b5, finally fixing the b6 weakness.
And, since we left, a few things has happened, but I can almost sense that you think the evaluation has not changed. You think Topalov is moderately but quite pleasantly better in this position, if I get it right.
I really think so, yes. It's not a lot, but I'm not completely sure about e5 move a couple of moves ago that Karjakin did. Yes. I guess the point is that he wants to put his bishop on d8 and be able to free the rook.
So you're saying you think he's going to play, let's say, a5, and next he wants to put the bishop on d8 and play something like rook f7, and things even start to make perfect sense from Black's perspective,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's the point.
But, if you like white, what are you going to do after a5 then?
Yeah, I'm going to
Good question.
I'm going to think about it.
Sure.
I'm not completely sure. Maybe Black has managed just to create an basically impregnable fortress. That cannot be ruled out at all.
No, I think actually today, for the first time, if I remember correctly in this tournament, we could be heading towards 4 draws actually. It seems very likely, I would say.
At least in the game Andreikin Mamedyarov is just a matter of time.
Yeah.
While Topalov Karjakin, at the moment it seems like even though Topalov has a nice position, a really nice looking position, it could just be way too little.
Actually, if we remember back to the press conference we just saw, you heard when they asked Anand about this, Kramnik media said this is a terrible question. Is it sort of, you think that, starting to speculate in sort of negative scenarios, people are afraid that somehow that will jinx it in some sense, so that's basically well, I don't know, bad karma, or basically that's not done, or it's just a normal question?
I'm not too impressed, as I think it's just a slightly bad style to ask the leader, well, what does he think is the scenario where things will go really badly for him?
Yeah.
I think it's, no, of course, on the other hand, well, that's what journalists do sometimes.
Yeah, well, of course, the answer is pretty simple. If I start losing games, right? Or if
Yes.
the other,
But I think obviously players don't like to think about bad scenarios, especially when they are doing well. It is seen as bad luck to a certain extent, and you have to be extremely confident in order to not be, not be affected by such.
I mean, yeah, I agree, and I think, well, Anand is very experienced, and of course he's won World Championship matches and tournaments before.
Well, he's very good at dodging such questions,
I think
and
so.
he should be.
Well, I mean, at the press conference, there's not much you can do, but I think else probably, well, he's just not going to pay any attention to it, and somehow, well, he knows he's close, but also the closer you get, in some sense, the more nervous you might get, because actually
Definitely.
now, I mean, well, this tournament has been fantastic for Anand, and he's basically, well, he's done quite better than a lot of players expected, and I mean, again, he's, I think, rightfully seen as the great player he is, but now suddenly things could go wrong, and there is expectations to him, so I think it would be very normal that he doesn't want to speak about us, and I think he shouldn't think in that direction. He should think about opening preparation and keep playing good chess, not about being close to winning the candidates, right?
Exactly, and also even thinking about that, well, every draw brings me closer. Even this kind of thought is already in the wrong direction, as being too focused on the result is generally unhealthy.
Well, some tournament strategy, of course, there should be, right? But and I think, for instance, I mean, he knew that a draw with with Aronian was very good for his tiebreak, but still.
That's obvious. But such things players will know without putting any effort into that.
No, that's probably right. So, actually, we have an interesting chess move. Karjakin did not go A5. He actually played Rook A8, which
I
is
like
even,
this move. Yes,
it's even somewhat aggressive, I would say.
I think so. I think maybe it's not massively aggressive, as after Rook B1, for instance, if we could show this line, Rook B1, A takes B5, Rook takes B5.
You think this is the...
Yeah, I think
you don't want to play like this because of Bishop D8, and next you think that he will start taking over the A line simply, right?
I would rather not give away the A line.
So you're saying Rook B1, A B5, you want to take here with the Rook?
Takes B5, yes.
But things are getting towards a quiet end.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
I think that it's...
And you're saying something like this, and well, the players will find a way to exchange a bit more. What about black having a passed pawn over here? But it should be too little. But maybe here black could almost claim he's slightly better.
Well, the king could go to F2 and G2 and be very close to this pawn.
Then I would keep a rook around A3 and say this. I mean, I understand White will defend it. I agree.
I think so, but I probably should take back what I said just a couple of moves ago, that White is better.
Well, maybe he was
right
better,
now
but I think you're right. He's not.
It doesn't seem so anymore. No. And it is very likely that, unless Karjakin will start playing for a win, but that I don't really see happening either.
It's actually... I mean, when would they have to come up with how can Vichy not win this tournament? They mentioned Svidler beating him the last round, but actually Karjakin, if I remember correctly,
has a chance before. Yes,
he is even at the same number of points, and he's even wide with Vichy, right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, those two players is 1.5 points behind, and they have to play Vichy, so they need to beat him, and made an extra half point. Well, it doesn't exactly sound like an easy task to me. But
not at all.
Well, of course, they have to keep positive and
but
think
things
like this.
are yet, well, obviously not decided
and
in
I
any
think
way.
also that's why, I mean, Vichy doesn't like question, but it's sort of indicating things are decided, because he's way too experienced to sort of go into that trap, right? So that's why you don't want to talk about something that's obviously not the case. Of course, he's the big favorite right now, but still there will be people who will try and challenge him. Let's see. Wow, Topalov.
Okay, A5.
A5. This is Winton's Topalov as I see it.
Yes,
but is it any good at all? What happens here?
A5, really.
That's an aggressive move. Well, what happens
here?
Okay,
B takes A5. His point must be B6.
I cannot think of any other move.
Look, Karjakin didn't think for a second.
But what happens here? Bishop D8?
Bishop D8, his pawn could be Rook A1 maybe.
can't you take on b6?
No, then, well, let's have a look.
Your point is this,
Yes.
and after bishop b6, you have tricked me like this.
Well, I think, yeah.
Right, and then there's gonna be trouble in the b line.
Exactly.
This is his idea, but after rook a1, can't I prepare it like this? Now you want to take on a5, and after this you have this move. This is your point. Okay, so Topalov.
Yeah, it's interesting. b6, bishop d8, this a5. It is a typical reaction to an extent. But what should black do after rook a1?
But hang on, we was giving a line here and saying that this is winning. But is it so? What happens after a4?
Wow, you're right. Okay, a4, the point is that rook takes b6, rook takes b6, rook takes b6, and the pawn...
And this one is just gonna queen.
No, bishop a5, Peter.
It's not gonna queen.
It's not gonna queen.
Well, that was close.
Yeah, just one tempo.
Yeah, well,
it's not a lot.
Some you win, some you lose. Yeah?
Exactly. But funnily enough, I glanced at a computer. Peter is right after all, as after rook takes b6, a3 is a beautiful move.
Wow, this is the point. And this Topalov was actually missed. Well, my intuition was right.
Yes, no, sorry, rook takes b6, rook takes b6 first, and then a3.
So you want to play it like this, and now the brilliant move a... But you're not kidding. Something is wrong.
Something is wrong, yes. The way we're showing it, something is definitely wrong. No? Okay, let's show it further.
Yeah. I mean, we'll now, instead of continuously blundering, we decided to actually check the computer. And the computer seems to have the opinion that after a5, bishop a5, a2, bishop here. Well, something like king f7 could be good for black, but I'm really skeptical about this. So this is it's a bit interesting.
No, the concept is that black has one more passed pawn on the h line.
But I understand that there is a pawn like this. Well, this is complicated, and it's going to be interesting
very
to
complicated,
see. So,
yes.
well, at least now we have shown all the tricks and pitfalls the players could drop into.
We have, we have really fallen into all of them.
And, I think maybe people would like to play blitz with us against us at some point, but let's see. Yeah. But Topalov plays it very quickly. But actually, he played
rook b1.
He played the rook to b1 instead. He didn't go for these.
However, here black sometimes could just play h4 as well. He has this passed pawn over there too.
Maybe you will just reply king f2 to that. I think Topalov's point is that he wants to be able to go rook to a2, and he's basically saying Karjakin can never take this pawn because then there will be this pin in the b line, and he might be tactically wrong, but this is his concept. And well, it's typical Topalov. You know, see, 44 minutes left for 4 moves. He doesn't think a lot. He's playing some interesting pawn breaks and hoping they go well. I mean, he really likes putting his opponent under pressure, and maybe at -2 he doesn't care too much, and he's just gambling.
That makes a lot of sense from his point of view. So. And also, well, now after rook b1, rook b8. White has also c5.
Okay, and
which is also an interesting move.
I guess I have to take it, and you will take with the rook.
Yes.
But can't I play rook takes b6, or am I blundering again? Most likely I am. How about rook takes b6 here? That's, I mean, if you allow this check on c6, I think you could be in trouble. But I mean, it is a cool way Topalov is doing it. He's really putting pressure here, and well, there is some risk, but probably, well, you are in last place. I mean, do you actually want to, I mean, you can't really make things considerably worse in some sense, right? I mean, you want to, well, he want to catch up with
at least some players.
Yeah, and well, with a win here, he would actually catch Karjakin, right? If I'm correct.
Definitely, yes.
So that is, I think that's quite reasonable, actually.
Karjakin is a bit low on time, but the point is that they have very few moves left to make. Yeah. So he has to make. So
maybe we should stay here, because although a bit is happening in the other games, I think this is the one with the biggest time pressure phase. Actually, Svidler Aronian has just agreed a draw.
Okay. So we might be off for a
press conference.
For a long press conference.
Yeah,
soon.
yeah. Let's just have a look at
Yep.
things here. Well, I think we left you Queen D1, Queen C8, Bishop F1, Bishop F8, Knight E5, Knight C4, and well, they exchange down to this and agreed a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a logical conclusion of
I
this
think
game.
it's hard to complain overly about that, but of course.
But it's a good result for Vichy once again.
Any day that passes by where Vichy keeps the distance to his, the ones who's trying to catch him is of course a good result for Vichy. It's not round 9 was an incredibly good result for Vichy, but
now it's just status score,
today is
which
a
is
fine day, and
very
he
useful for him.
had the black pieces and such. So of course for him this is very much like he would like it, I would say. So okay, there we have a draw. Well, the diagram we have now again is back to Topalov, Karjakin, but I would think that we soon will be at a press conference again, right?
It's very unlikely that something will change massively in this game soon.
And Andreikin Mamedyarov is gonna be a draw any second. We will just switch back to that. We had this position, and he's played the move bishop takes e6, and knight e6 will happen, and then f5 check, king takes, and they have a dead drawn position.
That's right.
So actually now we're gonna have a couple of press conferences in a row. And
in the meantime, we will keep an eye on Topalov.
Hard to say what happens here, but there is 3 moves left for Karjakin. Okay, Topalov has played rook 2. Topalov is keeping some pressure here. I mean, at least from a practical perspective, I like how he's doing it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he uses the fact that Karjakin is low on time, but of course, it's not going to change anything. Of course, now we might see this line that we were just discussing with bishop takes b6, rook b2.
It's clever. I mean, I think Topalov knows he can still make a draw, and why not sort of keep doing it? He forces Karjakin to take some difficult decision when he's very low on time. Let's see.
Well, he has to calculate if bishop takes b6 is possible or not. Otherwise, he could be in moderate trouble.
But after rook a5, I guess he can take on b6 because there's no sort of pin there. So
that's true. Okay.
But it sounds like we go to a press conference.
Enjoy the press conference.
Okay, so we are ready to start second press conference of today, another draw between Peter Svidler and Levon Aronian.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, у нас вторая пресс-конференция на сегодня. У нас в пресс-центре Петр Свидлер и Левон Аронян, которые завершили свою партию в ничью.
Please, can you start?
Пожалуй, начнем.
This is a reasonably topical position, and of course.
Это типовая позиция.
White cannot really be much better, but you can play hoping for a small edge somewhere if black makes an inaccuracy somewhere. I don't know.
Белые здесь не могут получить большого перевеса, но небольшое преимущество вполне возможно, если черные где-то сыграют не совсем точно.
And I think maybe in this position up to here, I think play is very, very logical because white needs to make all these moves, and also black improved his position quite a bit.
До этого момента все, на мой взгляд, проходило очень логично. Обе стороны действовали логично. Черные слегка улучшали свою позицию, белые тоже.
But maybe here you could have done something different, like maybe rook c7, rook a8.
Может быть, где-то здесь черные могли сыграть иначе, допустим, ладья c7.
Bishop e1, rook a8, and it's not
Слон
really that easy for me to...
like e4, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think
Мне
it
не
ever
понравился
works.
ход e4
and d5.
и d5.
And if I take with the
bishop e4.
Если брать конем, то слон бьет e4. Взяли d5.
Maybe knight b4 I managed to
Something might happen, yeah, I don't know.
Что-то здесь может уже случиться.
Yeah.
No, but there's knight f6 in the end, yeah, there's knight f6 in the end.
И в конце конь f6 есть.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Last time I played this line, I blundered e4.
Последний раз, когда я сыграл этот вариант, я зевнул e4.
My initial thought when Levon played bishop d8, knight e7 was, this is a very, very nice restructuring, and I have absolutely nothing.
Моя первая мысль, когда Левон пошел конь e7, была то, что он очень удачно перегруппировывается.
But then I found b3, and I was
Затем я
sort of
нашел
optimistic
b3,
here because I thought this is
и у меня
now
появился оптимизм,
potentially something.
Maybe
потому что
instead of
потенциально что-то уже есть.
bishop 97, I should play bishop a5, yeah?
Может быть,
Yeah.
вместо конь
Just to
e7
provoke
мне
b4
стоило
and then
пойти
start
слон
Yeah, no,
a5.
yeah, I think you should have
спровоцировать
played
b4.
some bishop move before playing 97 because basically it's very,
Нужно
very
как-то пойти
important that in
слонами
this
до того,
position,
как сыграть конь
in this position
e7.
bishop a5 is no longer possible because
В этой
if
позиции слон a5 уже нельзя.
Black could exchange these bishops, he would have no problems whatsoever. Maybe, you know, he could maybe even think he's slightly more comfortable. But,
Если черным здесь удастся разменять слонов, то у них уже точно
and now I
не
remember what I was
хуже.
planning to do after
Даже может
b5. I
лучше.
thought maybe I can play e4.
Yeah, I thought about this.
Здесь даже, может быть, есть вариант e4.
Takes.
Взяли.
And if I take it once again,
Если
Yeah,
взять
no,
еще
I
раз,
thought, you know, the c5 square maybe should give me a little bit, but
может быть,
95
поле
rook
c5
c5.
yeah,
что-то
because
даст.
95 rook
белым.
c5 and b5 is hanging, and I also threatened
Висит на
bishop
b5.
d5 and rook d5 and queen e8 mate. So
Так
I
что я
was
угрожаю
kind
слон
of
d5,
mildly
d5, ферзь e8,
optimistic
мат.
about this, but
yeah, generally b5 is kind of a move you don't really want
yeah,
to play.
generally you want
Обычно
to keep
b5
your
не тот
position
ход, который вы хотите
compact.
сделать.
But after queen b2, it looks like, you know, I got as much as you can get in this line with white.
Мне кажется, что после ферзь b2 я получил максимум того, что белые могут получить
But
в
the
этой
problem is
позиции.
you still need to create some kind of a plan to make progress. And
Проблема в том, что надо и здесь придумать какой-то план,
after rook
чтобы
c7,
продвинуться
a4, knight
вперед.
c6. I'm not sure a4 is forced, but I think a4 is a very natural move. I want to
Yes.
gain some space, take the b5 square under control. a4 I think is fine.
Я не
But
думаю,
here-
что опять а4 ход форсированный, но это очень хороший ход, поскольку он берет под контроль поле b5.
And here basically I became slightly overexcited after knight c6
Здесь я
because I thought
несколько-
I'm making really a lot of progress because if not for knight b8, I think I have a huge advantage here. I think I'm much better here.
Если бы тут не было хода конь b8, то у белых был бы уже большой перевес.
For instance, after knight c4, I
Например,
can even think about
после
taking. I mean,
конь
queen a2 is probably stronger,
c4.
but just to illustrate how good my position is,
Даже
even
можно
this makes sense.
пожертвовать.
But here, because of knight e5, I thought I shouldn't be doing this. So
Но
let's
ввиду
say,
конь e5 я понял, что так
let's
не
say
следует
queen
играть.
a2, and now I'm threatening b5, and in many lines rook takes c4, and let's say bishop takes b7, and I have a very big
И сейчас
big
я угрожаю
advantage
b5, во многих вариантах
And
ладья
generally
бьет
speaking,
c4.
from this position onwards, my plan is to somehow force black to play b6 and put a knight on a6. And if this happens, I'm always at least slightly better. But
Здесь моим планом было вынудить черных как-либо пойти b6 и поставить своего слона на a6. Коня, да. На
But after,
a6.
yeah, and I forgot, basically black moves his pieces sort of in between those, he has a limited amount of squares available, but I still managed to forget about one of them.
Ну,
And
как-то черные ставят свои поля на какое-то ограниченное, свои фигуры на какое-то ограниченное количество полей, но все же находится такой пункт, который как-то выпал у меня из внимания.
And after knight b8, I realized that my plan is somewhat falling apart because
После конь b8 мой план как-то рушится.
this knight, first of all, it covers a6, so even playing b6 becomes possible. And
прикрывает поле
also,
a6.
it comes to d7, attacking my wonderful knight on c5.
И
So,
также он идет на d7 и такую моего
frankly,
чудесного коня на
after before
c5.
knight b8, I'm no longer convinced I'm better, unfortunately.
После
I could
этого
play on,
хода я
maybe
не считаю, что у меня уже
cause a little
лучше.
bit more problems, but to be honest, I think most of my advantage is gone by this point. I think
Мне кажется, что здесь уже большая
I
часть моего
should have,
перевеса
in this
ушла.
position, I should have found some ways to improve my position further. I don't know, maybe double on
Как-то
the
раньше мне
c5
нужно
or
было
something.
найти
I don't know.
другие пути усиления моей позиции.
I should have.
I was thinking that at some moment you'll play bishop d2, threatening e4, you know, such things.
Может, где-то
Yeah, I
здесь
think,
вы сыграете
but
слон
basically-
Or
d2,
bishop h3, threatening e4 at some point. But
или,
it's
допустим, слон
Yeah, it's
h3.
not that easy to find.
not easy,
It's
yes.
not that easy to find a precise plan here, and
Не так просто найти здесь точный план.
and basically, I just thought before was very strong, and in fact, it's quite clearly a mistake. And after knight
Я
b8,
думал,
I
что
think black
b4
just
сильный
folds.
ход, но оказалось, что это
And
ошибка.
once again, I'm not sure what I did is the most critical, but after
Я не знаю,
b5,
что сделал здесь.
I think maybe
ключевую
bishop
ошибку.
b7 is not a very
maybe bishop
precise
b7 is not the most precise move, but I think in general
Может
black
быть,
is,
слон
black
d7 не самый
sort
точный
of
ход.
fine
one.
here.
During the game I got terrified of
Во
e4.
время партии
Yeah.
меня испугал ход e4.
because b6 maybe is not a good move.
Потому что
b6, I have,
b6,
but I have to
скорее всего,
sacrifice
не
a piece
очень
here.
хороший ход.
Yeah.
And
Здесь белые жертвуют
This I
фигуру,
was scared of. With the knight on
И этого я
b8.
боялся.
Well, but maybe you can sort of return it somehow, yeah.
Может, как-то
Take,
вернуть
bishop
здесь
d4,
фигуру
knight
можно.
d7.
But this I don't believe in somehow.
Well, I mean, it depends on whether I can.
Takes queen e5.
Зависит от того, буду ли я.
I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of scary.
This is dodgy.
Да,
already.
это
This is scary, but
страшная позиция.
there are many options. I mean, there's, let's say,
Здесь много
rook
вариантов.
c7 and rook d7, maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to consider if you're white here.
Certainly.
Если вы играете
And,
белыми, то здесь
queen e5.
много вариантов.
Yeah, I'm not sure, I don't know. Yeah, this... Oh, okay, I don't know. Yeah, I'm still winning some material. I mean, you are, not
Все
me.
равно
You
белые
are.
какой-то материал выигрывают.
I don't know,
Неважно, как
it's a very
отвечают
strange
черные.
position, and to
Очень
be honest,
странная
I
позиция.
wasn't entirely convinced I will be better here, and you know, if I'm not better, I might even be worse. So I
Честно
was,
говоря, не был уверен, что
I
мне
was-
здесь
I
лучше.
thought
Если
my-
мне не
I was
лучше, то,
worried, I
возможно, и
don't know,
хуже.
There's so many moves here.
My
Слишком
plan
много
B
ходов.
was e4 takes on e4.
Yeah,
Мой
even this is
план
not
Б
losing,
был
of
взять на
course.
Е4.
Takes, and some move. Yeah, I don't
No, I
know.
was planning to take with the pawn and then put the knight on c4.
Ah, okay.
Я планировал.
No, but if
Есть
I yeah,
пешкой.
if I knew I can get this position, I would most definitely play e4 here because
Если
you
бы
know.
я знал, что такая
This
позиция
is like a
получится, я,
dream because I
конечно,
can
так
play
и
something
сыграл
like
бы.
queen a2
Yeah, this
and
is
I'm threatening
unpleasant.
g5,
Позиция
and this is quite
мечты.
unpleasant.
I was
actually.
also thinking that maybe I should take on c1 twice and play
Ну,
queen
может быть,
c8 here.
стоит сесть на c1 два
But
раза.
then some queen c5.
No, but this is this. Yeah, I don't think you should be doing any of this because here you actually you run a very serious risk.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, queen c5, maybe b6, maybe you're still
На ферзь c5 есть
surviving,
b6.
but no, no,
Черные
d6,
как-то
sorry, yeah.
спасаются, но есть
No, but
конь
I
d6.
think the critical thing is what's
Критическая
going on here.
ситуация.
And
могла
yes,
бы быть
yes, it's
здесь.
interesting, but on the other hand, I wasn't entirely convinced. It's
Я не
it's
был
a kind of a
полностью
position where
уверен в
basically, if
этом.
you're black, you're very unhappy, but if you're white, it's also not that easy to decide to do this because
Понятно, что здесь черным трудно, но если вы играете белым, то тоже не ясно, как тут ходить.
because as I said, if something goes wrong, it will go quite badly wrong here.
Как я сказала, что если что-то пойдет не так, то у белых будет хуже.
Pretty much, yeah, because otherwise
Нужно ли
knight will take on
жертвовать
e4.
здесь? Да,
No,
нужно.
knight cannot really.
I have a
retreat.
feeling that bishop e7 was a mistake.
Yeah, but you could
У
have
меня было
played knight
ощущение,
d7 here. I
что
think.
конь
Yeah.
e7, слон
Was a
e7 это
more-
I
ошибка.
should have.
Yeah, was a much more solid
more
move,
careful.
more solid, more careful move. But
Конь d7 гораздо более солидный
yeah,
ход, более
if I had this
осторожный.
chance, it's basically once in a you know, it's a very specific single moment because you made a slight inaccuracy.
Это буквально единственный момент.
But generally speaking, I think before knight b8, I'm already not much better.
Yes.
And
Но после
and
конь
after queen b1,
b8 мне не
knight
кажется, что у меня
d7,
сильно лучше.
no, here it's pretty much impossible to do anything because
Здесь уже
black
невозможно что-то
managed
сделать.
to get a proper
I
setup.
sort of thought you're
Черные
still
нашли
slightly
оптимальную
better.
Yeah,
расстановку.
But when you exchanged the knights, I was very happy.
yeah, I mean, if I want to do something, I need to find a plan in this position. But basically,
Если
I
бы
mean,
что-то хотел, мне нужно было
I
бы
can keep all
найти
the
план
pieces on.
здесь.
But the moment I make an active move, pieces start coming off. My problem
Если я
is
делаю активные ходы, то
I couldn't actually see what my
фигуры
next
черных
move is. I
тоже
can play, I don't know, bishop
активируются.
e2, you will
Probably
play.
you can play a5 actually.
Можно
Knight
пойти
bc4.
a5,
Yeah,
конь bc4.
and there was a cunning move here.
Здесь был хитрый ход,
Maybe queen b3
ферзь
I don't
b3
know, let's see.
and maybe knight e5.
и конь e5.
Okay, I mean I should make a draw, but I wasn't
Наверняка как-то
entirely
я делаю ничью,
confident I'll make it.
но я не был полностью уверен.
Go back, and now you threaten to take and put the knight on c4, and if I take, we get the position we've more or less got in the game. So.
Yeah, I mean black should equalize, of course.
No, I think
Да, здесь,
basically,
конечно, черные уравнивают.
yes, I could have pretended for a bit longer, but I think it's
Maybe
Я мог
before?
несколько больше притворяться.
But then takes knight e4. Huh?
takes a knight e4.
Maybe
yeah.
black
I
is
mean,
better.
yeah,
Взяли конь
you know,
e4. Может, у черных уже лучше.
at some point it might stop being fun for me here.
В какой-то момент это
if I
должно было
get too
перестать.
optimistic,
Yes.
it might
быть
stop
весельем для
being
меня.
that funny. So no, I think basically I should have made some kind of an improving move here in this position. I don't know, bishop
Кажется,
e2 or
где-то
rook
здесь я
c2.
мог
Some,
делать ходы к
yeah, some
улучшению,
move like
другие.
I don't know. I just, as I said, I saw an active move and I just couldn't resist, playing something forward.
Как я уже говорил, я видел активные ходы и не мог ничего сделать, чтобы не двигать свои
But in this
фигуры
position, I
вперед.
think you should prepare. All the moves forward have to be prepared properly until the very last moment, and only then you should do something active.
Все ходы вперед должны быть тщательно подготовлены до самого последнего момента.
So I think that's the critical point, and that's the mistake.
Я считаю, что здесь ключевой момент и основная ошибка.
And I have a question to Levon. Was it kind of unpleasant choice of opening for you today?
Вопрос к Левону. Был ли этот выбор дебюта для вас не очень приятным?
Not really. I was actually planning to play something completely different, but during the game, for some reason, I went for this, and I was regretting it a lot. Because this is the second time I'm receiving an unpleasant position in this line, and maybe there is something wrong with me or with the line. I have to find out.
Я изначально собиралась играть совершенно другую позицию, но во время партии я почему-то сыграла именно этот вариант. Это уже второй раз, когда я играю его и получаю неприятную позицию. Тут либо что-то со мной, либо что-то с вариантом.
And okay, I have also a question for Peter, because we just noticed in some press conferences that somehow you underestimate your position from time to time. And actually, we also noticed that Kramnik sometimes he overestimates his position. I mean, have you thought about it? And for example, you come back home and you check your games and you see actually that it was not so bad, for example, as you
Вопрос к Петру Свидлеру. На пресс-конференциях мы заметили, что вы иногда недооцениваете свою позицию, в то время как Владимир Крамник переоценивает. Может быть,
maybe I'm exceedingly polite, and I tend to.
Может быть, я слишком вежливый.
And I tend to try and make people feel better about their positions.
И я стараюсь, чтобы люди
As an alternative version.
думали лучше о своих позициях. Это альтернативная версия.
Okay, it didn't came to our mind, but now we'll think about it.
Нам она в голову не приходила, но мы теперь об этом подумаем.
Other questions?
Есть ли вопросы? We are back briefly between the two press conferences. Topalov seems to be in trouble in his game against Sergei Karjakin, and that's all that is, thanks to the a5 move, which was too risky yet again.
Yeah, Topalov took a gamble when Karjakin was short of time, and we can see also Karjakin was down to just 22 seconds left for move 40. But the position has massively improved for Karjakin, and it's sort of a borderlining between being a draw or being winning for Karjakin. We can see Karjakin has sacrificed an exchange, but he has these two strong passed pawns, and it's going to be a race, and it looks promising for Karjakin, but maybe Topalov can make a draw. So I think we're going to have quite some excitement when we are coming back again after.
And the line we have been discussing, just to show you briefly: Rook b8, a4, Rook a8. And now h4.
Probably h4, yes.
Is the move. And at the moment it seems that, yes,
We
if
think
you
takes and f4. And white king will go in this direction. And it seems that he's holding a draw. But it's very close. And remember, Karjakin has found some very resourceful winning moves in difficult endings before. So this could be quite a thriller. But I think right now, Topalov has 1.5 hours, and he's maybe kicking himself, so he's gonna think a lot and try to find a way to save this position.
Definitely. Yeah, no, but this right now he's in a difficult spot,
Very
and
much so.
Karjakin has really an amazing chance to play for a win.
Well, it's a great chance for Karjakin, and also, I mean,
he could catch up with Levon Aronian.
Very much, he will be
today.
equal with Levon Aronian, and he will be a full point behind Anand, but still having to play him with the white pieces. So this is a very crucial game for Karjakin, of course.
Yeah, we will keep an eye on this game for you, and enjoy the next press conference.
Okay.
See you soon.
See you soon.
and another draw between Shahryar Mamedyarov and Dmitry Andreikin.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, у нас сегодня довольно мирный день. Вот у нас еще одна ничья, и в гостях у нас Шахрияр Мамедяров и Дмитрий Андрейкин.
But I think the game was actually quite, interesting and sharp, and both of you were trying probably to do something. It's not about results. So can you show us something?
Мы считаем, что партия была очень интересная, и вы оба пытались поиграть на выигрыш. Пожалуйста, расскажите, что в ней происходило.
Шахрияр пытался.
Did you try?
Ну, тут меня Шахрияр удивил очень этим дебютом, поэтому пришлось много времени потратить, чтобы вспомнить, как точнее играть.
Shahryar surprised me with this opening, and I had to spend much time to remember how to play here.
Ну вот я тут очень много времени потратил уже к этому моменту, а Шахрияр играл быстро.
I've spent quite a lot of time by this moment, and Shahryar played quite rapidly.
Так по виду у белых очень хорошая позиция с большим давлением, ну вот.
White's position is good.
Да,
This position was in the game Gelfand Alexeyev.
Но я, к сожалению, ничего подобного не знал, поэтому...
Unfortunately, I did not know about this.
Вот в этой позиции у меня уже довольно мало времени было, и я видел ход конь c7.
This position, I was lacking time. I saw the move knight c7 here.
Такой ход неестественный, но, как выяснилось, очень сильный.
It's quite unnatural, but it's very strong.
Идея в том, что теперь белые успевают провести c4, c5 в нужной редакции.
The idea is that white has time here now to play c5 in good position.
Но, видимо, лучше для черных это пойти вот на какую-то такую позицию.
It's better for black to lead the game like this.
Хотя тут не так плохо. Слон d4.
Bishop d4.
Ну, у белых перевес двух слонов, они, конечно, будут здесь очень долго атаковать ферзевый фланг.
White has an edge of two bishops.
Слон b7, ладья b8, слон a6.
Ну, как-то тут неудачно получилось чуть-чуть.
It's a bit unfortunate here.
Как-то, видимо, тут какой-то другой ход надо сделать.
Maybe there is some another move.
Слон d4 такой, что ладья c8, слон b7, ладья b8, слон a6.
Слон a6,
да? И взял конь a6, и вот конь a6, ладья...
Может послушать,
да, ладья 8.
Rook c8, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop a6.
Да, надо взять слон b5, а то будет слон конь a6, конь a6.
Нет, тут ты отбился как-то.
А что делать? Ладья 8 себе скажи, по-моему. Да, так, перемене.
Ладья c7, кстати,
ладья c7.
Maybe rook c7 here.
Наверное, просто ладья a6, слон f6, там взял, там, ну, я не
Rook a6, bishop f6. I think the endgame is better for white, slightly better.
В общем, это был хороший шанс.
It was a good
Я
chance.
пошел h3, я тоже думал, что у белых очень хорошая позиция, множество ресурсов.
I played h3 and I thought that white's position is very good. It has many resources.
Конь b4 тоже стал для меня сюрпризом.
Knight b4 was also a surprise to me.
Но это, видимо, хороший ход, черные успели перегруппироваться.
Obviously, it's a good move. Black has time to regroup its pieces.
Идея в том, что на слон e5 теперь есть единственный ход конь a6.
Now, after bishop e5, there is knight a6.
Ну, после слон b7, конь c5. Взяли, здесь черные укрепились уже.
Now, black's position is quite solid.
Вот. А на слон d4, например, черные успевают конь d7.
Now black has time to play knight d7.
Как-то так, например. Так. Ну, кстати, вот это
там
тоже, да,
можно? Тоже можно. Ладья 8 можно было играть вместо, например, просто. Я не уверен, что да, конь 8, ладья 8 и обратно ладья 8 вернулся. Что может быть там? Ну, просто.
Ну, может быть, да, тоже.
И пешка c4 слава, c5 если не будет.
Ну, поэтому уже c5 надо проводить.
That's why I had to play c5.
Ну и тут, кстати, bc для меня тоже сюрпризом стал.
This was also a surprise.
Непонятно на что, конечно.
I don't know for what I spent so much time.
Считал все варианты, но вот слон b5.
I was calculating on the variants.
Взяли a4, c6. Там cb, видимо, не успевает, да?
Ну, нет, c6 я что
c6, конь d5. Конь d2, конь c7. Мне казалось, что это обоюдно.
Слон e5.
For example, bishop e5 here.
Не успела, да?
Как-то странно позиция. Я не хотел.
The position is strange.
E5, c6 как-то,
Ну да.
чтобы специально так играть, я не знаю, я бы не хотел.
I wouldn't like to play like this.
То, что я читал, то, что я играл, мне казалось, что довольно такой простой.
Да, ну и второй красивый вариант,
I
который
was
я
playing in a
смотрел,
simple
это
way.
слон c5. Так, может, это не то, да, слон? Вот в этой позиции слон c5.
Bishop takes c5.
Тут идея в том, что после взятия белые берут, и есть ход конь d7.
And here is the move knight d7.
С такой мнимой угрозой конь b6, но
with a threat of knight b6.
Тогда у белых находится интересная идея ладья g5, f6, ладья g4, и конь на d7 привязан к пешке f6.
But here the knight is tied to f6 pawn.
Поэтому черные должны сделать еще какой-то один ход защитный. И вот
Black
здесь,
has to play one more defensive move, e5.
ну, в крайнем случае можно пойти слон c3.
Может, конь d6 надо было?
Может, конь d6.
Maybe knight d6.
На конь c5, конь e8.
Knight c5.
Слон c3.
Takes. Bishop c3.
Слон c6. Выигрывайте.
Я брал ладья b8.
Где?
Вот здесь.
Тогда...
Here is the move rook b8.
Слон b4 ничья, да?
Ну, как сказать. Кто там первый?
Takes and draw, but it's not very clear.
Ну, в общем, вот на все эти идеи я опять убил массу времени, поэтому после ВЦ уже как-то опять осталось 20 минут на 20 ходов. У меня, причем опять случился глюк, я был уверен, что будет по 30 секунд добавлять. А потом, когда я осознал уже, что не будет добавлений, то тут решил пойти конь b7. Тут, может, минимальный есть какой-то перевес у белых?
Maybe there is some minimal edge here for white.
Все-таки пешка А сильнее, чем пешка С.
Не знаю.
A pawn is stronger than C pawn.
Все-таки ничья, да.
But I think that pawn will be lost.
Ну, конь b7, я думаю, надо играть. Потому что как играть? Конь сильный.
White should play knight b7 here.
Да, конь b6. Так.
Так, у меня ладья 4 был ход, выбор. Ну, еще конь f6.
I had a choice between rook a4
Просто конь f6 еще такой ход был.
or
Просто
knight f6.
я не знал, зачем мне это. Так.
Так
ладья 4
даже
может.
слон f6 и конь c7.
Жертва.
But here we have bishop f6 and then
Хорошо,
knight
ладья 4,
c7.
сам принципиально, ладья 4 надо видеть.
The most principal move is rook a4.
Что тут?
Слон b5.
Сейчас я что-то видел. Ладно, конь d6.
What if knight d6?
Там конь d3, там очень много фигур бросается, я не знаю, что это будет. Слон
Knight
d6.
d3.
Или конь d3 сразу.
Да,
Какой-то
сразу.
странный гость, да? Очень много фигур.
Many pieces are hanging.
Еще во время партии как-то заставляет думать, здесь неохота.
In the game you should think about this, but here I don't want to do it.
Ну да, непонятно.
You are not taking care of spectators.
А мы заботимся о зрителях.
Ну, тут все уже здесь.
Вот здесь конь d7, да, здесь там маленький первичный, конечно, понятно.
Конь d7 последний ход.
Если немножко
The last
терпения,
critical move
ничего.
is knight d7.
А кто терпит?
Ну, я, конечно.
А как?
Black has some.
Ну, есть терпение.
Has
Я
to
имею в
have some
виду, есть
patience.
немножко, да, ну, все равно.
Так.
Я же не говорю очень
Не, ну
много.
я как-то думал, что
A bit
конь на
patience.
d7.
Ну, я просто думал, ладья b4 просто, Вася, меняешь. Ладья b4 заставляю менять просто ничего. Слон на 7,
Rook
ладья
b4
a4
makes
до конца.
White to
Так,
exchange.
сейчас.
Слон на 7, ладья a4.
А слон 7?
Ладья a4. И просто заставляю менять.
Bishop a7, rook a4.
Ну, наверное.
And a quick draw after that.
Не, ну просто как-то мне вот эти позиции уже перестали нравиться. Если, скажем, шах.
I didn't like these positions.
Так. Конь на d7 застрял и...
Ну, это да, ну я имею в
Knight
виду
d7
выбор
is
есть.
struck.
Черный
Да,
выбор есть.
сюда идти.
Ну это да, здесь.
Ну тут уже так, можно было не давать поменять пешку аж еще там
This is
чуть побороться.
Draw. Maybe white shouldn't let black to change h6 pawn, h pawn.
Shahryar, is it true that it was kind of unpleasant position for you to play today during the game, or it was just a game?
Шахрияр, это не очень для вас приятная позиция, или это не так?
Я тоже особо не повторил, не ожидал от Андрея. Просто, когда я давным-давно смотрел это пейсе, почему-то мне ладья 8, и оценка была, что просто ничья, так скажем. И, собственно, так белым нельзя играть, я думал. А сегодня оказалось, что когда долго защищался, понял, что все-таки может и... Ну, не знаю, ну, черным, если нормально взять, в этом варианте много хороших партий были. Ну, не то, что хорошие, Крамник играл, Гефанд играл, они все там нормальные пейсы, ничья там тоже быстро. А сегодня какой-то, не знаю, пейс вроде бы ничейный, но, наверное, вместо меня бы, если кто-то другой играл бы, он более такой ничью сделал бы. Я немножко хотел думать, что-то там, ну, вроде бы тоже нормально играл, я не знаю. Вроде бы ничего плохого не делал, ничья.
Я не обвиняю.
Пейса такая, что немножко все-таки надо защищаться черным и ничья. Да.
This was also a surprise for me because once I saw this position, this kind of play, and I thought that it is not very good for white to play like this, but today it happens that white can play, and it's quite hard for black to defend this position. Also Kramnik, Gelfand played like this, and they made easily a draw. Perhaps if someone else hadn't played on my place, it would be an easier draw.
Do you have questions?
Есть ли вопросы?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Ну, спасибо. Welcome back to the last round of the day, to the last game of the round. Topalov is taking his time thinking about this position where he has made some bad decisions to get here.
Yeah, we still think it's a draw, but he has to play it rather accurately to save the draw as far as we can see.
Definitely. Right now, Rook G8 check could be the most clear way to defend for white. It has one... well, the main idea of this move would be to drive the black king away from f5, but that's not what he did.
He has just played the move king to d1.
Okay.
That is interesting.
Yeah, that's a very different idea.
Well, his idea is that he wants to, I would say, yeah, the king has to go and take care of the a pawn. So let's see. h4 looks like a very logical try.
He will take on h4.
Are you sure? Maybe he will play g4 and think that the black king is going to be boxed in like this. And then simply
what about
think
h3 will run into
well,
rook,
h3 there
rook
is
no, a3 is a problem. So
yeah,
if you play rook h8 now,
well, you can play rook g8 check first apparently, and somehow well it's quite tactical. But king d1 is an interesting move, and we didn't think that this was the way to make a draw. But I think it's still too early to call.
Oh, we could show this line that we were considering.
We thought that. Well, you thought rook g8 check was actually an exact move, right? And let's say king to f7, rook a8 if I'm not mistaken. And then the idea is that let's say after a3, or maybe more exact h4, we want to take on h4 and then always have the resource f4. And after h3, king f3, white is just in time with his king. And an important difference is that, the point of the move f4 is that we don't want to go, let's say, king f1, h3, then somehow we're in a bit of a bind. Let's say rook a6, a3. Suddenly it becomes two very dangerous passed pawns, and I think.
And the king is loose.
Exactly.
So the black king
would
closer.
just go here and win easily. But Topalov has played an interesting concept. He's just chosen to simply put his king on d1 and saying that this should be the way to save it. And
Well, it's at the moment it's hard to say if he's right or not. It
But
requires
you
long
think that
analysis.
After h4, his idea is to take the pawn. So let's say takes, and rook h8 looks like a very logical move.
Definitely.
But then a3, king c2, and now there is this move. Wow, e4.
E4 with the
winning
idea of
immediately.
bishop d4.
Because
That's
if you
very nice.
take, well, you can just play a2 and king b2. There is a deadly check here. So that is, interesting. What happens after? But h4 looks like such a logical move.
Yeah,
right?
that's definitely what well, Karjakin should think about in the first place, and probably he will even do it. Maybe rook g8, an intermediary move, will sort of this kind of check would be very useful.
And you're saying there is, I can't really sort of poke you in any way. No.
King f6 is the only move, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. Let's say king f6. And what happens now? You're going to take.
What about the same line even?
What about rook h8 now? Then you go to g5 with your king. And if I play a sly move like this rook g4, then maybe you're just going to defend it simply. And I thought something like this looks very safe. But there is a threat of h3 in this position.
Actually, I think that what Topalov did is not an exact way to draw this.
Well,
if there is one.
Maybe he has some specific idea in mind. Maybe he's calculated that after g4, everything is actually going to work out for him, and simply the black king cannot enter. But one motive we shouldn't forget is also, it looks like the black king is sort of boxed in. But, well, let's assume that at some point these pawns are pushed forward, and the king goes to f6. Then there could be a pawn sacrifice, and the black king is going to enter. So I'm a bit skeptical about what Topalov is doing, but let's see. King d1. That's yeah. It's actually a very logical human move, I would say, and you can also see the computer up there quite like it. But
I don't think that's that's his final verdict yet. Computer.
No, I understand. And also, well, these positions are quite difficult for the computers because, well, one thing is the material situation, which they, of course, can evaluate brilliantly, but it's very much a question of will the black king at times enter just in time for the pawn to queen. And remember, back at Svidler, Karjakin, for instance, well, we called the evaluations wrong for a very long time because simply we hadn't seen deep enough. And this one could actually go in the same direction, I would say.
Yeah, very much so. Topalov has turned a very pleasant endgame.
Yeah. Well,
just very slightly better endgame into something that he will have some trouble defending.
Well, I would say generally what Topalov has done is quite irresponsible. I mean, he should never get into such a situation, but I think he really wanted to get away from last place and he wanted to gamble. And he thought that by normal means it's going to be a draw. So he took definite risk in the time pressure. But right now he's suffering for it, and he could even be, well, should he lose this game, I think would be isolated last place, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Nobody is on -2 as far as I remember, no. So this would be, well...
But he would be on -3.
He will be on -3, and the closest rival 1 point above him, actually. So let's see. Karjakin has just played the move h4.
And now let's just show this line once again. In case he takes on h4.
You will take back, I think?
Yes. And rook h8 doesn't work.
No, because then there is this tactical line, and now the crushing move e4, exploiting that the bishop is going to hit the rook like this. So rook h8, which looks very logical, he simply can't play. So you would have to give a check on g8 first, it seems. But even that, we were not too convinced about. So I'm not sure it's a losing mistake to take on h4, but...
But you're saying you like g4 more.
I'm saying I'm not sure that this is a drawn position anymore. G4, at least, it boxes the king. And if you are in time with, let's say... Well, I don't know how to time this exactly from black is my problem. Maybe... So this strange move, bishop f2, which is threatening h3. Well, immediately h3 is just a blunder, as there is rook to well, rook d8 check, and when the king goes away, then I can even actually take on g5, and I'll be in time to put it on h5. And if you go to f6, I do have this square, because now bishop d4 is not going to hit the rook because of the king. But it is very tactically complicated, as we can see
That's
here.
right.
I mean, this is something that can very easily go wrong for Topalov if it is not like, maybe already it has gone wrong. I mean, and I think Karjakin is suddenly feeling much more optimistic. And, well, it does strike me like Karjakin is trying very hard to sort of get into the fight for the first place, but he could be sort of getting there with
Yeah, but
Topalov's
some
help.
things are falling into his hands.
Yeah, right
To
now.
a certain extent,
I would
yes.
say so. Let's see here. You could also play rook g8 check first, but I doubt somehow it makes any substantial difference. But of course, after rook d8 check first, you can't go to f7 anymore. But after a move like king f6, to be honest, I don't really see a difference. Let's say
Yeah, it looks
now
like it's
takes
the
takes.
same.
I could go rook h8 because I guess e4. This resource is not there anymore. But maybe even just bishop to f2. And what I don't like now is that black has this route, and when the white kings go to the a pawn, maybe black would just be completely winning like this. So let's say he's played rook
He's
d8
played
check,
rook g8, yes.
and well, that we think is a quite logical and good move, right? But let's say
Well, now he can play either king f6 or even king f5. But I think after king f5, rook f8 check just drives him back.
So
There is nothing. So
king
king
F-
f6 is the only move, basically.
what about king h6? Could that make a? That could also be logical, I would say.
King h6.
Just to, what would you think of something like this? Check here, 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 and g4. You think this is a fortress? Well, I mean, my point is that I will play like this, and I will sort of defend in time. Maybe like this I have defended, but maybe I was a bit cooperative. But I'm just trying to suggest possible ideas that this rook on h5 do look bad, but it attacks this pawn and it keeps the h4 pawn under control. And maybe this is something like this he has to go. Let's say he's going to just to f6.
Yes. And now again, Topalov has to make a tough decision.
Either
whether
he has to
goes
take or he has to go
g4.
g4. But
it feels to me that it's better to take on h4
yeah.
because he has, well, for a start, h4
So
pawn
let's say
is
takes, you're gonna take back, and but well, how will you defend? You will bring your king towards the a pawn, right? King c2. And now you cannot play h3 because rook h8 will win this pawn. So maybe white still has this rather under control.
The only thing
Maybe
that
king f5 is a way to make progress. I mean, as soon as you do this move, I think maybe you will have to do bishop f2. It's complicated.
instead of king f5, let's say if I start with bishop f2.
But bishop f2 always feels a bit scary because you can put the king on b2 and you'll start attack the pawn.
But it could be that this is just dangerous for you, as I will play, let's say, king f5 here, just to...
But I thought, as soon as you threaten here, maybe I can give a check, but then you can go to
king g5?
g5, and you're threatening h3. But
Exactly.
yeah. Now this is complicated for sure. Yeah, I think it could still be objectively a draw, but it's very difficult to defend for Topalov. So, but also if you look at the clock times, actually, I think this phase of the game could slow down very considerably because, well, Topalov has more than an hour and Karjakin has almost an hour, and this is some very heavy decisions. And I think Topalov took some very irresponsible, quick decisions.
Yeah, which probably right now he...
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually more tempted by
regrets.
playing g4 here than by playing G8. Somehow G4, I think it feels closer to being a safe draw than the other move. Yeah,
well,
he's
Topalov
played it.
thinks
Yeah.
like that as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Well, or maybe Topalov thinks like me, that if you take on H4, it's going to be a long, tough struggle. Now with G4, it's either going to be a fortress draw or I'm going to lose it. This is, but I think from a practical perspective, G4, it is quite a nice
Doesn't
move.
it surprise you that with all this time, he doesn't spend more time on these decisions? It is a bit surprising, I would say.
Yeah, but I think he's on -2 and he's a bit sort
I think
I
it
mean,
shows that,
yeah.
well, maybe he doesn't like to look at his position for so long or something like
I don't
that.
think he feels so much is at stake anymore. And no, I understand your point, and maybe you can argue he should have thought for 40 minutes here. But it's also, I think it's difficult to get to the bottom of this, and it's sort of, he's doing it by feel, and he thinks that
By intuition, simply,
G4 is the right way to do it here. And,
but it's
well,
true,
he could
that
be right.
really is reminiscent of Svidler Karjakin.
But I think actually we are getting into the situation where, I mean, I'm going to make a couple of moves, maybe bishop f2, and now there's the huge threat of, I mean, let's say, this would be a blunder. There is this threat, bishop h4, quite brilliantly, and the h-pawn is going to queen. So after bishop f2, you have no choice but to put your rook here. And after king g7, well, you have to put your rook here. And let's say bishop e3. This rook is going to be out of play. And I think king c2, most likely there's no other way of breaking through than sort of playing e4 and hoping for the best. And then it might depend on something like this, if this is winning or not for black. And that is moderately difficult for me to say right now. And maybe also, you should have played king f6 4, you tossed the pawn, but it's close.
We have on our screen the tweet from Tarley Svensson. It's not over yet. If Karjakin beats Topalov, then beats Anand with white in round 13, he may be ahead. So yeah, that's just a fact.
Exactly, yeah. That's the tournament standing summed up, basically, that Karjakin is like, he's on 50% and Vichy is on +3. But should Karjakin get to +1 and Anand still on +3 when they are playing each other, then actually a win for Karjakin will mean he overtakes Anand, simply because of he will have a better head-to-head score. So, I mean, it's true that I think it looks very nice for Anand, but to say that this tournament is decided is way too early. We are in round 11. I think. Yeah. So still, and if you remember back at last year's candidates, I mean, still quite some action is likely to happen. But I actually like the move g4 by Topalov. I think it's the right decision, and it could likely be a draw. But let's see. I think I think it's going to be this fortress position, as we actually spoke of, something like this: the rook on h5, and the king heading in this direction, and then Karjakin will have to toss the pawn at some point.
However, we can see that the computer evaluation now fell to -1.56.
Okay.
It's not necessarily right.
But it's not a.
But it's not a good sign for Topalov.
Of course, it could be that the computer is sort of overestimating some exact position. But I will agree with you that this is very bad news. But okay, it's changing constantly up there. And this
so it just shows that the position is quite complex.
Okay.
So let's see if just as we discussed, bishop f2 now.
Okay.
Rook h8 is a must.
That's the only move because of the threat of h3.
And for instance, if the king goes to the queen side, like, let's say
you're saying
king e6.
Okay, yeah, I put it on e7. So let's say king c2. But how are you going to get... I mean, I will also run for the a pawn.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You are thinking king d7, king b2, king c6, and you're going to go up like this, right? King a3. But maybe at some point in the process I could also toss in rook to h5. But no, you're right. There is some definite plans for black.
I'm wondering about this. C5, d4 are perfect entry squares for...
So let's say king c2, king d7, king b2, king c6, king a3, king c5, and you are entering probably quite successfully, right? So maybe, let's say, after king e7. How am I gonna do it? King c2, king d7. When will be a good time? Maybe also, I mean, I did not take exactly the most bright route. Maybe I could go king c3.
King c3 is a faster route, at least.
Mm-hmm. But it is complicated, and it is, I think, well, obviously promising for Karjakin, and I would doubt that we will be able to analyze this to a sort of final result right now.
Oh, but this idea of bringing the king over via the c5 looks quite attractive to me.
I agree.
Because in the meantime, while you will be busy, let's say, taking the a pawn or both pawns...
But they are not so decisive, right? I mean,
no, exactly.
No.
So,
but I think the main point of these pawns being there is that I cannot completely ignore them, and you can toss them at some point.
Exactly.
The a pawn is not going to queen, but it's going to be quite annoying for white to... Well, it's going to take a while to collect both, and maybe the king will enter at the same time. So it could still be quite lost for
maybe.
I don't know if you saw the time. It said T. Actually, this is probably Well, that's the players. The room
true.
there. There was a sign with T up there. We haven't seen that before. At least I haven't. So
let's say maybe after bishop f2, like we just discussed, king c. Let's say rook h8, of course, is the king e6 or e7. It doesn't matter. And what happens if I just play rook g8 immediately, trying to tie
to force events?
Yeah, to force it back.
Okay, I would stand on
e3
because I have to, right? You can't. What happens if you play? Then your point is that you can actually take this pawn, and after h2, rook h5. Well, you can't play bishop h4 anymore because the g pawn is gone.
Exactly. Yes.
So you are saying rook g8, and now after bishop e3, your idea is to play rook to g6 and put pressure like on the 6 file. Still.
Well, still this rook, it feels like it's overloaded, but after king d7, maybe c5 is a move.
Yeah, but I mean, this
is some really amazing stuff.
This is very concrete and very difficult for Topalov to handle, and I mean, maybe it's objectively drawn, but it's a very tough position to play.
To make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes and he finds all the best moves.
No.
That's practically terribly
my best
difficult.
guess would be that Karjakin is the favorite to win this game, but of course it is gonna be very close. But this would be actually a quite surprising tournament situation in the sense that Karjakin has gone from -2 and at some point being on shared last to suddenly actually being, technically speaking, in second place because of the better tiebreak towards Anand. And actually he would have it in theory in his own hand. He knows that, well, if Karjakin wins all games from now, he's the new challenger.
That's true.
By guarantee, actually. So, I mean, well, things could still become very interesting. Well, I think things are very interesting in this tournament. But, this is quite a crucial game for Karjakin, I would say.
Definitely.
So let's see.
Well, he was criticized yesterday, Karjakin, for not trying in the end, but as it turns out today...
Even by me, I think.
Even by you, yes. As it turns out today, there was nothing wrong with this choice yesterday.
I think that is a bit with hindsight. I mean, I will stand by. I think he should have played on yesterday. Okay. And I think also today, I mean, it's not like he's played hard for a win. He's sort of been pushed there by Topalov. But
that's true.
I think that's been his tactic in some sense, that Topalov is going to push and I'm going to be patient and I'm going to strike back. And it's very hard to argue against that when you see what has happened, right?
Exactly. But it's true, Topalov, he hasn't been successful in the last games especially. He lost to Vichy after playing terrible move, h6 in the endgame,
extremely irresponsible,
which was very which simply put him not on the verge of losing but directly into a lost position.
I think also.
So, and then against Aronian he was also comfortably better, but suddenly after g5 he was slightly worse.
No, I mean, we have been talking
and
a lot,
the same today.
A lot about Kramnik's blunders, but Topalov has also quite blundered, not in a direct sense as Kramnik, but still some decisions that are, simply, doesn't belong in this term, or at least you're going to get seriously hurt by making these
That's right.
These
and that's exactly what is happening. He is getting really hurt by Well, by playing, would you call it too ambitiously?
I mean, maybe yesterday G5 you can say is too ambitious, but I think it's more miscalculation in some sense. But with Anand, I mean, well, we talked about some of Kramnik's mistakes and blunders, but the blunder Topalov made against Anand with h6 is also very hard to explain, I would say.
Yeah, that's right.
He could have miscalculated some pawn ending, and that could be the reason. But that was
totally unnecessary.
Very much so.
And,
yes.
As Anand himself said during the press conference, he misplayed that position.
Sure.
It was very close to a draw, and he wasn't optimistic about it at all.
No.
So Topalov has handed this half a point, an extremely important half a point to Vishy.
But I think, the lesson of this tournament, and maybe it's a bit random, but still, that patience is very much rewarded, right? And somehow, if you keep giving your opponent chances to actually do something stupid, apparently he will.
Well, you could argue that it didn't happen, for instance, today in the game Svidler Aronian. That was a very correct game, you could say. After the opening, both were very solid. White was maybe theoretically slightly better, but it never left. Equality, basically. So that was a very, really, extremely solid game, as solid as it gets. But I think both players, they have been through these things already, and they knew that.
What would you think Karjakin is thinking about here? Is he thinking, in which move should I play next, or you think he's thinking very far ahead and thinking sort of which kind of fortresses are there here? I mean, you think he's thinking on a move-by-move basis, or he's very much thinking in pictures?
I think he's thinking in pictures and in plans right now. Of course, once he has decided on what is the most, which position he should aim for and which is just a draw, he will start thinking very tactically, very concretely. But at the moment, I think it's very obvious that he first of all tries to understand what is good for him and what is not, and that makes a lot of sense.
I suddenly just had a thought. I mean, last time we missed a tactical blow, because would something like e4 be a possibility here? I mean, not to sort of instead of thinking in these long lines, what about straight away trying to break through?
Yeah.
Could this be winning?
If even that is possible, that's of course bad news for Topalov.
Well, let's just take them one by one. Here, I would say a3.
Yes.
And then the kings goes here. Is it already time for me to break through?
You want to play king simply?
Yeah,
king
maybe
E5.
I have to play bishop e3 first to protect this pawn, and then I will break through with the king. It is close.
It's actually very close to being good.
Maybe you should take with the f pawn in this position. And I was thinking something like king e5.
Wow.
I mean, the idea should be when you take this pawn, I'm gonna go here, and I would think you go back. But I can take on g4 and have an h pawn. Maybe Karjakin is not at all thinking about sort of long-term plans. He's trying to calculate directly. Is e4 a winning move?
And what about rook f8 in this position after king e5?
You could be right. And
just trying to make sure that the king doesn't come close enough.
And you're saying, should I play h3? You're going to give a check, and after king d4, king d2.
No, I think bishop b4 check. I don't think so. But what about just taking on g5?
Sorry?
What about just taking on g5? No?
Sorry, what time?
Well, after rook f8, you just played h3, I thought.
Yeah.
Rook f8, rook f5 check. King e5.
Yeah.
And
king d4.
Rook takes g5 is just bad.
I would think so, yes, because of the king is breaking through to c3.
That's right.
So I think actually king d2 is an excellent move in this position. But I mean, e4 comes
that is
close.
Incredibly complicated.
Yeah. No, I mean. And maybe Karjakin is also thinking: is it a now or never chance, or sort of?
Or will he he have much more time for such? No, I think I really still think that if this e4 is not so good or not so clear, he should be considering bringing his king over via c6, c5.
Yeah, but that could also mean that Topalov will stabilize. If he goes e4 straight away, it's very close to winning directly, and it will put a lot of pressure. And, but again, as I said, as soon as you start gambling, things seems to go wrong.
No, I don't think he will gamble. I think it's much more likely he will use 20 more minutes and come up with something that is simply a solution.
E4, f takes, king e5. We said rook f8. What about king d4 straight away, trying to break through? I mean, something like, let's say, king c2 and the king's coming to e3. It's very hard to evaluate this, but my feeling is that this could be quite good for black. But of course it's complicated.
This looks extremely close to a win, of course.
Exactly, but maybe there is resources for white here, but this is... I mean, it would be very tempting to break through like this, and of course you're giving away an important pawn, but I mean, I would say I quite like it.
Yeah, that's right. But what else? Yeah, white is well, for white there's nothing left but to wait for the sort of for Karjakin's decision, and then to, of course, something like e4 could make Topalov just find the only moves and save
if
this.
there is one, for sure.
If there are.
Another strategy, of course, is for black to do things very slowly, and then, well, I think it's a common psychological trick that you might have some kind of plan, but you are deliberately postponing it simply to tire and give the opponent the idea of hope before you actually do something.
It's quite sadistic, yes.
Okay, I see. Yeah, but well, let's see here. I mean, and again, I mean, we talk about e4 directly. You could maybe also play a3, king c2, and then consider something like e4. I mean, there is a lot of things for Karjakin to think about in this position, and I mean, something like this, like takes here, king f4. I doubt you can calculate this exactly. Maybe here, let's say rook f8, king to d4, rook to f3. Maybe black is just exactly in time, or maybe white is in time, or maybe black is winning. But I mean,
no, this looks like white just managed.
Yeah, I think here, I mean, I managed to put up Topalov's. Well, if we have to speak about dreams, which seems to be one of the topics at the press conference, this one is a good dream for Topalov. But
that's true. This would be a perfect scenario.
It's a very complicated position, and yeah, but I think things are slowing down here a bit actually, and I mean, Karjakin is gonna think very hard. Yeah,
we were expecting that Karjakin could spend a big part of his time now just trying to work out all the subtleties of this position.
And I think that's very responsible.
And it's not even obvious that that time will be enough for him, as the position seems to be incredibly complex. But we will go for a short break now, and we'll be back soon.
Like many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneer's Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomarev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2013 in Stavanger, where he headed the likes of Carlsen, Aronian and Anand. Karjakin is not only strong in classical chess, he is also in his element in rapid chess. He was rapid world champion in 2012 and won the World Cup in this discipline in 2010. Karjakin's hallmark is all-round strength. He is equally good in calm positional games as in wild tactical flights. The leading Bulgarian Grandmaster was born on the 15th of March 1975 in Rus. Veselin learned to play chess at the age of 8 and very quickly proved to be one of the most promising players of his generation. In 1989 he became under-14 world champion and runner-up in the 1990 under-16 world championships. In 1992 Topalov gained his Grandmaster title and entered the chess world's elite. From the mid-90s this ultra-talented Bulgarian won tournament after tournament and soon became a candidate for the champion's title. In 2005, Topalov proved his strength and superiority by winning the FIDE World Championship in San Luis. In 2006, in Elista, Topalov lost a controversial rematch with Kramnik on a tiebreak and so lost the crown. After a small loss of form following the match, Topalov had regained the #1 spot in the ratings by the end of 2008. In 2009, he won a candidates match against Kamsky and earned the right to face world champion Anand. The match for the title was held in 2010 in Sofia. Although Topalov lost to Anand, it was very close and it went down to the last game to decide the outcome. In the candidates match of 2012, Topalov was defeated by Kamsky, but he did not give up on his championship ambitions. Having won tournaments in London and Zug, the Bulgarian was the overall winner of the 2012-2013 FIDE Grand Prix Series and is again one of the main candidates for the title match. Topalov is known for his robust, uncompromising style. He plays every game to win, and the combination of a sharp tactical eye coupled with fine positional skills lets him create chess masterpieces of exceptional vigor and beauty.
Welcome back to the last game of today. Karjakin just made bishop f2. This is one of the possible moves, and we were just debating that even a direct e4 could be interesting for black. But there's nothing wrong with preparing it a little bit.
No, I think nothing substantial has changed. But of course, Karjakin is getting into a situation where he will have to take some courageous decision at some point, because if he doesn't, try to break through. Topalov has basically a fortress here. So, Karjakin is going to spend some time. He still has like half an hour left for 15 moves. So, but I mean, it seems to me that he doesn't know exactly how he should proceed here, and he's weighing his options, but probably also being a bit nervous because suddenly, things are starting to look excellent for him, and that's maybe a good time to become nervous. I mean, normally, that is the situation. You start feeling the nerves. But
our colleague Sergei Shipov, who has the Russian part of the commentary, he says that instead of bishop f2, bishop e3 was more interesting, and then if white was holding, then by some sort of a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
His point is very straightforward as far as I understand it. E4 is the idea, and simply G5 is not hanging anymore.
Sure. Okay.
And that sounds, very reasonable indeed,
but
I think.
I think Karjakin can go back to this. It's not like this was a sort of a once-in-the-game chance, I would say.
No, not quite. But he just played king G7. Okay, so
G7?
He's forcing the rook to H5.
Sure.
Now, the rook doesn't have many moves, let's put it like that, especially after bishop E3.
I think it's gonna be this scenario we spoke of. Bishop e3. The white king is gonna stand sort of in the neighborhood of the a pawn, and then there is simply no other chance for Karjakin than tossing this pawn to be able to get
That's right.
entry squares here. And it's very, very close. Maybe this is it's just winning. So let's see, fe4, king f6. And now, well, because the bishop on e3 is protecting this pawn, I think white cannot stay passive, because the king is just gonna go this direction and take the pawn on g4. So probably he has to play rook h8, king e5, rook f8. And I think we were debating things like this, and let's say king to d4. At some point we were speaking about rook to f3, but I think then the bishop was different, because maybe after a3 here, actually, should the king go to b3, we can take on d3 and things are starting to collapse. So it could be that actually Karjakin is just perfectly well on the correct track to break down the position.
Well, it's true. He hasn't lost any of the options.
I don't think so.
That were in the position by doing what he just did. And now, I really think he will play bishop e3.
And it looks like a very straightforward line to me. I mean, bishop e3, and well, Topalov will have to go king c2, and with e4 and entering with the king, we do get this, I would say, more or less forced line. And in this position after king d4, it's very much depends, is this winning or not for Karjakin?
This is the
and
crucial
this is very
position.
complicated.
If, for instance, in this position, the computer is suggesting a move e5.
But what is the point?
Well, the point is simply not to allow the king further.
No.
As after king takes e5,
you would shoulder it with king c3. But this is extremely difficult.
This is very complex.
But for both players.
But I think after king takes e5, rook f5 check is even better.
Yeah. So
and just making sure that
it's a very difficult position, and
definitely.
I mean, it's much more fun to be black, but still. Okay, we have a tweet here.
Olympia Urkan is writing, Karjakin's complex endgames have the power to make at least one man happy. Oh, Carsten Müller. Yes, he's a very well-known expert of the openings.
Endgames, I think you mean.
Endgames, yes.
Well, he has written, I think, more than, a couple of very famous endgames books. I think he's made in the neighborhood of 15 endgames DVD, and I think even he's having a monthly endgame sort of online show, and I think even once I was allowed to be the guest on that show, and I think he was even so kind to actually found some endings I have. So that's no, I think you're right. Carsten Müller simply loves. He will dig quite deeply into these positions and very often find sort of interesting resources, or the players.
This endgame will be definitely researched many times. That's just a given. Okay.
But he's played king g6. It looks like a bit of a step in the wrong direction, because you really want the bishop to defend the pawn, I think. Because
he has some sort of idea, clearly. But let's say if white just plays king c2, and he argues that he brings this king, that he improves his king's position.
Yeah, I'm still not completely able to see what is the idea. So let's say king to c2, you're saying.
No, it's true, as well. The only black's idea is really to break through with the king, and for that he should go in another direction. He shouldn't just protect the g5 pawn. And he's gonna
need the bishop defending that pawn, unless you are so ambitious that you think you can sacrifice the pawn at some point.
Yeah, that's also an option.
Is an idea. Well, let's try the break immediately at e4. I think we normally take with the f pawn, so let's do it like this. But somehow here, black he's not as well set up for it as I think he's maybe after king c2 he would start playing bishop to e3.
Exactly, it feels like the most correct setup is with the bishop on e3, but here he has given time to white. For instance, if I just play king c3 here, and after well, I want to play king b4.
Let me do a5 then, just to stop.
Yeah, and
here.
now king b2, for instance.
Uh-huh.
I want to be able to, well, attack both pawns immediately.
But maybe you are sidetracking yourself going for these pawns. Let's say I go e4.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna take it, I guess, with the f
King
pawn.
f6.
King f6. Or you think you will do okay in this ensuing
now
race?
with your pawn on a5, I think we should try the obvious king e3
Just
first.
let's say we are both playing the most obvious moves in the position, and then we start to see what happens later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here even there is this trick of c5, and if you take it with the d pawn, maybe I have an e pawn running, and it gets very complicated.
Something like that.
No.
But no, I have to say, this endgame is the most complex endgame so far. Even the one with
the other one was tough as
yeah.
well. But,
okay, he just played king c2.
King c2, yeah. Well, that is very logical.
Okay, let's see. What is...
It's going to be interesting to see how
Karjakin will do
idea? This. Mm-hmm.
What is it that he wants to play? Maybe bishop d4, just blocking the king now. Well, it's not exactly completely blocking it, but still. Okay, and after you play king b1, maybe then I should play bishop e3 and argue that you have gone... But I can go back to b2.
Yeah, I can go back, but also I don't see exactly how you're going to break through here. I thought somehow you had a bit better momentum earlier. Maybe you can...
Go back to that.
Maybe you can go back to bishop e3, but yeah.
But think it was better to have this position with bishop e3 while the king was still on d1. This is just clear.
I would agree.
Yes.
You think Karjakin is sort of not overly trying to win this position, or you think he's sort of really trying hard to find a win here?
Well, that would really surprise and puzzle me if he wasn't trying to win this position with all his heart in it, as it seems that White is completely... White is lacking moves, and he has two fantastic passed pawns.
For sure.
And he's
but
just
I would still say that sort of just going... I mean... Just tossing the pawn with e4 and sort of without seeing anything clear, what you're thinking?
That would be very irresponsible.
Yeah, it's probably gonna go go well. We see some moves
right
here.
now are just really doing it quite fast. Well, the problem with bishop on d4 is that now e4 is it's not gonna work. You need the d4 square for your king.
So you're saying here, play bishop e3 and next e4. But also, I mean, the further Topalov gets to the a pawns, I would guess the more complicated it becomes playing this central break.
I think so, as very often he will have chances then to push his pawns like c5 or e5 just to give them back. So Karjakin is not improving his position unless he sees something very concrete. Okay.
What did he play?
He played a3.
Okay. Well, he's getting close to a Zugzwang.
Zugzwang, yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, his plan is to put...
But you can always go back and forth with the king.
That I can see, yes. Well, what we think we see is that he wants to put his bishop on b2 and then bring his pawn to a4, for instance.
But is there any positive way to improve the position here for black? I mean, I'm gonna go back and forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's played bishop b2. So Topalov will go back as far as I can see. And what is Karjakin's point?
Is he really just trying to make a draw here?
Well, I think... I would doubt it, but I don't see it right now. I mean,
no, the problem with bishop being on b2 is... Well, king b3 is the same.
Yeah, it doesn't...
is that he's not really capable of... or maybe he wants to protect the g5 pawn from c1?
That could be. So you're saying something like, let's say, bishop c1. Topalov is going to go back here. And now comes the e4 break, but he
could have easily avoided it with putting his king on.
He is playing a bit with fire, I would say. It's not clear to me what you I mean, king f6 is well. There's even the move d4. So I'm a bit puzzled on what is his point here.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna settle for the draw.
But okay, that's yeah.
I mean, you could of course play something like a5, king b1, a4, at least to keep his
well, the king is
shut
it's
down like this.
That we agree. But what about this position? What are the options here?
Yeah, I mean the problem for black is that the pawn here is hanging, and I mean you can't really start going with the king because g5 will just drop. So
well, very simply, as soon as let's say if we go further to this position,
okay,
with the king completely closed in this corner, a4, king b1, for instance, and king f6. I should immediately consider rook h6 check simply. I think.
Yeah, just forcing the king back and.
Or forcing him to go to e7 is simply too far away.
E7 there is this move, and you will actually be in time to take this pawn and next to h5, and black would even be losing. So
yeah, while the bishop was on e3, it was very good in that it was both helping the h pawn and at times helping the a pawn. As soon as it stands on b2, it's completely locked to the a pawns, and it cannot be used actively anymore.
No, right now, I mean, I have to say, I don't see. I mean, before at least I could see interesting options for Karjakin. Not completely clear, but promising and
but
close.
Very promising.
Right
yes.
now, actually, I don't see how he will progress.
No, me neither. It surprises me that, of course, Karjakin has used a lot of time, so it's not that he's not trying to find a way.
No, of course not. No, I mean,
and we know that he has one amazing endgame here in this tournament already. But did he really think that there is nothing in the position?
But the last endgame he managed, I think, to calculate to a result. This one, you couldn't calculate to a result.
No.
Here you could toss a pawn, and I mean, it's not like we can claim it's winning. We can claim it's
not
it's
yet.
interesting
simply
and complicated.
we need a couple of hours to analyze it, at least a couple of days.
Let's
Let's
leave that for Müller, right? So
no, but it really is an endgame of that kind of complexity.
For sure. But I mean, it would have made sense to go for it. But of course, that's a commentator comment. It's easier to toss somebody else's pawns than your own.
On the other hand, if Karjakin wants to fight for a win in this tournament,
he still has time. And I mean, well, we have spoken about the okay, he's gone to c1.
Yeah.
So that is actually, this is preparing these pawn sacrifices maybe. So that's interesting if he's actually gonna go for it after all.
Well, should be mentioned that king c2 would be terrible right now, as it would lose immediately
let's
after.
Just see that this one is not.
It's not working.
Not exactly. No. So he's gone to a2. And how is the e4 sacrifice now? But well, after fe4, you can't really play king f6 because of d4, I think.
Yeah,
so
that's terrible.
So I mean, that wouldn't be.
No, e4 is very mistimed right now.
Probably.
If we have to compare it with anything else we've seen so far, that's
you have to make a move.
Terrible timing.
And but how are you going to improve the timing? Well, you're saying it's too late.
That's what I guess I'm saying. Unless he can simply sacrifice this one pawn and just put the bishop back on e3, but that just sounds weird. Something has gone wrong here, I think, for black.
Okay. Yeah.
And
that's I quite agree. And
it will be interesting to hear.
As far as I can see, you can never zugzwang him because. I mean, there is always going to be these 3 squares available, and you can do something on those. I think so. Well, I think even there's no point in highlighting this. Highlighting.
Two are enough.
Yeah, that's
generally.
True. Well, it looks nice like this. Yeah.
Yes.
So no.
That is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
I really thought that. Karjakin might have missed something. Could he have been thinking that he's winning here? I really don't see a way now. So it's probably it's time to start thinking what he could have missed.
Sure, but it could also be that Karjakin, I mean, we are thinking him as a, well, contender for first place, but Karjakin is actually on 50%. Maybe he's just thinking he's playing a normal chess tournament, and I should also care a bit about prizes and things
that would
like
be
this.
a bit strange.
No,
in
I
this
think he's trying
event.
to win it, but if he, I mean, it's not like he should just give the pawn and hope for the best. I mean, he's trying to make good chess moves and see how that sort of.
No, I completely
ends.
agree. Of course, just sacrificing on e4 and thinking that it could be fine.
Yeah,
it's not what he should be doing at all.
And we saw, for instance, with Svidler. I mean, he took his chances with the move f4 check, right? I mean, he saw the option was there and he went for it.
Yeah, that's what
it's
I'm saying.
It's not like he hasn't tried to take his chances. Maybe he just didn't think it was correct, simply. But
yeah, maybe he.
I think he could be wrong, but I sort of.
Yeah, but that will take some time to establish. It's also interesting what they will say during the press conference. What are their thoughts at this point? And especially, well, I'm pretty sure that Topalov will think that he's in huge trouble. But will Karjakin think that he is simply has no way? Or
well, I think they're going to discuss these pawn sacrifices with e4. I mean, this is, as far as I can see, the only way forward here. I mean, you did have actually a nice idea of bringing the king. Actually, what is preventing the king from, let's say, going in this direction and up here? Is that possible? Let's say king f7 now.
No, he's playing
he's gone
b2.
back to b2. Okay.
Okay, that looks like.
Is it just going to repeat? I think repeating once is very responsible because he's running a bit low on time. So there's nothing wrong with that at all. Topalov gone back. But if he's repeating to make a draw or just to... No, he's
played a5.
Played a5. Okay.
So this is not over
Topalov
yet.
is going back to a2. Well, that's what I like with Topalov's concept of playing g4, that at least you get into a situation that's very easy to play. Okay, and now king b1 is the only move not losing material. And how is he going to handle this?
Yeah, I'm wondering too. What is the way for black forward? Okay,
bishop to d4. I think Topalov is just going to go to a2 in a split second, most likely. And
it does make a lot of sense.
Is his idea bishop c5, but no, it's not. It's
not.
Okay, he's repeating the position once again, actually. So still, he can't claim anything, but let's see. Yeah, draw agreed.
Draw agreed.
Okay.
Okay, that's a bit surprising.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see in the press conference if they think that black had some chances there. But for instance, Shipov was of that impression in the Russian commentary, and I think we as well think it's very close, and we can't make any conclusions. But from a practical perspective, you would definitely have played on, right?
Yeah, I really think so, and especially with the king still on d1, it seems that this was the momentum when black could have pushed for the most ambitious things like e4, for instance. So
well, I think later there will also be analysis on the official web page by Miroshchenko, so probably he will also have his opinion on this ending. Well, this ending is definitely going to be debated, but Karjakin was running a bit low on time and decided to play it safe, and he still is on 50%, and well, both him and Svidler, as mentioned, are on 50% and still have to play the leader Anand. So I think with 3 rounds left, Anand is on +3, Aronian on +1, but still nothing is decided at all. And of course the Indian ex-world champion has excellent chances, but I still think we're going to see quite some action from here.
Definitely. And we expect that both players will very shortly appear at a press conference where they will tell about their impressions of the games.
For sure. That's going to be interesting to see.
Thank you for your attention today, and enjoy the press conference. Till tomorrow.
Like many many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneer's Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomaryev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2000.
Но неожиданно после контроля я практически выигрывал.
Okay, here I think Веселин made a novelty 94, at least I don't remember if it was played or not.
Вот здесь, я думаю, Веселин применил новинку конь e4, по крайней мере, я не помню, чтобы этот ход применялся ранее.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's better to ask Веселин.
I'm not sure even about G5, but okay.
Yeah, okay.
Я не уверен даже насчет G5. Если это уже игралось.
Okay, I made some logical moves.
Yeah, it was.
But I was slightly worse.
Здесь я делал логичные ходы, но у меня было чуть хуже.
Well, I'm kind of going for this ending, which is not much, but I thought that okay, if I bring my knight to d5 and slowly advance, it could be a little bit better, but.
Я шел на это окончание. Которое, вероятно, это немного, но если я приведу своего коня на d5, то у меня будет лучше.
And then I totally misplayed this position, which I also believed was like a little bit better because of the pawn on b6. Like I'm always threatening to play for b4, b5 and fix the pawn. And black is a little bit passive in this kind of position. I thought it's a little bit better.
Но это окончание я разыграл не лучшим образом, потому что мне казалось, что у меня должно быть лучше за счет слабой пешки b6. После того, как я начну двигаться на ферзевом фланге, у меня будет лучше.
But probably it was nothing special anyway. So, okay, but of course I totally misplayed. And for example here. Already after e5 I was already, it should be kind of equal still, but I got scared that bishop goes to d8 and then rook f7, so I think it's still equal, but definitely not after a5.
После e5 я думаю, что все равно равная позиция, но я несколько испугался перестроения черных слон d8, ладья f7, и, конечно, после a5 уже не равная позиция, как оказалось.
Okay, I was expecting c5 and
but maybe a4 simply.
Я ожидал c5, говорит Сергей.
And then just go back. But then a3, well, should be still a draw.
Но все равно должна быть ничья. Может быть, я проигрываю пешку.
Okay, should be a draw anyway.
Ну, должна быть ничья.
Yeah, and here, okay, actually I played bishop b6 just to fix a draw, but then I understood that I'm probably better.
На самом деле я сыграл слон b6 просто чтобы зафиксировать ничью, но потом понял, что, вероятно, у меня лучше.
In fact, this is, I thought, almost winning position, because if I go here, rook a8, as I thought at the beginning, then h4, and then
на самом деле я думал, что это практически выигранная позиция.
g4, h3, and then just the black kings slowly comes, like in this position.
Потому что если я сыграю ладья А8, как я изначально планировал, то
And
после
then I can
H4 вот
never
этого
move my
варианта
king, and sometimes even just A4 and king goes to E5, and then
я не
it's totally
могу
hopeless.
ходить королем,
And,
потому что Е4 и король придет на Е5,
that was the reason
и безнадежная позиция.
That was the reason I decided to stop the two pawns, not to win the pawn A6, but to try to make a fortress.
Поэтому я решил не выигрывать пешку А6, а постараться построить крепость.
Here, if I go G4, then black wins with moves like.
Здесь, если я сыграю G4, то черные выигрывают.
Here, and H2, H3, and then.
И H3.
And then.
Ладья H8 невозможно.
You can take a pawn.
Oh, first check. Yeah, that's. In fact, maybe it's not true.
Ну, может быть, это неверно, потому что здесь могут белые забрать пешку. То есть сначала шах, и потом слон G7.
Just first check, and then it's H3, and the pawn is unstoppable.
H3 и пешку невозможно остановить.
Yeah, but I thought it was lost with the.
Ладья B1, я думал, что это проиграно с ладьей на H1.
Well, maybe.
Then you'll have D4.
Maybe it's true. Yeah.
Сергей предлагает здесь D4.
Maybe you're winning.
Может быть, вообще выиграно у белых, говорит Сергей.
Yeah, but
to give this check, why not just to push H2, rook H8, bishop D4 check?
No, rook H. No. 1 second.
No, black is not in time.
No, because I give check on G8.
G8 first. Yeah.
And then it's quite complicated, but somehow I got scared and I gave check.
Ну, довольно сложная позиция. Я как-то испугался, дал шаг.
So I thought, that.
Okay, maybe it was my last chance to play king f5.
Может быть, это был мой последний шанс сыграть король f5.
Check, go here. Somehow I thought it was better because now if I go G4.
Мне казалось, что тут лучше, потому что если здесь я пойду G4.
Yes, and I should go with
the king because I thought this was the same. I mean here.
Потому что вот это то же самое.
Okay, first of all, A3 is just winning or not.
А3 просто выигрывает.
So I have to go G4.
Поэтому нужно играть G4.
Should be winning at some point. I thought that maybe.
Okay, but maybe you should.
Вероятно, тоже должно быть выиграно в какой-то момент. Может быть, можно взять и сыграть король C2, или это безнадежно? Спрашивает Сергей. Веселин соглашается, что да, можно так играть. Король отрезан, так что в данный момент H3 не угроза. Может быть, не так ясно.
Yeah, because maybe it's not so bad what you did, but here I thought, how did I play here? I was afraid of. I thought bishop d4.
Мне не нравилось слон d4 и прорыв.
And I was not so sure.
Я был не уверен.
Take, go, and now I have rook f8.
Rook f8, I didn't like.
Теперь у меня есть ладья f8. Это то, что не нравилось как раз Сергею.
King takes g4 and then pushing the pawn.
Но тем не менее меня немножко беспокоил этот вариант. Говорит Веселин.
No, but I mean after h3 you can play rook f5 and rook g5.
Yeah, that's true.
После h3 можно сыграть ладья f5.
Yeah, that's true. So you need maybe your bishop on e3. So.
Okay, I was thinking a lot how to make it work, but I didn't find.
Я много думал, как играть здесь, но не смог найти верного продолжения.
Maybe in the game you just put bishop to d3 to e3, and then.
Может быть, стоит поставить слон e3
and then push.
И потом прорыв.
Yes, it was possible and.
Да, это было возможно.
So I
don't remember what.
So okay, if I take here, and then of course it's some kind of a run, but I can start with d4.
Начинается бега.
Or to play again rook here and then rook to f8.
Или опять ладья h8, ладья f8.
rook h8 immediately.
Yeah, but
может быть, ферзь ладья h8 можно было мгновенно сыграть вместо хода королем.
It could be some kind of Zugzwang or not?
Может быть, тогда какой-то цукцванг будет.
No, but okay, king g7 anyway, and e4, you protect the pawn, no?
Король g7, тогда и e4. Пешка защищена на g5. Мне казалось, что это довольно опасно.
Still take and go like this, but I'm not sure it's so.
Может быть, я все еще могу взять и пойти ладья h8, но я не уверен.
Here maybe somehow you can. It's or probably it's good to make it with the king on d1 because now king d4 would be very strong.
Теперь король d4 будет очень сильно. Может быть, нужно было делать то же самое с королем на d1.
Even bishop a4 and king d4 looks very dangerous for white.
Yeah, but then rook f5. King d4.
No, here I have king c3. So you
здесь
need
у меня
my
есть
king
король
on d1.
c3, так что тебе нужно, чтобы мой король был на b1.
Good for white somehow.
Так что здесь может быть
Because
хорошо для белых.
This is check and rook h8. And
потому что здесь шах, ладья h8 и d4.
Okay, I didn't like that. I'm actually very close to be losing if I play like this. And
на самом деле мне не нравилось, что в какой-то момент у меня может оказаться даже проиграно, если я буду играть слишком оптимистично.
B1, maybe you start with a5.
Сказал Сергей.
Here, for example, you just go something like a5, and I thought there was some position that might be losing.
Но здесь ты можешь сыграть, например, опять, и мне казалось, что в какой-то момент может получиться позиция, которая, возможно, проиграна все-таки для белых.
Okay, it needs to be checked with the computer, maybe.
Наверное, нужно это проверять с компьютером.
Looks like study.
Выглядит как этюд.
Okay, do we have questions to players?
Есть ли вопросы к гроссмейстерам?
So thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.